Good morning. It is day number 2 here for Blast Slam 5 in Chengdu in the arena, where we had a lot of fun yesterday, and there is so much more fun and action to be had today. Whilst there is the best of 3s on the table, there's also a little bit of fun to be had in the morning, not only with our panel, but with some more people as well. But T, how are you feeling? I went this order yesterday. We're going to go reverse order today, starting with you.
I'm feeling great. Don't know. That's it. Dota 2 is being played. We're in an arena. What could you ask more for? So I am in a very happy mood. Let's continue the day.
Okay, then we'll talk about Misery's day.
I am also in a good mood. I'm also looking forward for the Dota.
Okay, all right. Quinn, are you good?
I'm in a horrendous mood. It's left like a
I
stack of rocks.
I don't want to watch any Dota.
Yeah, I don't want to see. I'm gonna close my eyes when the game's. I'm not looking. I won't look. No.
Okay. Well, what about yesterday though? Do you guys have a moment from yesterday that you really enjoyed?
Honestly, yesterday was a sad day. Right? I'm not going to try and hype it up. I'm just going to become sad. All right? I wanted the storyline of a potential OG or Na'Vi to make a bit of a run. I wanted these like old Orgs to, step up and kind of shine, but they just fell short. So yeah, sad day yesterday.
My favorite moment was actually Nico's exit interview. I think that was one of the best exit interviews I've seen in a long time. He really put himself out there, and I really, really like that.
I feel like we've been blessed. This is so like off topic, but we've been so blessed this last few months in really good exit interviews with Nico's from OG, and then I remember KJ's from Heroics at TI. It's just like 2 very different styles of exit interviews, but so impactful and hopeful in different ways.
Yeah, for me, I think I was kind of excited to see how strong MOUZ were. I think they looked really good, and I think there's a chance that they could make it all the way to the final and knock down the 2 kings of Dota for Blast. So yeah, I hope that MOUZ makes it.
All right, they've reinvigorated your hope for MOUZ there, but look, we're going to refresh your memories for everyone watching at home and give you a bit of a recap of the 2 best of 3s that occurred yesterday.
Okay, backs away, grip used, jump forward, boom, on top of him, now Yamich hooks in, you take the fight, it might just be another Rex. He's down so low, there's no BKB left on Chrysalis, he's taking a lot of damage, got the juice, doing what he can, broken dead, they got him, and now the H is on Yamich. Mid one jumps into all of them, Riddy's caught, got the juice in trouble, got the juice, he's gone! They do try and jump, but do they have the damage that they need? The stun is there, he's already down to half HP, Sunder comes out, will it be enough though? Mid one is low. That is a dieback. Now they buy back. Come back into this fight. Niku cannot stop the pain. GG is called.
He's gonna get jumped on though. A lot of damage comes his way. He gets blown up completely. Ice path to start though, and Notice can move in with Watson. The chain stuns come through. Burrow strike forward. They've got Natsumi out there though with the Thunder to turn it. Nico's blown up completely, and Natsumi can't do a damn thing.
Natsumi's dying.
Watson and Notice on the TP. Take him out of the game. A double kill for the Ursa. They need that little bit of information, and the power shot gives it. They find the Terror Blade. He's gone. No buyback. GG called. Yandex take the series.
Oh man, they just couldn't team fight every single time.
OG and Yandex went all the way to a game number 3, so that was an amazing way for us to start our day off. And then the MOUZ came in, a 2-0 over Na'Vi. That game 1, there wasn't much to talk about because it was all in control from MOUZ there, but game 2 was so hype. At any moment, Misery, it could have been that back and forth. We saw slip-ups from both sides. It had a lot on the line for game number 2.
Yeah, it was a very exciting game, very hype. I also thought there was a very cool adaptation from MOUZ going for the Dazzle and the Husker into the Broodmother. I think that shows the creativity and the confidence that they have in their hero and the way they're building their draft around certain counters. So I thought that was very clever by them.
I mean, we shouldn't shy away from the fact that when you look at Blast Slam, right, Falcons, Tundra, they are the teams that get to the grand finals, right? I think MOUZ, they are the strongest competitor we have to break it. Exactly what Misery said earlier. Like when you look at the way that they played, the way they beat Na'Vi, that second game, they were running head on into this high ground multiple times in a row, trying to break Na'Vi. Eventually they did. And I think they're just the type of team that can just disrupt what we've seen so many times at Slam.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly just super impressed with mid one. He showed up in a big way at the last blast, and he's showing up again. After a mediocre group stage, he looked amazing. And I'm honestly just looking forward to watching him play again because he was so on the ball. And I think when you watch players who are really clicking and really playing well, like it's just, you can see the excellence there, and I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, and you see here from Zayat yesterday how they reacted to the MOUZ series. Earlier when I got to the hotel last night, I saw him and Niku in the lift. They're smiling, laughing. So even though on camera here, it looks like they're being like really critical and really kind of angry, you fast forward 2-3 hours, they're in good spirits, they're talking about things, they've probably already kind of dissected the game, so it isn't as glaring as like, oh, this is terrible, So I think just to give that extra little lens and angle to what looked like quite a kind of negative response to that series.
Yeah, of course, and even with the elimination of Na'Vi, there is still that element of you got to play on stage here. You're coming to a LAN, you learned so much. MOUZ, of course, has had quite an illustrious results for this season in themselves, so it's just like it was no tough or easy battle, I should say, for the side of Na'Vi. It was really, really tough for them. On the side of OG, though, I feel like their loss was a little bit more difficult because it went all that way to game 3, and the way they started their series, Misery, was phenomenal. They came into game number 1, and it felt like they were just on another level. It actually felt like OG had somehow powered up in 4 days off.
Yeah, I also think in some ways OG has looked stronger than Na'Vi. So I think it was more of a letdown for them to lose this BO3 yesterday compared to Na'Vi, who hasn't looked that great lately. So maybe they were more content with the top 6 placement. I think OG probably hoped for a bit more, also considered they were up 1 game yesterday, and they realistically could have easily taken it in game 3 as well. So yeah, Nico was kind of heartbroken there at the interview.
There's some lessons to be learned from OG, right? Like, I think the laning was a big problem throughout the series. I think, at least in game 2, it was a complete disaster where Yandex was able to outplay them. And then I think that kind of carried forward to the next game where mistakes were getting made. So once OG kind of finds a little bit more consistency, they are going to be competitive to any team. Just unfortunately, in the pressure of the arena, it kind of cracked them.
Sure.
I mean, I do think they've shown, though, that they are players capable of competing at the highest level. And I think, like, fostering that belief in yourself, going from like, we never qualify to events, or even when we qualify, we get last. You going from that last place to actually starting to place highly at events, like even while it sucks to lose, obviously, like having that faith in yourself, and now you can actually start to believe that, okay, we really are, you see some of the results. It can have a huge impact on your confidence, and then in turn make your play even better because you're sort of, you're gaining more of that belief.
Yeah. There's always something to be said about momentum, whether it is winning games back-to-back or if it is still learning lessons. As long as you feel like you're leveling up in some way, there is always that. And I'm going to give you guys a chance to level up as analysts here, all right? Can you tell me what game and or series you think our play of the day might have been from? Because that's a tough one. There were 5 great games.
I think it could be cool to see the terribly sundering MOUZ to death.
That one was good.
But I don't know if...
I also
maybe
feel
a little bit too basic.
I think it's Yandex Na'Vi game 2. I don't know where, but I think it's somewhere in there.
Yandex Na'Vi? You mean Yandex OG or Na'Vi MOUZ?
I said mix. Yeah,
Na'Vi MOUZ game 2,
Na'Vi
Brute
MOUZ.
Mother.
He covered all bases, so technically you're not wrong at the same time.
I'm going to go with OG Yandex. Some like game 1 comeback where it's like Watson's got, I don't know. I'm leaning game 1.
Okay, all right. I like it. You guys at least had an attempt, but either way, let's see exactly what moment stood out from yesterday.
They're just going for it. Okay. I mean, they need to get in here quick. I don't know if they're going to come quickly enough.
So beautiful.
It's really good. PMA runs it, and he dashes it. PMA gets there just in time. BKB walkout. He's going to die, but he's up on the high ground. And Chrysalis, where's the rest of your team? You're gone. They were far away on the dazzle. Nobody can get in there to help him, and it's going to be dead on Celery as well.
How could we have forgotten about the Broodmother Aegis still, guys?
I mean, I'm happy it made it into an SFM. I don't think I've seen a Roshan SFM like that beautiful, right? Like the fact that you're seeing the spears like hit the Roshan leg, the Brood actually going over the cliff, like, I mean, Demura, he just keeps outdoing himself every single time I see his SFM.
I feel like you keep praising him and he's like, oh man, I gotta do something better. And then it's just like this pile on.
It's like cinematic. I feel like we need to like make some little universe, like make, some
I want to watch a show about that.
Yeah, I want a full show.
Yeah, I want a show that looks like that. It actually just looks so cool. It's actually sick.
Well, look, you might not be getting to watch a show that looks exactly like that today, but you are going to have a very fun show today in general because there is a lot of action happening. Of course, what is predicted is our 2 best of 3s later today, where we'll be starting off with Falcons up against Yandex and then Tundra up against MOUZ, where our winners will be going to the grand finals. But what you might have seen right there on that schedule, a cheeky little 1v1 show match.
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening, so I'm just going to wait and see, Nat. I feel like that's... is it good? Do you know what's happening?
Well, I was kind of maybe hoping you guys would know, because I was just told the schedule.
No, they kept me in the dark. I've had a blanket over my head. They like hauled me in a truck. It was crazy. We're not going to get into that. I don't know who's playing.
Like 1v1s, though. I hope it's not Shadow Fiend. That's boring. That is kind of boring. Like every single time, like, look at me, So I want some like Huskar, some like
Quinn's
some dumb
upset. He's
toxic
like,
hero,
man,
you know?
why would you take away Shadow being 1v1 there?
I know, but I'm not allowed to say.
Oh.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, well, look, Misery apparently is going to keep all of the information to himself there, but we're going to have a lot more fun here. Like we just saw on the schedule there, yeah, we are going to be having our 2 grand finalists, but also getting to open our day number 2 here in Chengdu for Blast Slam 5 in a lot of fun with a potential 1v1.
Let them all fall still beneath my shadow.
Ni hao, Chengdu, and welcome to day 2 of Blast Slam 5.
现场以及正在观看直播的观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎收看 Blast 大满贯 Dota 2成都站的比赛现场。
Duff, we had a crazy day yesterday. A lot happened. What'd you like about it?
Well, I didn't expect it was that intense. It was the first day of the playoff. 昨天的比赛可以说是非常的精彩了，而我根本没有期待，因为昨天其实才是第1天淘汰赛的比赛现场哦。
Well, we got an equally exciting day for you guys here today. But before we get into that, we have a little fun for you before the games start. We have a show match. Ooh.
今天呢，我们的淘汰赛同样的精彩。第2天，虽然说今天的比赛马上就要开始了，但是先不要急，在今天比赛开始之前呢，我们为大家安排了精彩的表演赛。
Absolutely, and you and me are going to be playing against 2 fantastic Chinese talent. Let's bring them out, Dove.
即将是我跟 Slash 来对战2位优秀的中文解说，让我们有请他们上场。
Come on up, ladies. Hello. Oh, we got some applause there. Thank you very much. Welcome. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You have to get close to me. Hello. Introduce each other, yes?
好的，那么现在在我们舞台中央的就是 Yuno 以及蛋糕，先有请他们为大家打个招呼吧。Yuno。Hello， 大家好，我是 Yuno。Hello， 大家好，我是蛋糕。All right，你们知道我们接下来要打的这场表演赛是什么具体内容吗 ？Do you know what we're gonna play in this show match？ 屠夫 solo 吗 ？She knows.
You know? Do you know?
你知道吗？
我知道，但我不知道你的队友是谁。
She knows a little bit, but not as much. I think she knows as much as we know. It's gonna be. I don't want to spoil you.
Dove.
I understand. I'm not gonna translate to you.
Dove, these 2 look like they're pretty good. Are these guys good? What's the MMRs?
Trust me, I know you know. She's pretty good. She has very high MMR.
You know, I don't have high MMR. Maybe we could get like a substitute or something. Like.
Really?
Well, I'm just saying. I don't want to like lose. Is there anybody? Actually, what about that guy? Maybe that guy could come in and replace me?
Okay.
Yeah, who's this guy? Come on.
临阵脱逃了，他尤其是他那个。
Hello. Sir, what's your name? Sorry, we just got this guy in from the crowd.
I go by Arteezy.
I've never heard of that before. Arteezy. Good to see you, Artur. Would you mind subbing in for me and playing with Dove in our show match? Oh, sorry. One more time, sir?
Let's do it.
Let's do it! All right, fantastic. All right. Well, I'll send you guys off to your booths, please. You'll be over on that one. You 2 will be on that one. Off you go. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Go with her, yes. Oh, my God, they're holding hands. These 2 know each other? Who are these 2?
All right, fantastic. Well, anyway, let me tell you a little bit about what's going to be going on here today. We are going to be doing a 1v1 mid. Both players are playing Pudge, but we're going to make things a little bit, interesting. One player will be controlling the movement. One player will be controlling the spells. So without further ado, let's go ahead and let our wonderful talent set up, and we'll throw it to our wonderful casters.
Oh, great job, Slacks. You found Artur in the crowd. Brilliant. Brilliant grab there. Let's see how he does on the big stage. The big man returns, Lacoste.
Yeah, it's been a while since we saw him play on the big stage. He hasn't been playing in 8 months, and I just had to double check. When was the last time he played Pudge?
Oh, yeah?
10 months ago.
Ooh.
Doesn't have too many games on the hero, but he does have above 50% win rate.
That's
He's at
good.
52%.
And he's controlling 50% of the hero as well, right?
Yeah.
One on mouse, one on keyboard?
I believe he's going to be on the mouse.
Okay, so maybe a little bit more than 50%. A bit more control over the hero.
Yeah, I think mouse is more important.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he's going to be handling that one, but he does have Dove buff. Like, I think they're a good duo. This is going to be the true test to their relationship. Like, if they can survive this, they can survive anything.
It's like building an IKEA for a kitchen or furniture, right? Playing the same hero.
And it seems like they're choosing the sets. That's what we want to see.
You gotta change hotkeys, make sure that, if you're on legacy keys or something dumb like that, you go to...
What? What do you mean dumb like that? All right.
Be a normal human being. Play on some normal hotkeys.
I was talking to Arteezy. He's the one that still uses legacy keys. It's about legacy.
Well, I feel like a fool now.
Yeah, because I'm legacy key users. There's a lot of memory because you've been playing Dota for so long, like you just can't switch. I believe they're going to be using the quick cast as well. That's going to be the strategy.
I mean, there's still people who name themselves in Dota ZXC because of the old Shadow Fiend hotkeys, right?
Exactly.
There's the throwback to the old times. But yeah, this is Pudge 2v2, but controlling one hero. So it's going to be Dove on the keyboard, Artur on the mouse, and then we have Yuno and Cake over on the other side. Let's see who's going to take.
Seems like there's a big discussion which starting items they need to buy.
Fairy Fires.
Seems like they want to sell the Fairy Fire. Maybe go for the Blood Grenade. What's the most optimal build in 1v1? They did get Observer Word as well.
Cheeky bit of vision.
I also want to see what the skill build's going to be. Whether they're going to be going for the hook. It's 150 pure damage. Maybe try to hook underneath the tower, but then you're not getting the CS.
Yeah.
Or they might be going maybe for the Flesh Heap play.
With the Rot.
Yeah, with the Rot. Just skip the hook.
And what facets are they going for? I mean,
I think you need to go for
is
Rotten Core. Like, there's no other way around. Yeah, I see one Rotten Core on Radiant Pudge and one...
Fresh meat.
Ooh, fresh meat. So this one, I don't know if they forgot to change that one.
They might have.
You are going to be lacking quite a lot of damage because you need level 6. So maybe the Dire Pudge. I just had to check from production who's who, actually.
Self-TZ over on the Radiant, I think,
All
it looks
right.
like. And they've got the Observer Ward. So there is that potential Radiant Pudge. There's a couple of spots. There's one spot in particular where maybe you could hook them into
Yeah,
the
that's
little
the
nook.
spot. Like, that's the spot. The good thing, the Arteezy buff in this mid lane is there are no cliffs. He cannot be stuck. They cannot stuck him on a cliff, so he's good.
But you could get stuck down in the river. And yeah, to make sure we know the rules here, first to 2 kills or to kill the tower wins. I don't believe there's any rules about Soul Ring or Bottle or anything like that, so we could see, some cheating.
Yeah, down for whatever. It's more about the skill rather than, abusing items. And looking at the starting items, 4 gauntlets of strength, which is pretty poggers, 111 damage.
That's a heavy hitter.
It is a lot of Damaggio.
You've got to make sure you're on the same page here. Trying to control when you're last hitting, canceling animation, who's opening the shop, how you're bringing the courier. There's a lot of little things to go for. No runes in 1v1.
Yeah, that's a lot of mana gone. That's 110 mana down the drain.
Hooks a daisy.
You have mana for 1 hook, and then you're gone. Seems like they're done. They disconnected without even calling GG, as expected.
Pause?
A little bit of
pause hotkey.
A little bit of a baby rage coming out. They
saw them hook the rune spot, and they're like, well...
Admin, not allowed. Like, we want to check where the rune is.
I mean, there have been a lot of iterations of 1v1 through the years, and we're kind of, talking about the rules of, the old times, banning Soul Ring, banning the runes and refilling bottles and stuff like that, but that's kind of baked into the game now, so you can't buy bottle and refill it and get that advantage. But there even used to be, back in back in like Dota 1 days, you have a 1v1, you know, you get into some beef in a pub game, 1v1 me, mate. Stop flaming me. Go for it.
You're getting unvouched from these in-house leagues back in the days.
Yeah, for sure. You lose your 1v1, you're censored, you're unvouched, you're out there for a week, but it was still played on the normal map. There wasn't a 1v1 map, so there was technically side lanes and jungle camps. So people would kind of cheese their way with that, stack camps, pull waves. We had to fix that.
So yeah, we have the info from production that Arteezy, with his left toe, actually turned off the PC.
No way.
Yeah, so
he's that skilled?
He was trying to figure out the most comfortable seating position for himself, and apparently that was the one, but not too good for the show match. So we need to get him back to the lobby. He needs to reconnect. They also didn't block.
It's been a while since he's been on the big stage. You know, he's got the nerves.
For sure.
Some shakes. Get back into the rhythm and groove of things. Yeah, it's been a while since Shopify Rebellion.
I think a lot of pro teams, the scouts from the pro teams as well, are watching, and this is not a good look for Artur. Like, it's all smiles, but he knows. Like, you can tell that he's nervous.
The pressure's on. That bead of sweat dropping down his forehead. This is serious business, man. A 1v1 against Chinese talent in Chengdu. There's a lot to play for. Especially, alongside your partner. No pressure there at all. Yuno and Cake ready to rise to the occasion. Are we being biased? Are we being biased towards English casters? Are we rooting for them?
Yeah, I think that's just the way it should be, right?
I feel like we're ripping on them a little too much.
All right, seems like they are back in the game.
And what did they level up? They leveled up Hook as well?
Both of them did level up Hook. I think the game is pretty balanced. They're gonna be missing some XP, but Yuno and Cake, they used mana early, didn't get the rune. So seems like we are ready.
No remake.
No remake.
Absolutely not.
It's just the way it is. It's their own fault.
Yeah, you got to play it out. You've got to play it out. Oh, he's even a TP.
The play.
Oh, the TP strap. That's so sick, actually.
So we have some mana missing immediately. All right.
What's going on? Just gonna hook a creep over here. Oh, a bit of fresh meat.
No mana strategy on both Pudges. One Fairy Fire. Let's see if this is gonna be the difference. Also, Ring of Protection on Arteezy and Dove. Extra bit of, like, you're getting... Let's see, physical resistance, 19% compared to, well, 27% because Yuno and Cake are sitting underneath the tower, but once they get out, so it's only 10%. So getting that extra bit of a physical reduction, and yeah, look at the damage.
Oh, look at
the damage from Rot. I don't think they're going to be getting the value out of fresh meat.
And you've got 4 gauntlets, so you've got a CS advantage early on, but you're right. You turn on this Rot and you right-click into it. With Ring of Protection plus that Rotten Core, you do so much. I'm actually wondering, when they were looking at the settings, I remember there's that, cheeky little hook there, there's that setting where you can right-click auto-deny your own creeps as well, right? So the person with the mouse could have a lot of control.
So you're saying Soul Ring is a cheat, but auto-denying creeps is not?
Yeah.
Gary, we gotta check your PC. We gotta check your hard drive as well.
Come on, I used to write rules for Dota 2 in-houses. We used to ban multiple Yule Scepters. You couldn't have more than 2 Necronomicons. Yeah, Necronomicons existed back then.
1 mech back in the days.
One side device,
nice
1 mech. You have to make sure you limited some of these nasty, cheesy items. So I think Soul Ring on Shadow Fiend back then was very powerful.
We see the difference. Gary, I need you to focus on the game, right?
Trying.
2 points in Rot on Arteezy and Dove compared to... No, they actually have Flesh Heap, so extra bit of a protection, 50 mana.
Telling me to focus, you can't even look at the skills they've got.
But no Flesh Heap, 2 points in Rot without Flesh Heap. Ooh, again, nice try.
With a crack. You miss all the shots you don't take. And it's one of these things where if you do hook someone under tower, you can get a pretty big advantage.
Problem is, if you're trying to get a hook under the tower, you're not sitting in the creep wave. So you need to find the smallest angle, like go left, go right, and then go for a hook, which needs a lot of coordination.
I really wonder how much they regret picking...
Pudge.
Oh, not picking the Rotten Core.
The Rotten Core is the big one.
It's like, look at this.
Look what they're doing.
Just rotting him down. 14 last hits already for Arteezy.
Glyph coming up in a couple of seconds.
Is that important?
It might be. I might want to see the Glyph underneath the tower and go for the play.
Tower aggro.
Yeah.
Careful.
Ooh. Gotta remove that aggro.
Is he trying to go for it? The 1v1 on the tower, but you died to it. DoveTeasy lose their first life, and their Chinese talent
Easy high fives.
draw the first blood. Oh, some argumentation going on.
Save that for later. They need to focus on the game right now. Big advantage. Let's see what they're bringing. Triple bracer coming on the courier. They also need to move the hero. Not the easiest thing to do.
Micro and courier opening shop.
Yeah, you gotta go back to base, open the shop, find the right
Have a
item.
chat to the person behind the cashier, you know. Hello, how you doing? Bit of small talk with Bob, the businessman. That's not good, is it?
Whoa,
oh,
the nice
was
counter
almost.
hook try. We're gonna see the first blood again.
They thought they had the upper hand, but you've got tower aggro there. And when you're playing... I didn't quite catch what they were saying. I tried to shut up as quickly as possible. It's difficult to switch aggro when you're on the tower, when one's on the mouse, one's on the keyboard. Wait, are they going for this?
Cake and Unit, they want to go.
This is
ready.
close. Hang on a second, DoveTeasy, they'll get
1-1.
a kill back. It's 1-1.
All right, they're back in business.
Everything, even Stevens now, tied up one apiece. But do we have like an XP advantage, a gold advantage?
600 gold. They are bringing some bracers. Triple bracer already. On Yuno and Cake. They want to get level 6 as fast as possible. Get that dismember. Problem is, they're going to be getting extra bit of a strength from the fresh meat facet. But the damage is definitely on DoveTeasy's side.
150 net worth advantage to DoveTeasy. That's they dodged the hook as well by standing still.
Oh, they're even putting items in the backpack.
Picking up runes? That's not allowed.
Well, you just made that up. It's not in the rules. Not been informed by production that it is not allowed.
At least they don't have a bottle.
Oh, I like this play from Yuno and Cake. They try to go for level 6 while they're using Rot on creeps. Maybe try to surprise them. Another Observer Ward placed down.
I mean, a hook on the tower here could be massive for DoveTeasy, but it's going to be a creep. They tried to time it there with the creep dying to get a hook through the dying corpse.
Yeah, gotta put those items back in. Circlet, Mango is ready. Oh, no. No dismember on DoveTeasy. 2 points in meat shield. So extra bit of damage block if they get that during... Let's see who goes in first. Dismember ready.
And they're going for it now, the dismember.
He got the meat shield off.
He did. He's very tanky. I mean, DoveTeasy lost about a third of their health, maybe even half. Oh, they're going to dodge the hook again, though. Sidestepping it nicely. Big wave coming in. And this is on their ramp, so maybe they could thread the needle here.
Oh, there's a tiny bit of angle maybe in between.
Go on, step forward. Give DoveTeasy the kill, but they're in the fog off the map for so long. And you're right. The Chinese casters just sit in the creep wave. But now
it's coming, Gary. I can feel it's coming.
This is it. This is the angle. Yuno and Cake don't know where DoveTeasy is sitting, and they land the hook right under tower. Good damage coming in. But now with the dismember to turn it back, they're no longer under tower, and they're trading nicely. But DoveTeasy's in trouble. They're the ones being dived, almost finished off, barely getting themselves away from it.
I'd say big mistake from DoveTeasy not getting that dismember. They hooked him under the tower, but didn't have that extra bit of control.
Can I go for
Another
it again?
hook ready.
Another hook.
They're going
Another
in.
move.
Meat
Oh
shield.
my God, it's so close.
They
did it. DoveTeasy have done it. So tight. Just barely getting the edge there, and I don't know, it comes down to the facet, surely.
Pretty much. Extra bit of damage. And also 2 points in meat shield. Extra bit of a damage block.
Young Artur is back, returning to the pro scene with an incredible Pudge performance.
EG's back as an organization as well. They're gonna pick him up one more time.
All you young kids, watch out. Niku on Na'Vi, Malrino on Falcons, got nothing on young Artur. Good sportsmanship at the end. It was very, very close. A great start from Yuno and Cake, but DoveTeasy just pipping them at the end. English victory, it says on the end game screen. They all had the same items pretty much. Very, very close one there. Oh, well done to DoveTeasy. Close one for the Chinese casters. And now we'll pop back to the panel with Nat.
We had so much fun getting to watch that. I can't believe the way that one ended, considering how disastrous the style looked for DoveTeasy.
Yeah, it's honestly, you can't ask for much more than that in a goofy 1v1. It was honestly super hype, and I had a great time watching. It was
Dude,
really
they
funny.
picked the wrong facet, and then they don't skill dismember. Like, how did they win?
It's like, yeah, the Dire side didn't have the right facet. The Radiant side didn't get dismember. Then you've got the level 2 And the flashy.
I don't know what
it's
this
kind of
dive
cool,
is.
right? More
It's
damage.
insane.
What's happening with Arteezy and Dove? Come on, where's the retower aggro, guys? Come on, where's that synergy? But it doesn't matter. They, under the pressure, they clutched it up. And yeah, cool, memes.
I mean, I think Arteezy once again develops a new meta, right? Not going dismember there at 6, instead going 2-point fleshy. But I think that was very key in this match.
Yeah, critical meta shift.
Yeah, meta, very, very smart stuff.
Yep.
Look, this is just.
Yeah.
It's just
This
talent
one.
being reborn, you know? Quinn retires from mid, Arthur is making his mid debut.
Dude, it was so close.
That was, yeah.
I actually genuinely thought they had lost for a moment.
There we go. You can see how much it means to them. You know, they've been training for the entire year for this very moment.
That's actually why he hasn't been playing Pudge on his main account for 10 months. If you check Dove's account, it's actually got 10 months straight of
just
only Pudge.
Yeah, I love the fact that there was a lot of like dual hand action on the keyboard from both teams.
What would you do with your other hand, though? Like, a legitimate question. You're only using one.
If Arteezy's forcing Dove to play Legacy, then potentially, you know, she's having to use another hand.
Around?
The thing is, you're used to having your left hand on the keyboard and the right hand is busy with the mouse. So what do you do with your right hand now?
A spacebar?
It's there. This is there
Like
ready.
a thumbs up.
Yep. Yeah, just
Encourage your
way.
teammate.
Yeah, new tech.
She was pointing at the screen a lot, and we were kind of memeing on it, but at the same time, I think that's good because you don't have a mouse to like pinpoint where you want on the screen, and if you're the one hooking, you got to point where you want that mouse.
I guess that's true, yeah.
So that's what you're doing with the other hand.
That is good tech.
Pointing at the Pudge on the other side. On that one. That's who we need to hook.
Him.
That one.
Anyway, it was a really good show match. I still can't believe it that they won that. Anything else you guys want to add to it? The fun of it? Any more dissing, ragging on Arthur or Dove?
It's funny. I like to see him on stage. I think it's good content.
Yeah. When
It was more
competitive.
It was more fun than you might expect, I would say.
I would
I thought
agree
you were
with
going to
that.
compare it to something, and I was really curious what you were going to compare it to.
I mean, it's more fun than a lot of show matches we've had in the past.
Okay. Name one other memorable show match.
There was the Techies one.
That was pretty good. The reveal of Techies.
Yeah.
I don't think I was watching Dota back then.
Unlucky. It was good though.
Might have to go back and watch that one. Any others? Did you ever do a show match, Misery?
I probably played in some, but I
there was
not
one
a
at the
big fan of
Summit.
show matches. What?
The one at the Summit. Did you play in that one? It was like way back in the day. It was the one where you die, you get a new hero. Anyway, it was very hype.
Yeah, that was a good mode.
I'm going to give us a moment to reset, all of our viewers at home to reset as well. We had the fun and the chaos of a 1v1 with 2 people on each side. Coin it however you will. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have a bit more fun and then jump into the action of our best of 3s.
Every player carries 2 sides within them. The fire and the balance, the chaos and the calm.
And today we're going to find out what really drives them. No hiding, no excuses. Are they evil or are they Dota good? As good as Dota players can be.
They're gonna sit here and confront who they truly are.
Today is Judgment Day. Would you say that your confidence comes from your massive ego?
Your confidence comes from preparation.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say preparation, more so like experience. I guess preparation, but like the last 20 years of playing the game, I think that's enough for me.
So if you're in a game that you think you're gonna lose and, things are looking shitty, just experience is what gets you through it. It's not like, oh, I've beaten so many people before. It's like, oh, I've seen this in XYZ.
I mean, it's a mix. I think like I've played against, like everyone I play against, I've already played against before. So like I kind of, any legendary player, like I've already played against them. So like to me, like the new players are like not as scary.
That does sound a little bit like ego to me.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, any Dota player has a little bit of ego.
You have to be good,
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
You really tilt because you trust the process.
Crit, you probably tilt because you expect perfection.
No, I think I definitely tilt because I have high expectation. You know you can be way better than what you're performing. That is annoying.
Is tilt different for you in pro games versus pub games?
I don't think I really tilt in pub games anymore. I can get like a little bit annoyed, but I wouldn't say I ever tilt. Like going full on tilt in pub games, it's not happening anymore.
You care about how people see you.
That's bullshit. Crit, you only care about the results. You can care what people think about you. Isn't that right?
I definitely don't care what people think about me anymore. Just, you go through a lot of situations as a pro player, and I think at some point you kind of got to understand that you can't care too much about what like the general public thinks about you, because it's gonna tear on you a lot. So for me, I care about what the people that actually know me think, and then anyone else, it's like, if they choose to have a dislike for me, I completely understand, like that's fine, but like it doesn't bother me.
Psychotically healthy. Very good. This question on legacy, Crit. You want to be remembered at any cost. This is a lifetime of Crit in Dota 2. You've been around forever. And when people think of Dota, they should think of you. Is that right?
Or you want to build meaningful stuff.
I mean, I want to choose Dove's side, but it does matter to me a little bit, I think, to have some sort of legacy. I spent like 20 years playing this game, and I think if there wasn't some sort of, like when I stop, I'd like people to remember me in some way, you know? And it does matter to me a little bit, because it's like my whole life, so, yeah.
Little content piece there, and we've been asking all those players, the devil, the angel, and it's not just the players, they get to have fun. My panel members are also going to have some fun because we've got a game. I'm just as privy to the details as you guys are, which is absolutely none. So I'm going to try and explain a game to you guys at home, as well as my panel here, without having played it or prepped it. But I believe we're going to be showing a photo of a legendary legacy pro player of sorts, and we're going to say where they would be if they had not been playing Dota, or vice versa, where Dota would be if they were not a part of the environment of Dota.
Okay, I
Understood?
understand.
Yeah, perfect. All right, let's show up photo number 1 then, please. Player number 1. If Slacks didn't play Dota, he'd still be working at Outback Steakhouse.
Yeah, he'd be chilling. But
He'd be an RA.
But Dota itself would be a much worse place. Where he brings joy and memes and maybe not toxic love, but love to the game. In pubs, no. Terrible human being. In the scene, competitively, esports,
okay, yes.
Great human being.
I'm gonna try to counter that argument with, I think we would all be more sane.
I would have way more sanity than
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to counter that with, all memes aside, I think Slacks is awesome. He's super fun to be around. He's really fun. He's really kind. And I think we're really lucky to have him in the space.
Exactly.
I genuinely really appreciate having him around.
By the way, this wasn't set up to glaze each other. By
Well,
the way.
I like Slacks. I'm not going to put him up. I like him.
I like Slacks too. I think he's one of the most genuine people. But if Slacks didn't play Dota, let's be super realistic here. Where would he be?
I mean, okay. I mean, I
reckon he'd be emceeing people's weddings.
Oh, yeah. Like he'd have to do something still with a crowd. You know,
Yes.
it'd be some type of showman, something,
Yes.
but...
That's what I think. He'd be like emceeing some sort of private.
Some kind of magician, maybe.
Ooh, I can see that too.
Does he have?
What level of
or like a circus host
Oh yeah,
or something like that.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
like Ringmaster.
That's very on brand.
Ringmaster, yeah.
He'd be Ringmaster.
Okay, so like actual, not like a kid's magician. We're talking like proper magician. Okay.
I think he could also be like a mall Santa. I think he could be a mall Santa.
Background check pending, but yeah, I think so too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming the background check went through.
Okay, then yes, he would be. Let's check over a next player then. If Sox didn't play Dota.
I think he would be Andre the Giant, like in like a biop.
I mean,
this is such a good edit.
I mean, the easy
obvious
answer,
one is basketball, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Honestly, football. Put him in like striker, midfield, central attacker, mid. Put him in the box, little header in every time. He's like the Peter Crouch. That's only for the English fans.
Basically, height is connected to sports.
Yeah.
What else
you
could
guys
it
are
be
just
connected
because he's
to?
told, therefore he must be athletic.
I mean, there's like, you know, the people who like at the amusement parks and stuff where they wear like an animal costume. He could wear like the giraffe costume.
A mascot.
Yeah,
You think he would be a mascot at a zoo?
No, not a zoo, but like just I was giving an example because I couldn't think of the word mascot.
Yeah,
I think he could be like a giraffe mascot.
Yeah, but like he'd be the front half of the giraffe, right? And someone have to just do the back
Yeah,
two
so
legs.
he needs a caboose.
Okay.
Could he be like a? Could he be like a human tower, like a scout? You know, just like
a scoutmaster.
Like see what's going on out there. You know.
2025. We don't need to like climb a hill and check what the enemy army is. You know,
Yeah.
like-
Okay. Sure.
Look for fires.
Let's say Roman Empire times, right?
Ah, sure. So if we-
Right.
yeah.
So if we also went back to before he was born.
Yeah.
then that's-
Roman Empire, I think they would think he was a god.
Yeah,
Like,
they
would. He genuinely would
like
be,
they
yeah.
would. He would be the ruler of the city. They would
There
worship
would
him.
be like statues made of him.
Also, he wouldn't really do well in an army because he'd stand out. It's quite easy to hit him with an arrow.
But that's the whole point. That's the whole point. He's the guy who just sees. Okay, they won't. It looks like a lot of people, but actually they're faking it, guys.
Yeah,
We can
yeah,
easily
he
take
ducks
them.
down.
He's looking over the castle wall like, yeah, don't worry, there's only 3 lads in there. Let's just go raid the castle. Yeah, sure. There you go.
All right. Problem solved there. What about if he wasn't in Dota? Where would Dota be?
I mean,
I know a couple people.
someone else
probably
would've
have
won
less
TI.
ages. Yeah.
Other people would have been happy, not his happiness. So
I see.
5 other people would have been happy. That's what would happen in Dota.
I think that might have been. Yeah.
And then also, they probably wouldn't be on the stage right now behind us.
We also wouldn't have anyone to make
Yeah.
fun of for being extremely tall.
Exactly.
That,
yeah.
that would be sad.
That's like half of our repertoire right there.
Yeah,
all
jokes.
equals funny.
Yeah. Yandex is happy he's here.
That's true. All right, next player.
Oh boy.
If Quinn didn't play Dota, where would you be?
I mean, some people's MMR would be higher. His team
Not
is
many.
MMR. The classic, of course. NA would be in a worse place, right?
That
if he
is
wasn't
very
playing
true.
Dota. Because there's not many NA players. There's like 4.5. So
My parents would be sad.
no, that you're still alive.
Oh, yeah. I guess it's not if they were dead.
I was going to say,
They're not
why would your
dead.
parents say
No,
that?
I
think
kind of
they would be
forgot.
more happy.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't be happy because I would like. I don't know. I don't think I would have been.
I think the short-term happiness would be, I could definitely see your parents being happy you didn't go into esports
No,
short-term.
that's fair actually. I kind of
Because
forgot
that's like
prompt.
the early days was stressful.
What would Quinn do then? Would he be
I mean,
maybe
because
some kind of
what would you do
some physician or
I
like,
don't
like
know if
math?
this is against the rules, but I think you would just be playing a different game professionally.
No, no shot. I'm
You
so
reckon?
bad at other games. I'm only
That's true.
good
I've
at
seen
this
you play
one.
Deadlock.
What do you mean? I'm ascendant for the record.
I could
Would
see
he
him
be some
working
kind
in
of
a
a
pharmacy. I could just see him like little
pharmacy?
cashier at a pharmacy, you know,
Okay.
giving
Okay.
them
I thought you were
paracetamols
going to
out.
give him
Use your
more
advocacy.
credit.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I thought you were
No?
going to give him more credit, and he was actually the pharmacist or something.
No.
Yeah,
He's the
never
one.
mind.
He's the middleman
Yeah,
between.
of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
I can
Giving
get it.
middleman energy.
Yeah.
All right. There would be more people. More people would have won majors as well while they were still around.
Yeah, Liquid would be a lot happier.
Liquid
Liquid
would be
specifically.
significantly more happier. That 5-man stack would still be together. You were the reason they broke up.
Sorry, Zai.
Unfortunate. Well, let's see what other player is on the cards that we get to talk about. If Arteezy didn't play Dota,
And same answer. NA Dota would be absolute. Honestly, just absolute shambles.
That's
Would it
I
never
fully agree.
truly started.
Yeah, Crit would have more winnings.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Easy.
No, I mean, like, he is, like, the figurehead of NA. People talk about Sumail or, like, I don't know, like, Snaking is the most winning player or whatever. But, like, Artur is and was the lifeblood of NA. When people think of North America, they think of Artur. Like, I don't... NA would be completely different. I don't know what it would be
Some
like.
of the big names in Dota that is like publicly, like Dendi, Ator, stuff like this. Dota might be smaller actually.
I think so.
If it wasn't
yeah.
for those people, right? I mean, maybe they would be taken by somebody else. I don't know how.
I mean, there was a
Kinda
lot of
hard to
social
say.
media presence around that time for
Yeah.
Dota and like figures.
But he was, like, especially electric, you know? Like, there's a reason he had 20K viewers all the time, and everyone was watching his stream. Like, if you were in Dota at the time, you were watching our TZ stream and listening to Juicy J. Like, that was just what you were
I
doing.
mean, Juicy J would be smaller.
Juicy J would be
Juicy J
smaller.
wouldn't have a
never would be
career.
popular.
He wouldn't have a career.
But
Juicy J, you better thank us.
But what would RTZ done if he didn't play Dota? Would he have just been like a scuffed DJ or something? Because you know he's so.
Maybe he would have just
music,
made it in the streamer world.
just the
instead.
streamer world in general.
Potato farmer in Russia
Yeah,
somewhere.
I think that might be the most likely.
I was trying to give a little bit of credit here.
I mean, I think Artur is very personable and he's very nice to talk to. I could see him being like a therapist or something like that. I think Artur is like
Do you think he offers good advice?
Well,
nobody's good to talk to.
Okay,
he
all
literally
right. I'm just-
says like, "GG, give up, go end." You know,
No, but it's
that's
in a
not
joke.
good
It's for-
therapy advice.
It's for fun.
What in therapy?
I've never paid a
you wanna-
therapist for fun.
Give up. Okay, that's
go
great
next, go
therapy,
next.
brother.
Yeah.
Go
Maybe
next.
they're bringing him a bad situation. You know, they're like, should I end this relationship? My partner has this toxic trait. And he's like, yeah,
like,
you're
damn,
better
man,
than
that
this.
really sucks.
Move on. You know, maybe it could be good advice.
Okay, all
I
right.
think it would be clear-cut advice. I
Yeah,
can say
very-
that one.
yeah, very
Yeah, it'd be
definitive.
clear-cut. All right, and we can cut to the next player and see where we think that they would have been. Oh, if I didn't play Dota. I mean, where I would be is pretty easy to answer.
I
Maybe
mean,
marine biologist or
An engineer.
An engineer.
I mean, I was an engineer before this, so I just wouldn't have left my career.
A mad card collector.
But I am that now, actually, and I
No,
did play Dota.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd be like ex-tenant.
like
I would be Dota, but for cards.
Yeah,
getting
you'd
some
have had like a warehouse. You wouldn't have
crazy,
left. Yeah.
crazy cat
Crazy
Crazy
cat
cat?
lady?
vibes.
I'm so allergic to cats, it's unfunny.
Wait, really?
I think you might have been a backpacker,
Yeah.
like just like full
Is that a
disheveled,
job,
just the big backpack, just like rummaging through the woods. Like I think that's very,
Hitchhiking through.
yeah, I could
Yeah.
see you hitchhiking for sure.
I could definitely see you doing that as well.
No,
100%.
absolutely. If she wasn't here, she would be in Southeast Asia hitchhiking.
Yeah.
Successfully or not? You know, like would,
What do you mean by successfully? Like,
I'd
would
still
you,
be
like, pick her
alive,
up,
so I
or-
guess
you could
that's
backpack
successful.
into like a like a hostage situation or like a you know
Just wondering.
you could like take a boat out and get hit by some pirates or something. Like like would you be good at it? Like roaming the world solo?
we can find out after this.
She'd be good at it. Not I could take care of herself.
If I didn't play Dota, where would Dota be though? OG and Ana would have one less TI.
That is true. That IO pub was like
It's true.
OP. Yeah, there we go.
I'm only joking. All right, we're gonna go to our next player there as well. Our last one,
Oh,
Misery.
Hey. Hmm.
Where would you be, Misery? We only got told time for one more. We dwelled on our tour too long.
No, it's fine.
You were next.
Was I? Nah,
Yes.
it's fine. Misery
Where would
boss.
Misery be?
Where would Dota be? Well, I wouldn't have been in Dota if it wasn't for Misery, because I got the privilege to coach
Aw.
Misery's team in South America for a year, which then catapulted me into other stuff. So without Misery, I'd be here. So thank you, Misery.
You're welcome.
There we go.
I also might not have
I just had to connect the dots, yes.
Optic might not have formed without Misery. That was the
Oh,
original
true.
5 players, so maybe Optic isn't formed.
So I invented both of you.
You
basically.
invented us.
Yeah.
You made them.
What about you, Nat? Did I invent you too somehow?
No, you didn't, but thank you.
I don't think y'all
we
had any.
can pretend that I wrote on the coattails.
There has to be something with the tree and like some connection where I invented you.
Well, I do
somewhere.
remember we met at Stockholm Major.
Okay.
Because you were TSM. We wouldn't have been friends. No, we would have been friends anyway. That's not from Misery.
I think I was playing a lot of football before Dota. I think if I didn't discover Dota and that took all my time, I might have continued playing football.
The Danish
kinda-
Ronaldo?
Maybe.
Daynaldo?
Yeah.
Daynaldo.
There's
Is
still be
Raldo?
called Misery on his shirt. That'd be hype. Football player called Misery.
That's pretty good. And look, we do have time for one more, and we've saved the best till last, of course. We could bring up our very final player. If Tiga
got
didn't
skipped
play
on that.
Dota, there would be no Position 5 doing the All-Hero Challenge.
True.
That's
And
true.
maybe there'd never be a Dota patch. Because if you don't summon a Dota
True.
patch,
Yeah.
there's
There'd be
no
no
waiting
waiting
room.
rooms.
Yeah, if there's no waiting room, there's no patch, right? So it does
You are
check out.
actually
Would we do four?
indirectly pressuring Valve to
Yeah.
release patches.
Would
By
we
your
be,
existence.
have you done 4 or 5 waiting rooms now?
like 10 plus.
What? How many patches have we had?
Ever?
It's been like 2.5 years. Of
Wow, that's actually very impressive.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And what would you be doing if you were not in Dota?
robotics.
Oh,
I
you
do have a degree in
yeah.
robotics. So it's
Yeah,
not
we had
kinda
degrees
boring,
before this.
yeah.
Not these two. But we,
No, I wouldn't be back.
we were successful without them.
Or football. You have so much better like backstories.
I feel like you could also be like the governor of like an estate, you know? Like you have like a lot of, I don't know, just somehow I feel like I picture you sitting on your lawn with a big property and you have like some, I don't know.
Well-paid, very happy workers.
Exactly.
Yes.
Everyone, you're
Yes.
bolstering the
Do this
economy.
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, you're twirling your mustache and sort of.
I can see
you
it.
know,
Well, look, either way, I'm very happy that you all played Dota because if you guys hadn't of, then I would be having 3 different people helping me break down our next series, or our first series, I should say, of the day, where we're going to be crowning one of our grand finalist participants. It's either going to be Falcons or Yandex.
Team Falcons arrive on the semi-final stage with a clinical efficiency that has defined their tournament run. Their play is a calculated machine, a testament to top-tier coordination and individual brilliance that rarely falters under pressure. Team Yandex, having secured their semi-final spot with a convincing quarter-final win, brings the momentum of a team that has only grown stronger with each match. For them, this semi-final is the ultimate opportunity, the chance to transform recent improvements and bracket success into a place among the elite. They are a cohesive unit, playing with a purpose and grit of a rising force. This meeting pits the seemingly impenetrable shield of the tournament favorite against the unstoppable spear of a team riding a wave of confidence. It is a battle for the right to be called the tournament's most consistent force. It is the machine against the momentum. It is Team Falcons against Team Yandex.
Falcons have been favorite in this tournament before, and not just in best of 3s, but in grand final best of 5s as well. It's been quite a while since we've seen this team play. It's been genuinely since the end of group stage, almost a week ago, that we have not been able to see them. But Yandex yesterday, they are all warmed up. Tuxa said they like to lose game 1 and go on, win the series. We'll see how that momentum travels for them today. And maybe you guys can give me some words on how you think this matchup really is. Is it as one-sided as everyone would like to see?
Yes.
Okay.
And to put words in Quinn's mouth that he said out, they have no chance against Falcons.
Did you say that?
Yeah, he did. Quinn,
I may have said that.
Okay.
like, percentage-wise, right?
I'll
Quinn,
try.
Where are we leaning right now, percentage-wise? Falcons to win.
Oh, man. I might go 90-10.
90-10.
Oh, really? Are you going
Misery,
that-
where are we leaning?
I'd give Yandex 30.
So
30-70?
25-30. Yeah, I think there's always a world. I think it's like every new series, there's kind of a reset button, right? That kind of both teams are somewhat even.
Yeah.
Of course, Falcons are clear favorites, but I don't know. We have seen Falcons struggle a little bit more lately, perhaps, than they haven't looked that unstoppable.
Where would you put it, T? Because you seemed very heavily favored and that there was no chance for Yandex.
Yeah, it's like 95-5, I'd say, for Falcons. Right?
Wow,
Because
okay.
so
Well, let's
far
talk
in
about the 5%.
I wouldn't go that far.
Let's go the 5% first then, because maybe you don't have as much to talk about. So we can start with Yandex and have a chat about their roster when we got to see them yesterday and the way that they were pairing up against their best of 3 opponent, OG.
Again, the reason why I say that is because Yandex so far have not beat Falcons in the year. They've lost 1 best of 3, 2-0. They lost a best of 1, 1-0. And Yandex, it's a little bit scary, but that's the thing. When you look at the group stage, the trajectory that we're on, the momentum that we just heard about, it is on them to kind of use all of this to try and beat Falcons, who are, you know, somewhat unstoppable, at least in regards to what this tournament is producing. And yeah, I'd say in this form, they have a shot. I didn't give a high shot, but they have a shot.
I hope that Yandex don't overthink the series too much and overthink Falcons and fall into the trap that teams sometimes do against Falcons, where they don't really play their own game, but they try to counter those heroes of Falcons that we see all the time. And then, yeah, they just don't look like a team. But, I mean, that's also the strength of Falcons. They're always able to dismantle their enemies.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of, like, why that win gap is so big, why I think it's 90-10, is that Falcons have some degree of aura right now. I think that's something that's not talked about that much, but whenever a team is winning constantly, they get kind of scary, and people play worse against them specifically. Even if they wouldn't play worse on stage, against Falcons, a lot of teams will play worse, or against Tundra, against the teams that are winning tournaments, they will be kind of scared, and they'll play a little different.
I don't know. I have faith in Watson and his Panda hat. I feel like it's hard to bat against that. And I know yesterday, Watson in his winners interview was really hyping up the fact that having Saxa on the team has helped elevate them a lot. We got to talk to Saxa himself here on the panel as well and break it down a little bit more. But it's been a while since Saxa has gotten that win for himself. But he is also the only LAN winner, I'm going to say here, on this 5-stack of Yandex.
Yeah, I mean, Saxa is obviously an incredible player, and I think he is... If they're going to win the series, I think he's going to be the key to that. He is, the last time he won a tournament was against Falcons. He played on Tundra, a team that had historically a very good record against Falcons, and he understands how to beat them, right? So I think they have, compared to Yandex without Saxa or a different player there, it's a very different series because I think he understands how to beat them, and Saxa is not someone who's going to be phased by their aura, by that pressure, right? He's going to go into the series and he's going to play very well, and I think he's also going to instill confidence in them. The fact, like you said, you heard Watts talking about it, he has a TI winner on his team. I think that gives you confidence and gives you belief in yourself that, hey, we have a TI winner, they're TI winners, we're the same, we can win.
Yeah, well, some of the players did actually have a sit down and talk to us before this matchup, and I believe they had some words about having that sort of buff on their team.
I think to play with Saxa, I like his ideas and his experience.
It's very good to have Saxa in our team because he is a winner, have a lot of experience, he is helping us because we like... Okay, I'm not young anymore, but we have like mid player and offlane who needs like help a bit. So yeah, it's pretty good to have Saxa in the team.
It's nice to hear about that. There's other ways where he's like acknowledging, yeah, I'm not that young man that I was however many years ago when I won TI. What was that, 2 years ago, 3 years ago now? And instead, he's someone that's going to be there for the young players on the team, on the roster T, and really help elevate them in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, we had from the interview yesterday, like how they're talking about how Sax is helping. There are a lot of friends who can talk about common ideas together. I think the fact they all share a good, equal understanding of Dota helps a lot. And I'm really looking at after game one, if they are to lose to Falcons, it is going to be Saxa and kind of the mature players like Watson or maybe Malady, who's going to bring the other two into understanding the defeat or understanding why they won as well. Because beating Falcons in one game, you still need to close out the best of three. So win or lose, I'm really looking at the mature players to step up and actually conclude why they won or lost to push them to maybe closing out the series.
I mean, in Yandex's defense, I think there's not much pressure on them at all. Like, we're talking about 90-10, 95-10, right? We also heard Saxa yesterday talk about how in Tundra there was a lot of pressure on the team and on him, and in this team it's different. So I think they can play freely and they can chill and have fun and not worry so much about winning or losing.
I do also think over time, right, where it's like he makes that change. He was always kind of on this Tundra roster. He takes a break. He comes back. He's still on a Tundra roster. Now he's gone to a completely different team. At the start of this lineup forming, I think there was still that pressure. And now he's eased into there not being that much pressure. But yesterday, there were a couple of slip-ups. Despite the fact that they won the series, it wasn't clean by any means, especially with the fact that it could have potentially been a 2-0 for them. They had game one in the bag.
Yeah, and when we talk about development for a series, looking at the maturity, I think the game one highlight that we're going to show you, it's proof that they can do this development, right? Because in game one, when OG actually closed out the win, they're 5k up. Yandex, you can already see here, like Watson, he's blinking, he's forcing his team from a really nice position to the right side of the tier 2, to then dive behind the tier 2, even kind of getting close to that tier 3 area. Like, these are the moves that Falcons will punish you. But after this game 1, when the Yandex lost, they adjusted, they demolished OG in game 2. Going into game 3, their team fighting, noticed on the Slardar, was insane. Absolute MVP performance of that game. So I feel like Yandex, we are seeing the signs of development, the weaknesses, that they're not like a perfectly polished team. But the fact that they didn't make these mistakes in the 2 games after to then convert and get to the semifinals is proof that what we're asking for them is what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, they are a team that will continue to improve, right? They are a new team. They have players who've just joined them. Like, they are working on things and fixing stuff, whereas I think Falcons is in a position of maintaining. I think when you're at the top like this, it's very difficult to actually push yourself to continue to improve. And so much of what your day-to-day becomes is just trying to stay on where you are, right? But Yandex is coming for them, and it's much easier to improve and to get better whenever you're not at the top. And so Yandex is going to be improving, I think, at a faster rate than Falcons. So if they're able to take the most from these series and learn, then they do have the potential to get better faster and to maybe reach Falcons.
Yeah, and we had words just before without our players talking about Saxa, but there was even more said before this series as well.
Laning and playing with Watson sometimes is a pleasure because when he tryhards, it's like really good to see that he's tryharding. But sometimes he plays not his type of heroes and he just completely ruins the games. So yeah, sometimes I just want to get out of the game as fast as I can.
Laning with Melody is very good. They're like, I don't know, we played together for already maybe 3 years. So yeah, sometimes pretty bad, sometimes pretty good.
I do like that. That was very honest. It's like sometimes really good.
Yeah.
And then there's some games where I'm ready to get out of that as soon as possible. Please, ASAP, get me out of this game.
Everyone's human. You're going to make the odd mistake. Even if you know a certain lane matchup, like let's say Crystal Maiden, Pudge, and you're Frostbite and you hook, like you're going to make a mistake at some point. You missed a hook or whatever. It's going to... These things happen. It's okay.
I mean, from playing with them, they're definitely 2 players who are very honest with each other. And I think it's in a good way. Like, after games, they will immediately start talking in Russian and bickering together about what the lane happened in lane, what they should have done better. And they're not mad at each other. They're really good friends, but they're super open. And I think it's one of the best things about them as a duo. And I think why they're a strong duo, why we like playing with them, is because they fix problems, right? They are problem fixers. They're not someone who's going to let stuff lie, who they're going to have issues in laning, they're going to keep losing lanes, and they're going to keep losing the same way. No, they're going to go and they're going to talk about this crap, and they're going to maybe yell at each other if they need to, but they're going to fix the problems, and that's what matters.
That's impressive because it's hard to not take those things personally. You know, it's hard to not be like, oh, this person has an issue. It's me that they're angry at. No, it's just the situation, how things played out. So that's very impressive, very amicable there. And I want to talk about things a little bit more on a broader scale, not so much just the teams and how they're playing, how they are going to be in specific matchups, but kind of their odds of what's been happening throughout the season so far for Dota, everything since post-TI. This is the 4th tournament on the roster, the schedule, that's what I'm looking for there. And for Blastland 4, we had Tundra taking it. For Fissure, that went to the side of Falcons. For Valaya Season 6, that was MOUZ. And so 3 out of our 4 top teams have won a previous LAN this season.
So Yandex should take Blast.
So then that's right. That's going to be Yandex's logo right there at the bottom.
There it is.
I mean, that would be beautiful for the sake of Dota, having just teams winning every one. But the fact is, when you close out this year, if you have won a majority of the tournaments, you know, I'm a sucker for TI, right? I love the event already, right? When you think about the end of 2025, move to 2026, if you've got a majority tournament wins, you're already in the mind like, well, that's maybe an invite, right? So for Falcons or MOUZ or Tundra, just dominate 2025, and then next year it's like, all right, we can chill just a little bit if we have to. But yeah, getting the majority of wins in a year already is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Falcons team is... Their ability to continually win tournaments is so impressive. I think most players go their entire career without winning any tournaments, but Falcons have had this ability, and all of their players individually, to win so many tournaments and to keep having that success. I think it's genuinely crazy and almost unprecedented. And so I think, you know, watching this team play and thinking about how they tick and all these things is so interesting because of their success rate.
I want to reword that lower third just a little bit, right? Because they're saying since TI, Falcons have won one event. Yes, they've gotten second at another. They didn't participate in the 3rd, and now in the 4th, they're top 4. So if you think about it, 3 out of 3 that they've made, bare minimum top 4. This is very reminiscent of the first year that Falcons formed, where their lowest placing in any event they participated in was 4th. That was at TI. Before that, it was 3rd at EWC, and every other event, it was 1st or 2nd.
It just obviously it makes sense why they're doing well, but it also doesn't make sense to put that much, that many trophies, that many kind of prestigious placements in a tournament to a single team. And the fact is, these 5 players, right, at the end of this year, maybe next year, they will become the most experienced 5-stack in the history of Dota. They're going to overtake some of the legacy rosters like the old school alliance, stuff like that. Like, they are on this path. If they do remain together, of course, why would they ever change roster? But yeah, by the end of 2026, we're going to be talking about so many things about this roster and what they've been able to achieve in their very short span together.
I think something that's also underlooked, I mean, we kind of know because we talk about it all the time, but the play is one thing, right? How good they are individually and as a team as well. But another thing is their structure and their discipline and their ability to just think of Dota so mechanically and methodically always and just stick to it. They never fuck around. They just never allow themselves to do it. And it's really impressive, honestly. I think that's a really impressive fact.
Other than when they want to ban. When they already qualified to the event and they want to ban Visage, Spectre in the first phase bans, that's their way of fucking around. It's like, ooh, we're going to...
Even then, it's still
I know. The rest of their draft was still like Gyro, Chen, and all this stuff, but they had a little bit of fun with the bans, guys. But yes, Misery is 100% correct. They stay true to themselves.
Do you feel that it's so hard to, right? And you don't necessarily want to do this, but is there a play that you think when you look at this team, you're like, wow, as an individual, I could potentially see them on another roster or a different team and they could still have this sort of success. Maybe not as consistent as what they're getting with Falcons, but is such a key player for this roster.
I mean, I think all of them could, but if someone stands out to me, it's Amar. I think his talent and his skill is genuinely crazy. We looked at the numbers for this. Of all the events he's played, he's in the grand finals in almost half of them.
Wow.
And he has won almost 1/3 of the tier 1 events he's in. So that it's just unbelievable, really. To win 1/3 almost of the tier 1 events you go to is completely crazy.
Did we look into your stats?
They're not even close to that. They're like, it's like 1 out of 15 or something.
But again, like Amar, the fact that it's like he's done it on, of course, OG. He done it on Falcons. When he first entered in like 2021, 2022 on Creepwave, he also still got, I think, top 10 on the Creepwave stack. So it's like his first big entry to tier 1 wasn't even like a last place. Where it's like, congratulations, you got to your first event. Now you just bomb out. No, he's still made to top 10, transitioned to the other rosters and goes all the way up, right? So it's just, yeah, the concept of Amar, like he's one of the players that any roster he goes to, you could probably make them shine and get to a top 3, top 6, right? Other teams, or even win, sorry. But other players, you put them in another roster, they're not going to shine. They need to be part of the system that they're in, right? But Amar, he can create any system in any team, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, build on top of this praise is that he's also the drafter, right? And he's also doing all the prep for the most part. And I mean, it's just incredible. And he's so young as well. It's pretty crazy how fast he became like the best player.
Yeah, and we were talking about it backstage, like, our individual experiences with him. Like, I'm playing mid and I want to gank this guy, and I can't. He's always full HP with the 21. I don't know how. He's like, it's genuinely crazy. Like, Misery was talking about it too. Like, it's so hard to kill this guy.
At first, when you started this sentence, I thought you were going to talk about, like, on a personal level, your experiences with him, but then you...
My Dota personal.
I know why. Yeah. I know why. Because mid laners, they always scream for supports to go mid. So when the mid cries and the supports go mid, the off laner doesn't get any pressure. He's full HP. So when the mid then looks at the off laner, you've already wasted the map play because you've called everyone to the mid lane, Quinn. So I could answer it for yeah.
It actually is true. And it's the same thing. We were in under what Quinn's point's true.
No, my point's true. No.
Yeah.
Misery.
So basically, we were playing in Hellbears, right? With Ace and Tofu and Stormstormer, Gilgia. And we played against Amar in the beginning of his career. And he was so annoying to play against. He was playing MOUZ back then, going his triple bracer. And he was always full HP. He could never get harassed. He was like dancing around the edge of your range. And we specifically started playing a strategy to just, let's fuck Amar. Ember Spirit carry. He can't dodge the slide. Just keep harassing him. We have an Invoker mid on Stormstormer. And we just kept killing him like that. And it worked out. We beat him like that.
Yeah, you probably tilted him a little bit in game as well.
Probably did. But I mean,
it was great.
He is incredibly good at laning, and there's just something about the way that he moves around that just makes it so hard to harass him.
For sure. And before we walk down memory lane any further, we're going to stay here and now in the present and hear some words from Amar.
My Pangolier is the best in the world because I'm the best in the world. I have so many signature heroes and just has to be one of them, and one of my best ones too. Just first pick the most damaged hero you can ever think of. I will tell you, one good one is Husker Warrior. trust me, it works. My favorite hero, well, it has been changing for every year. Currently, it's Doom. It has to be Doom. It's my highest win rate hero. It has 80% win rate in like almost 100 games, competitively.
Okay. Bit more insight there about Huska, Doom. Although he's not really playing it, so even though he thinks this year it's his highest win rate, in competitive, it's not being shown that much, T.
Well, actually, it's 96 games or more, not over 100.
Go up there, tell him.
How odds on?
Well, no, I have to ask you odds on.
Actually, my bad. Yeah, sure.
Odds on. 5. Really? You have to count us down, and then we both say a number, and if it's the same number, he has to go do it.
I don't really remember how this game works.
You just count us down from 3, idiot.
3, 2, 1,
4. You have to go do it now.
Okay.
What is going
on? All right, T's going to go up there, and he's going to go tell Amar that actually he's only played 96 games of Doom this year and not 100. So while that's happening, we can just talk about Falcons in general. And Amar actually sounded a little bit sick in that game, so I'm not sure he's... Okay, T's actually checking if he's allowed to do it first.
He's telling bonkers.
Oh, it's fine. Just do it. That's what Bonkers says. He's like, oh, fuck him. Just do it. Amar doesn't care. Just go on.
Hey, respect the T for owning
Dude,
up
I
to
can't
his
believe he's
words.
actually doing this.
Yeah, that's good. He scared the crap out of him.
He's electrocuted.
Okay, he's backing out. He's backing out. He's
What
backing
the
out.
hell?
He said, no, don't talk to me.
You just bail out on that?
You got halfway there. You got 80% of the way there, T.
I apologize. We just had an electric shock, all right? I went to grab him, like, I went to tap him on the shoulder. We had the biggest electric shock of my life.
Okay, I thought
And
maybe
then
you
as
had
soon
to
as that
startle
happened,
him.
I looked at his, like, analyst, like, dude helping him, Bonkers, great guy, and I panicked and ran away. So now Bonkers is saving face. We're in the moment, boys.
Yeah, you kind of did. You genuinely got 80% of the way there. You should just
I was about
admit
to ask him, but then I went,
Imagine how Amar felt.
Yeah, he just looked at me.
You literally walked over, you just shocked him,
Bro,
and
to be
then
fair,
walked away.
he was literally A-clicking on D.
As a Yandex teammate.
Just to be clear, right? He was A-clicking in a demo mode, just watching a hero die. He was doing nothing.
So then why didn't you?
Because I panicked when I electric shocked it. What do you do? What do I do?
You stay there. You
TI
go, hey,
winner,
man, I'm so
Amar?
sorry. Didn't know that was going to happen. Just wanted to correct you.
Yeah, I didn't have the social confidence.
Very important
right, we'll work
business
on
to
it.
conduct.
Yeah, I just ran away from him.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay, so
I've won every bridge.
While T is trying to fix his relationship with Amar and work on his social confidence over there, we can refocus back up and talk about Falcons a little bit more. We've talked about Amar, his win rate here. Did you guys go in and deep dive on Malrine at all with his tier 1?
No, we
presence?
didn't.
Probably, it's probably relatively equal, to be fair. Like, Malrine's career, the trajectory with Creepwave in its start, of course, Amar went to OG, Malrine didn't, and then, of course, they joined Falcons together. So I'd argue maybe it's like you just knock off like 5-6 tournaments and then kind of going to be the same.
Now, I think we should talk about Falcons' best heroes.
Okay.
The heroes they
that's
always
more
pick.
important than the
If
players.
you leave them in the pool, they will pick them. And there's 5 of them. And they pick your poison type of heroes. You don't want to play against these heroes when it's Falcons. You can see it in the win rate as well. Huska, I mean, you gave away Huska, you're going to lose. It's guaranteed. Dragonite, it's almost guaranteed, and then the win rates go down a little bit. But these heroes, yeah, it's a problem.
Now, is there only 5 heroes that are this impactful?
There's
or is
a
it
lot
one
of
those things
heroes.
Okay.
And I think one hero that's underlooked quite a bit against Falcons is the Pangolier, like Amar was talking about as well. These 2 guys maybe play the best Pangoliers in the world. They have insane win rate on this hero and insane impact always, and it ties their entire lineup together pretty much always. He offers so much damage, and stun is a flex in the draft as well. So I really feel like this is actually even more of a key hero for Falcons than any other hero.
Yeah, I think it's really big, and I think if you look at the series that Falcons lost in the grand finals, it was this Pango being banned. I think was honestly one of the biggest determining factors. Tundra had really great bans, and they never gave them this Pango after they lost to it in that first game.
I mean, I also just want to show a quick clip and demo because this hero looks so broken in some games. Look at the amount of damage. It's one combo, yeah? 1,100 damage. Just diffusal blast and trades. It's so much damage. And this is without counting the passive. It's without countering the fact that he has the broken spell of roll as well. I don't know. This hero is just too good. It's too good. So I
That's
think
why
really
Quinn played it so much.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was even better then somehow. It's been nerfed like
picking
for
it
like
in
2 years
2025.
straight, maybe even longer, and it's still good.
Yeah, actually 2 years has been nerfed. That's crazy.
Yeah, the hero was messed up.
So
That's actually insane now to really think about it in retrospect. Holy shit.
So realistically, I think maybe these 5 pick your poison heroes.
It's like 6.
They're a bait. They're you think these are the heroes you need to ban, but actually you need to focus on the Pangolier. Because this is the glue.
The glue that brings it all together?
To some extent.
I mean, the problem is you now ban Pango, and then the glue will shift to a different hero, right? So it's like they're just so good on the core 5 that we now praise Pangolier, and it's like at any point with Falcons, I think the reason why they are one of the best teams in the world, the best team in the world, is they find these heroes, and it's like the starting point, and every like following hero perfectly enables that one hero. Other teams will pick a hero and kind of stumble their way and try and do something else. Like they always make the first hero shine in their drafts, right? Other teams don't do that. So it doesn't matter if it's a Pango or a Chen or a Naga, Timber, whatever. That hero that's locked in early or second phase will shine for them.
I just think the Pangolier always sneaks through, and then they get it somewhere in the second phase, and then he gives them the stun and the damage and everything for them to play these Chens and these
OP second phase ban.
I mean, I just think this hero is a glue because he offers the tools that they need to build a really strong draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, I think part of that is why I think Yandex actually does have a shot, is that I think Saxa on Tundra is one of the best teams at banning these heroes and deciding like what really matters. Like I remember playing against them and they would ban heroes and be like, bro, we wanted that. And it wasn't even like a clear ban. And so I think Saxa, if he takes that, you know, that type of stuff from Tundra and they're able to apply those bans well and really decide, like I'm really curious to see what they choose to ban. If they've got, you know, really clean decisions on that and they play really well, like I think I think they have the potential to figure out this draft.
Would you like to shift your arbitrary chances then for Yandex? Are you going to increase it from 10% now that we've talked what feels like for the last 15 minutes of both teams and we've talked about everything? Do your odds change?
I'll give it 87-13.
Okay.
I'll get it a 90-10.
You're 90-10 now, so you
I've shifted down 5%.
You want 3 more percent?
Yep.
I'm sticking with 30.
That's true. Yours was already
30,
pretty
70.
generous. I feel like yours might be, 30, 70. That feels like it's not too bad. And look, it doesn't matter what sort of arbitrary numbers you guys want to give it. Either way, we know there is going to be a lot of Dota happening. Hopefully a game number 3. But right now, we're still looking towards that game 1. We're still looking to start our best of 3, which will be happening after T goes and apologizes to Amar.
Hey guys, we're going to do another Dota 2 tier list, this time patches and changes.
All right, what do we have here? Aghanim's Shard.
That made things fun.
It did. It's basically another ability that you got. Like before, we only had like 4 abilities, then we added, maybe some heroes had 5. Suddenly, you have Aghanim's Shard as well, plus the Aghanims. This was a pretty cool addition.
I think, I don't know, fun-wise, that's like A for me?
I think we're going to put it here on A. Shrines. Well, you don't
shrines?
Yeah, you don't like those ones?
Wait, which ones are we talking about? The moonwells in the base or the shrines that are now outposts? Because we had one point where there were shrines in the base, that sucked, and then there were shrines outside of the base, and that sucked more.
Yeah, but I think the ones that sucked the most were actually the moonwells, as you like to call them, the ones
for
where
high ground defense.
For the high ground defense, where you could just instantly click on them and get the healing out.
D for dislike.
We're gonna put it down here. I really hated those ones. Bottle is not refillable anymore. This is one of the recent changes, which did change a lot when we added the water runes as well. This is one of the better ones, I would say, from a support perspective.
And it also makes mid lane more skill-based, right? Like, having water runes and the bottle refill was kind of boring.
It was.
But it's good. It's
it
like,
did change Dota a lot.
It's like low A, high B.
All right, we can put it here in between.
We're just bending the rules. B+.
A-. Ooh, this is one of the biggest changes.
Oh, wow.
Neutral items.
I think we both like it when new stuff gets added to the game, but
Ballista.
But is this on release? Because I think in general, neutral items are pretty cool.
They're pretty cool. I agree. No, I'm just thinking about Ballista Sniper, where you like Sniper Drow Ranger, where you couldn't push the high ground.
It was nasty. So I think that takes it down. I think that's fun now,
fun.
But it takes it down a notch, and I would put it like B again.
B again. Techie's rework.
I think this saved a lot of people from spending money on therapy.
I don't care about your opinion, Gary.
This saved thousands of dollars in therapy fees for Dota
put it here. This is one of the best changes in Dota that did happen just because you couldn't play the game. Like, we're talking about the bombs being like remotely placed. Like, you show up, it's so funny, I killed you, I'm not even there.
If Slacks was here, it would be in D. He'd be put in D for sure, but we are normal human beings.
Yeah, exactly.
Balanced.
Not a techies player, so talents added.
On release, there was some exploitable busted stuff.
Yes, it takes time.
The gold per minute talents, respawn time talents.
Those were OP.
They were pretty broken.
Yeah, I remember Lena, I think think we talk about it a lot from time to time when we...
With Bloodstone,
Lina, respawn talent, Aegis, buyback, that you had like 3-4 lives pretty much. But talents overall,
A.
All right.
Should we move these down to B?
B as bottle not refillable.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And bootral items.
Tome of Experience added.
Oh, added. S. Loved it.
I think this is S tier.
I think it's S tier. This is also back in the days when supports had nothing. Did we have to buy courier then? No, we already had couriers per player. The game was more expensive for supports, so that
This was a really good addition for the supports.
Universal basic income for support. It was great.
Final one. This is
the
actually
last one.
the final one, the really last one. Courier for all.
S plus, triple S, quadruple S. I don't have to buy courier. I don't get flamed. The courier doesn't die. I can bring items to myself.
So we got all the S tiers. Like, we got really good stuff. I think this was the great
Screw
improvement.
these
Like,
guys.
the combination between this and this made Dota so much more enjoyable for the supports.
Like the support's dream right here.
And it's great. I think the game is in a good state for the supports as well. You can actually carry the game from the support role as well, which is always going to be fun.
You're an offlane player. How do you know?
All right, are you guys still awake over here, Chengdu?
现场的朋友们，你们准备好了吗？
Ah, there we go. All right, Dove. We are getting ready for our first series of the day. Pretty exciting stuff, of course. We got Team Falcons, the team everybody's scared of, versus Yandex, which is the up-and-coming underdogs.
没有错，我们即将对战的这两支队伍呢，一支是夺冠热门大魔王 Falcons， 一支是在昨天让我们看到了他们夺冠潜力的黑马战队 Yandex。这两支队伍相信一定会非常的激烈。
Now, I am interested in the crowd. Are you guys underdog fans? Can I hear a cheer if you guys think that Yandex deserves to win this one?
我们来问一下现场的观众朋友们吧，你们认为这支黑马战队 Yandex 能否拿下这场比赛的胜利呢？
Okay, all right, we got some underdog lovers. How about Team Falcons? You guys think Falcons should win?
Falcons 呢？
Oh, dang. All right. Well, in the best spirit for both of our contenders, how about we give it up one more time? Chengdu, can you blow the roof off this place for both these teams?
让我们听到你们的声音吧，成都。
All right, well then let's get these players out here.
让我们有请他们登场。 Hard support 5号位 Snaking versus Melody。 Soft support 4号位 Grid versus Saksa。 Offlane 3号位 ATF versus Noticed。 Mid 2号位 Malrain versus Shira Jr. Carry 1号位 Skitter versus Watson。 5
Falcons and Yandex. Yandex taken to the stage for the second time here in Chengdu. A lot of cheers in the crowd for different roles. The thing is, when you have both teams walking out at the same time, is it for one side? Is it just for that specific player? But there was a lot of cheers for, I'm going to say, Watson's panda hat.
Yeah, I can't get over the fact that Watson also, when he's like face to face with Skinner, death staring him basically, he's just going, panda, panda, like just doing the little, the ear thing. Like, how do you deal with that as your Skinner? You have to just laugh it off. You guys just emoting on him.
Yeah, Watson is peak goober, and I think it's good to have that going into the series, to stay a little light, to not feel too stressed and bogged down if you're Yandex. So you're going into this and it's like, it's fine, I got my panda hat on, we're chilling and we're gonna play some Dota. Like, I think that's the outlook and the vibe you want to have your Yandex going into this.
I feel like both Malady and Watson brings that energy, right? From watching the interview.
Malady's a goon for sure.
Yeah.
Malady and Snay actually were both having a bit of a chat towards the end of their walk as well. And I like whenever we get to have a hypothetical. What do you think they were talking about?
Are you going to use the bugged ward? Are you going to use the bugged courier? Have you renamed your sentry to be observer ward? Like, what little mini games have you done?
I think both of them have already done all those things. I mean, I think they were talking about which stage they were going to. Like,
I think so too.
I think Malady was like, wait, which one is it? Or Snay was like,
we going left, we going right? Yeah.
Also, be mentioning how much more people we have here today. It's kind of nice. It's a nice crowd
very hyped.
today.
The crowd was going wild for them.
They're kind of, I'm leaning Falcons, right? For fans and general vibes, right? Because like we had a little bit of a, like a snaking hand raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, then like I feel like, of course, Falcons did do a little bit of a number on XG recently. So if you are Chinese fans, you probably just go for the team that knocked out your team. So yeah, Falcons probably should be a crowd favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, there was a surprising amount of cheers for Mallory. I didn't expect him to be a fan favorite, but I felt like the loudest cheers were for Mallory. I thought it would be for like...
That was actually just you. You were just hearing yourself.
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, sorry about that.
Calm down.
I scratched that.
No, there were a lot for Valorine as well. And do you guys feel, though, with having so many people in the audience, that this helps Falcons, hinders Yandex, vice versa? Is it just doesn't even matter anymore because Falcons are so used to this and Yandex were here yesterday?
I think it boosts both teams, honestly. I think they're both pretty excited to play in front of a large crowd like this. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think it's just more fun, honestly. I think both of them have played enough. Like you said, Yandex have already played on the stage once. They know they're the underdogs. I think they understand that. And so I think having the crowd there just makes it more fun, really. I'm not even sure if it affects their play as much as it's just like, it's just cool, the energy is just great.
I mean, it's just more satisfying, right? Like if you are to get a big moment in the game, or again, you win the game in its entirety, just having the crowd there just to kind of confirm, like, yes, you did it, you're the team that won, etc. Like, it feels great. One thing do you have the answer to this? Both in Slam 4 and Slam 5, at the start of the draft, we were sitting on the floor. I don't see I've seen ever coach sit on the floor during the start of a draft.
He always sits down, though.
Exactly.
He does always sit down.
Like, coaches either take the main seat of a player, or they stand behind the
He doesn't want
player.
to be button clicker, I think.
Yeah, but again, a floor sitter, that is something I've not seen from coaches.
We can ask him about it later if you are so inclined to get to the bottom
I will
of
be
that
asking
one.
this, yes.
But we can talk about draft in general and maybe some of the prep that Falcons have been able to do against Yandex. They knew 24 hours ago roughly that they would be facing up against Yandex. Could have started their in-depth prep there. And are there any must-ban out heroes? Because we've already talked about what you have to be wary for from Falcons, but what about for Falcons?
I think maybe the Slaughter is an interesting hero that I don't think Falcons are looking at too much, but it's a hero that Yandex relies on quite a bit.
Yeah, we saw Notice have a great game on it in the game 3, and I think, to be honest, the first phase bans I think are going to be somewhat the stock standard ones. I think Falcons just going to go down the line and ban the typical broken heroes because, Yandex does play them. I think it's the Slardar. Maybe you think about even banning the Sand King or things like that. I think you're banning the melee jumper flexes that Yandex does have because I don't think they have too many of them. So maybe Falcons is like, okay, you have these 2 or these 3, and we're going to get rid of these.
Yeah, I'd even say potentially the like a Shadow Demon could be a pretty good option for banning out as well.
Yeah.
If you are Falcons banning into the Yandex, it's actually played it a couple times in the group stage. Since then, it's been kind of like an auto ban for most teams. The thing is, when a hero becomes an auto ban, Falcons often will let it into the pool because, like, you know what? If other teams are scared of it, I don't think we should be scared of it. But again, Shadow Demon will be a contested hero, I feel, coming into this first game.
I do know that we've been talking a while before this, and we'll probably be talking a little bit more because I want to let everyone know that there are some tech issues happening right now, not fully within our control. So we're going to try and get the draft as soon as possible. But if you hear us yapping for quite a bit more time, just know that that's why. It's not because we love to hear our own voices, but there is so much more to talk about.
Good thing we launched the Bolt podcast yesterday.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Now we can do episode
Okay, but
2.
I did hear Quinn did not shape his hair, so therefore I am not shaping mine either.
Welcome to the board. Both Nat and Quinn will be joining us in the board department upon their entry.
You gotta call it Bald Chat.
Bald Chat, yeah, it's really good. We can rival them. Yeah, honestly, it's great. We can talk about it after the panel. But I'm really happy the players are grateful enough to have tech issues whilst we're not on the draft panel, right? Now we have 4 people. We have that extra.
I like listening to you guys.
I don't like listening to myself.
To be fair, like looking at AOI there on the floor,
I can't see him.
I wouldn't mind sitting down paneling.
Okay, you're welcome to.
It's very cozy, yeah.
Sitting in the lotus position.
Yeah.
Lotus position.
Yeah, or whatever you call it.
Is that that's the cross-legged one when you do it the inverse? Well, we've
Guys, he's
dealt
just
with
sitting
it
on the floor.
very quickly.
Whatever. We don't
Yeah.
have to talk about yoga poses.
Yeah, look at XL though, man. He's standing. That's
Yeah.
like he's got more confidence in his draft. He's not having to sit on the floor.
Which
ground
player do you
himself.
think has the best team profile picture?
Well, that's a good question. Although the fans can't see this.
I was
but
gonna say
I'm
no one at home can
No
see
one can
this.
see this.
But we could describe the best one.
I mean, it's obviously a MOUZ, right?
I think
It's
Amar.
just-
I
it's
think
just creep
Amar is
is
classic.
nostalgia. The man on the screen, right? Of course, we spoke about him to great lengths in this segment, right? He started his career, right? 2021, 4 years later, wins a TI, wins multiple Tier 1 events. Like, yeah.
No, wait, Malreens is the best. It's the photo of him and Amar on the floor from TI.
Oh, that is an iconic picture, to be fair. The gold confetti. Whew.
But I also like Crits. It's this picture of like Dark Willow in the woods, and he's had it for years and years and years and years. And I like when people have legacy profile pictures they've had for a long time.
You're just nostalgia pilled.
Yeah.
You've never changed your Steam profile picture.
No, I changed it one time to Hamilton, and I changed it back.
Okay, great.
Look at that Falcon. What do you call that?
Letterman?
Bomber jacket
Yeah.
right there.
We do a little
That's cool.
sales pitch for the jacket now. I like how
mean,
clearly
it's
there's a
on
direct
camera.
line between the cameraman as well. We say bomber jacket, he goes bomber jacket. Oh, look at Crit's keyboard. That's green. Yo, we have permanent control.
And also using the hand warmers.
Yeah, that's
the
good.
Players, of course, are provided to keep their hands warm.
That's good.
It is quite chilly in the arena.
Oh, let's go, camera guy.
Camera guy, yeah, thank you.
I mean, also playing with like, unironically, playing with cold hands is like actually the worst. Like you have to take it in consideration. Like you wear a jacket, you put your hands in your pockets going into the stadium. Like you use hand warmers. You gotta.
You said you were going under the like the hot water, right? The rinsing.
Yeah, like before I go on stage, I like run my hands under hot water if it was really cold, and then I put on my jacket, and I don't take them out until I'm like ready to play because you
We
gotta.
have Control T. We could ask. Oh, it's got to go back to the other cameraman, I think. But we could ask for a close up of Owie sitting on the ground.
We already have. He did.
No, we want another one.
Another one?
We
Okay,
can. There we
there
go. Now we can see what position. It really was Misery. If you were right.
Show us his legs.
I think he's just normal cross-legged.
That's just a normal, simple
Yeah,
cross
that's
leg.
just a normal, simple
This
cross-legged.
guy, yeah, this guy is just doing a.
His shoes are cool.
That's nice shoes, yeah.
Okay, rank the fashion of the 10 players and 2 coaches on stage right now.
I gotta say though, Falcons, like, you know when we say they're methodical and like they know their fundamentals, right? They like their uniform, their outfit also kind of it fits that as well. Like when I look at it, I'm like, that is a very disciplined looking team. It's not like no cheap looking jersey, no little plasticky thing, right? It just feels like they are the complete team, both in play and outfit.
Well, finally, this broadcast is going to be complete because our best of 3 is kicking off. A draft for our game number 1 is soon to be underway.
All right, Saxa, let's see who actually carried TI-11.
I will destroy Falcons today because Amar messaged me in Instagram that like beat OG and then I eliminate you later. And I said I will destroy him.
Words I have for Team Yandex. We will send them home before game 1 even finishes.
Game 1 draft of Falcons versus Yandex will be starting very, very shortly. And yeah, we keep talking about Yandex being kind of the underdog in this situation. We gave the percentages earlier, the fact they have this hill to climb. We've mentioned already heroes, but again, where would you want to start realistically if you're Yandex? What player is the focus for this first game draft?
I mean, honestly, I think the coolest thing would be if they went the route of leaving everything in the pool and then and banning Pangolier and banning like specific Falcons heroes, leaving all the stereotypical broken heroes, like leave Naga Siren, leave Chen, like leave both, right? They can't take Naga and Chen.
Yeah.
Leave a bunch of stuff.
I was just thinking the same thing. We talked about it in the groups. We haven't seen anyone actually attempt doing this. Of course, they're first pick this game, so it's less likely that they will actually do it from this position. But yeah, Husker ban, not too surprising. We saw the 100% win rate earlier.
Yeah, so as soon as they pick it, the game is over, so it's good they banned it.
Yep, and there's the Timbersaw and the Naga.
Yeah, so they did ban the Slaughter, like you said. I think that makes a lot of sense. Here, Yandex likes a lot, and Falcons, they played offlane sometimes, but that's kind of it. They don't really play mid at all, and Namar doesn't super like it.
I think for Yandex now, it's kind of a discussion on pretty much what, Chen or DK, right? Whichever one they ban, if they don't pick it up themselves, Falcons will probably look towards it, and they do go for the Pangolier ban.
Now DK's in the pool, though.
Yeah, but you take... Shadow, we mentioned Shadow earlier.
So that's a pre-counter to the DK in some aspects, so this is a pretty nice opening for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. If they picked DK and didn't ban Pango, Falcons would take it. If they banned the Pango, they would take Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon's good against DK. And Yandex also doesn't really want to be playing the DK, so we'll have to see if Falcons still decides to take it, even though it's bad against Shadow Demon, just because it's strong and it's a flex, or what route they go.
But also, is Shadow Demon really a deterrent to picking Chen, right? You just pick a Chen, you know you're going to win that lane, you can just set up the side lane, so it could also just force Falcons down this lane. Maybe Yandex will be happy with this because they've got a big picture. You know, if we pick Shadow Demon, bait the Chen out, go from there, but yeah.
So a hero I think that's very key here for Yandex to look at is or now maybe a little bit less so, but I still think Weaver is a hero that Falcons are going to be looking at into the Shadow Demon, and it's a potential very good ban here in second phase.
Yeah, it's definitely an option.
Of course, the DK now is potentially the Skeeter carry hero, but Malrina has also been playing it quite a lot actually, maybe even more than Skeeter recently, so I still think Weaver is one of the best carries against Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon being this anti-carry hero, so yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that banned out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Falcons likely will go for offlane next phase, flex the DK till the end, have this mid and carry question mark up in the air.
Bounty Hunter is a little bit out of nowhere. Of course, Falcons has been toying with the bounty, but it's not something they played a lot recently.
It is kind of strange. Normally, it's a response to Chen or Enchantress. I don't know if you necessarily want Ench against DK. I don't think it's particularly good. So if they weren't intending on picking Ench, or maybe Warlock, I guess, is the other one. So maybe they're looking at Warlock. That's a hero that Bounty Hunters commonly picked against.
But also kind of just the lack of pressure. Like SD can kind of set up other people. Bounty, whilst SD kind of set in certain areas of the map, Bounty will always get that vision out, make the map feel quicker. And Shadow Demon kind of wants to play that slow game where he reacts to the moves and kind of sets up his own time. He doesn't want to play someone else's pacing on the game. So Bounty, Tusk from the 4 position, they can create a lot of tempo and just annoy Shadow Demon running around everywhere, wasting his TP and stuff.
It would be easier for Yandex, of course, to ban here if they saw a series yesterday played by Falcons, right, or something like that. So that's the advantage that Falcon has over Yandex right now, the fact that Falcons actually hasn't played for quite a few days now. And yeah, these bans do seem a little bit random. They're not selected, I think, too much on Falcons. They're a bit more generic.
But sure, I think the 2 bans are generic, but I think at least Yandex is trying to identify small things in pacing for Falcons. If they don't have this type of style, then they will just hit the creeps. They will just slow down, right? Because a lot of the pacing from Falcons comes from, you know, the DK with the Blink Dagger Rush or the Pangolier that you mentioned, a support connecting together, right? So
sure. I mean, the supports with DK can also just easily be the Skywrath, the Hoodwinks, right?
Snapfire, yeah.
Follow up, so...
Yeah, I mean, the pick for Falcons coming out of phase feels relatively simple. There's the Jakiro, the Hoodwink, the Snapfire, there's the Pugner as well. There's a lot of options. Of course, Pugner into Shadow Demon probably not going to happen, but again, it's not as if Yandex is banning out some of the staples of Falcons for sure.
I mean, Falcon's actually thinking a long time on this ban, so to me it says that this ban is targeted specifically for maybe even the hero they want on 16, 17. A lot of times
probably also thinking about the next pick, right?
Yeah.
In that phase as well.
The Centaur ban. Somewhat interesting because I noticed, honestly, had kind of a bad game on it the other game.
Hero has not looked that impressive, but I think with Shadow Demon specifically, it actually makes this hero better just because of the way the second spell of Shadow Demon works.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
He's kind of the best hero to throw it on.
No, that makes sense.
I just realized I'm blind, by the way. I spoke about Chen DK. Chen was banned in the first phase. I'm just hella blind.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, skill issue.
I mean, okay, so yeah, they go for the Sand King, and Jakiro's still in the pool, so, you know, kind of a gimme to take that. Yandex heroes, a lot of magic damage. Certainly not bad heroes by any stretch. I think there's pretty good synergies there. This SD is pretty good with Sand King. And I also think, you know, you're playing against Malrine, picking a Sand King mid, just a mid hero that's going to chill and be fine, I think makes a lot of sense. You don't try to crush Malrine early game because I just don't think it's going to happen for Chira Jr., if we're being honest. And so I think just getting your farm, they have a lot of great stat clears already. I think playing the economy game, getting off on a good footing and being able to take mid-game fights, I think is Yandex's best route.
The thing is that you have to be careful because Enchantress in these type of games, when you have like overprotective Wisp, the healing, like a Glimmer, a Drum, like you can soak a lot of this fight, but Falcons, they want just immense pick-off. We mentioned the pick-off desire with DK. Skidder normally goes for a Blink Dagger on the carry roll. You have now Storm and Scarf Mage to utilize to find the kills.
This is a little bit unorthodox for Falcons, right? Take Storm here in this spot.
It's very like face value. There's no like disguise. You know exactly where every hero is going.
But then again, you do kind of need to respect the Shadow Demon hero to some extent. You need to pick something that can actually, make his game harder, right? And Storm is one of the heroes that can jump the backline.
Sure. I mean, there's going to be back and forth between the two teams, right? Like, who does Falcons jump whilst they're jumping? Are they respecting Shadow Demon? Is Saxa in position to be able to disrupt save? Because if you get Vortex Mystic flared and now Disruption combo breaks all of that, what is the fight for Falcons outside of DK, you know, having the big item?
I think there is also a world where they really want to shut down the Sand King and picking Storm and then going inch towards mid with the Sky. So like you can basically try lane mid on this and then shut down this guy completely, right? Even take his stacks out as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if I like Falcons heroes that much. It's a lot of single target. It's a lot of somewhat on the lower end damage of things. So if Yandex does get to these items, you know, they have last pick here, right? They can still pick a hero that buys Pipe, and, you know, just tank ability is very good against Storm and Skywrath. I feel like Yandex, they've done well for themselves, and I think if you took away the team names here, I would definitely prefer Yandex's draft. Now, it's Falcons, so there's always that fear of, like, are they going to snowball lanes? Are they going to run you over with Ench and pick you off across the map? It's definitely possible, but if there's no team names, I like Yandex here.
Oh, interesting. I would say, I feel like for Falcons, Tide and Underlord were the two heroes I was looking for Amar. Kind of like the annoying, I don't die to Terrorblade in lane, and can kind of like awkwardly take over the game with your, you know, Amar natural itemization. They ban out Tide themselves because Yandex also need an offlaner. And the awkward damage that you mentioned, Falcons,
I mean, I think Yandex also needs this type of hero, right?
Exactly,
I think Underlord looks really good for Yandex right now, honestly. It's very good against Storm.
It's great.
And I don't know, it's just amazing, I think.
It's good against DK too. I think it should be totally fine against Ench lane.
Yep.
You just jump in across the map on like a Storm, you just follow him with the Fiend's Gate. Like, I think, Underlord at the moment is just very high value, but they do ban out the Doom.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, I'm impressed by what Yandex has done here. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think it's honestly also really surprising they pick Storm in particular, because I think Malrine has quite a bad win rate on it compared to his other heroes. But also they don't hold the DK flex. It's unusual to me.
What happens if Yandex go for like the noticed offlane Night Stalker here, right? Rather than going for the Aura Buyer, just go for more fight, right? You get the early blink, you're silencing Storm, Sky. You always see the fight. It gives your initiation for the Sand King.
I wouldn't mind something like that as well.
Go crazy, right?
I think the problem, not the problem, but the risk taking something like Underlord is that now you are really going all in on stalling the early game and getting to some sort of timing. You don't have much to fight back with early on, but a Night Stalker will make it more awkward for Falcons to be aggressive actually early on. So that's a different approach, but I also think it could work here.
Yeah, it makes the Storm think of BKB and defensive items.
I think Amar's hero here is not... It's not that obvious, honestly, what he's going to be picking here. There's still Bristol back in the pool.
Yeah.
There's stuff like Monkey King.
It's not a great Bristol game, though.
It's not. I'm just looking at heroes that can potentially like play with a similar tempo to Falcons.
Yeah.
There's also a hero. It's hard to find a hero that kind of puts Falcon in a position where they can just farm, right?
Outside of the Underlord, I think the Underlord, if they do get it, would be very good for them. Like Pipe plus Crimson. Obviously, SD can purge the Crimson, but he can't purge the Pipe. And you want this tanky boy, someone to reduce TB's damage, reduce Sand King's damage.
They steal it. And
okay, that's honestly great for them. Also, you know, kind of cute respecting this Ursa. Maybe they think it would be some offlane Ursa, or they swap lanes around or whatever, saying this lane could be too bad. Maybe we get mega snowballed, right? They watched TI finals. They saw what happened in Game 4.
What about offlane Slack for Amar? Is that a thing? That's something he actually did against Medusa one time.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel like this is the position where Amar does need to go a little bit creative, right?
Yeah.
What does he have in mind, actually? He's thinking. He's got his hand on his head. I don't think he'll play Darkseer. It doesn't really fit their heroes that much. And he also hates that hero.
Yeah.
Timbersaw is banned. Underlord, those are oftentimes the 3 big counters to TB when you see a TB. So none of them as options. Amaro may have to get a little creative here unless there's something we're forgetting. You mentioned the Bristle, but it is honestly quite a crap Bristleback game.
It's not great.
But Falcons does want some team fight. We talked about their single target before, so I'm honestly, I don't know, I think Yandex has done a great job.
I mean, can you do the Weaver still and do like offlane DK for Falcons and then snowball that way?
You definitely are you really got to snowball if you pick a Weaver here. You're running it down to the wire.
You will win your lanes.
It's like 3 seconds after reserve time.
Yeah.
They're going to have to reveal what they're going for now. And they do pick up the Bristleback. Yeah, so Falcon's approach is pretty much just get a tanky offlane here in the side of Amar, run in, force out the meta, disengage. Once the meta has then gone cooldown, that's when you look to fight. So they're trying to utilize just how quickly Amar can frontline on the Bristle. But yeah, I got to agree with you, Quinn. Like, if you took away the team names, on paper, Yandex's draft just feels like it's more cohesive. It has ways to play out the game. Like, you can make mistakes with Yandex's draft and still win the game. Falcons, though, like, you need to show that discipline, but they have that in spades.
Yeah, I really just hope that Yandex plays their lanes disciplined. You know, they come to lanes with full HP. They make sure that the first 10 minutes, they have to be clean. They cannot afford to make big mistakes in the early game, because then that's where Falcons can actually take advantage and actually snowball this game.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I think, honestly, I'm curious to see how Malrine does, because, you know, I mentioned his Storm a little bit earlier. It's a hero that he's historically not that comfortable on, and also, like, they don't pick it very much because they have a bad win rate with it, right? They win so much on so many other heroes, but Storm is one of his only negative win rate heroes. It might be his only one or something like this with a significant number of games. And so they pick it up, you know, in a key best of 3. First game, right off the bat, they pick Storm. Like, that is very unusual to me, and I wonder if this is something they practiced or if he's just feeling it.
I mean, again, to put numbers onto that, right? This is Storm Spirit. It's 39th game, 43% win rate. Every other hero that he plays, it's 61%, 67, 58. Like, he does do very well. Of course, he did play it one time in the group stage, and he did go at 13, 3, and 11 on the hero. So it's not like he obviously can't play the hero, but against, you know, all the other heroes in his career, Storm just isn't it. But yeah, for Falcons, it is about finding the pickoffs. The synergy between Malrine and Crit, the support's going to mid. They have so many things they got to achieve here. But not only do we have a game, but we also have an interview with the coach of Yandex with Dove and Slacks.
Absolutely, here with Axel, and of course we have Dove to translate for our audience here in the arena. Now, Team Falcons, big, scary team, but a lot of information about them. In your draft, you picked a lot of heroes that we've seen before. What specifically were you targeting against Falcons?
Falcons 这支战队是我们都熟悉的比较强大的对手，但是也正因为如此，他们的调查的样本非常的全，你可以对他们的战术进行很深入的一个准备。请问在这一局的BP 当中，你选了一些相对比较常见的英雄，是哪些方面针对他们呢
？We wasn't targeting something specifically. I think we just we focus more on ourselves, picking our heroes, make sure our lineup looks very well rounded, and yeah.
我们并没有针对 Falcons 去做一些针对性的选择，我们只是针对我们自己选择我们舒适的英雄，在我们的阵容里面可以打好的英雄，更加是在我们自己这方面进行了准备和选择。
Did your draft accomplish what you wanted to accomplish? Well, what are your chances for winning this one?
你的这一次的选人是否达到了你预期当中的选人呢？你认为你们的胜率会有多少
？I think our chances are very good. I'm happy with the draft, and it's went better than I expected even.
我觉得我们的这一次的这个胜率还是比较乐观的，然后我觉得我选到了我想要选的人，所以我觉得还是非常不错的。
All right, let's see if your team can live up to that draft as we head into the game.
让我们游戏中见。
Let's find out. It's semi-finals time here in Chengdu. Lacoste, what are you thinking about these two drafts?
Oh, I think Yandex, they're looking for a revenge with this type of a draft. Last time they met on LAN was a month ago during Fisher Playground, and this is where Falcons actually managed to eliminate him. Oh. Very, very solid draft coming up from Yandex.
Yeah, looking incredibly good. A good chance here. I mean, game 1 in a best of 3 against Falcons is not going to be easy. What's the key here for Yandex?
I think solid lanes. I think a lot of stacking. You have Underlord, you have Sanking. We saw Chura Jr. popping off in most of these games when he was playing his Sanking. I want to see more of them because this team with this type of a draft can easily explode and get a dub in this first game.
I mean, we'll shortly find out exactly what happens as we prepare for game 1 in this best of 3. We'll see what Malrine Storm can do if he can battle back against this Yandex Terrorblade side with a ton of team fight. It should be an absolutely cracking game to start off the semi-finals here in Chengdu as These two teams going to battle it out, give us a hell of a show, and we'll see potentially if one of these sides, can topple Falcons, because it is Team Falcons against Team Yandex. And off we go. Unpause, resume, get into game or not. It's Gareth for the Coscasting. There's always a pause to kick off our broadcast so we can deliberate and talk and think about the game and the draft a little bit more, my buddy.
Yeah, Falcons, they have a very Falconish draft. It is a draft that they kind of been running pretty much, except for Storm Spirit. Maybe if this was a Pango, this is the classic draft that they are having. Panel did talk about, not the best win rate on Malrine, Storm Spirit, sub 50% win rate, but also not too much team fight. I want to see how much pressure they're going to be able to get with the two supports. Sure, it's going to be Enchantress on Snaking. It's going to be Skyret Mage as well, which is a very deadly duo. These heroes are very good at rotating, trying to punish the enemy mid laner. This is something that Sanking doesn't deal well with, especially... Well, what happened, Gary?
Skitter said Ni hao ma to Chengdu, and Saxa just called him cringe.
All right. Saxa is just fully focused. I saw Saxa at breakfast. I just asked him one thing. Are you ready? He said, ready. That's it. So he's going to be in the zone. I want to see if they're going to be able to get the stacks going, how Falcons is going to be approaching that, whether they're going to be stealing the stacks. And yeah, seems like they're hungry. I think Malrine is not just hungry for victory. He also wants to have a burger.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, the Falcons, they're predators, right? They want a bit of meat. They want to try and munch on some of these Yandex heroes. You've got to go on the hunt first. You can't just get a freebie out here. You've got to work for your meal. You can't have any pudding until we've eaten all your meat.
Is that what he's saying in UK? No pudding until you're finished?
Yeah, they do. Just another brick in the wall, Lacoste. Don't you worry about it. Skitter on his classic Dragonite as well. Always a wonder to watch. Now, we've seen him go behind in lanes, dying 3 times and still recovering through that Mage Slayer Blink build he used to go for. I'm curious to see if he goes for this current meta build of the Armlet Mask of Madness, which is more regular.
Yeah, I also was a little bit surprised that they didn't flex this Dragonite maybe to a couple more picks into the draft, because they picked it on 9. And they played it mostly from the mid lane. Like we talked about Malrine playing this mid Dragonite, pretty much being the carry. This is something that Skeeter does as well. He's not your typical late game carry, because you have position 2, position 3 who does take a lot of farm as well. So he's going for a Blink Dagger in most of his Dragonite games. He was playing Dragonite when nobody else wanted to touch this hero. So he knows the ins and outs. But again, I gotta praise Yandex's draft. This draft looks super solid. 2 strong supports. 2 very beefy boys. You have waves of starting the fight, and you have the TB. You have the carry-to-carry matchup, which is going to be in favor of Terrorblade because of the items, reflection, items that you're buying, Hurricane Pike, Scotty, of course. You're going to become super tanky, and I'm a little worried about the burst damage from Falcons. Like, we're talking about maybe 30 minutes into the game, where one Shadow Demon Disruption, you go in with Dragonite combo, Mystic Flare, that's pretty much all your damage. So you need to reset, you need to wait for the cooldowns, and on the side of Yandex, you can just chill. Like, these heroes are very good at resetting the fight as well, coming in, coming out as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely reliant on Metamorphosis, but you can play around that with your Underlord being able to play globally. There's Sand King for Chira Jr. in the mid lane, bringing a lot of magic damage as well. I'm just keeping tabs on him, as Storm does have a minor lead in this lane. Overall, Storm favored?
Yeah, I would say so. Storm already has Bottle. Chira Jr. has it on the courier. Malrine, let's see if he can maybe manage to get some body blocks going. Storms nowadays, they don't take the point in Electric Vortex in most of the situations. They are just farming or just skilling for the farm. Let's see
push the wave.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see if maybe Malrine finds the opportunity to maybe grab him, but yeah, he sees the bottle on Chira Jr., sees how much CS he managed to get. And again, when you're playing against Sanking, it's pretty much about the Sentry Wars.
Malrine has 2, right? He's already placed 1, and he has another one in his backpack, unless that's an Observer Ward. It's grayed out, I can't tell.
It is Sentry.
It's another Sentry, so he's well prepared for this mid lane. 50-3 for him. And then we'll peer into that bottom lane. Crit and Amar. The last ban stage there from Yandex was super cool, right? Banning the Ursa, picking the Underlord, forcing Amar to play this Bristle back. So they've got this kind of wonky Bristle sky lane into the TB Jakiro, and we know how good Jakiro is at trading and dominating and allowing Watson to free farm.
Yeah, Scarlet Mage can't really trade against Jakiro in this lane. Basically, you have 0 armor, so all the damage that you're taking is going to be pure damage, at least the physical one. You have that shield, though. Shield of the Scion, the 11 barrier that you get once you use the spell. Very good.
Foggies. Wave right in front of that Radiant Tier 1, so they're fine down there. Up at top, a battle over the pool. Snaking and Skitter, duo, will get there ahead of Notice and Saxa. They're in a pretty nice spot themselves. Right in front of their Tier 1, so no lane here for Skitter and Snaking to chase into.
No lane to, like, this lane is not gonna die. In the top lane, at least for Falcons, it's almost impossible to die in this lane. Shadow Demon nowadays, they don't put points in Shadow Poison. They're not stacking it. They're not trying to go for a kill. Same goes for Underlord. More points in Aura, Firestorm, very limited amount of control, so DK and Enchantress are gonna be fine. Mid lane, we can still see Malrine on top of CS, 24 and 7 already.
Yeah, still has that sentry, pops of clarity. And can de-ward when Shiro Jr. steps away for that 4-minute rune, I assume. Mid lanes are always very close-fought battles. We'll be watching these heroes sit at 200, 150 HP, close to death, but knowing their limits.
Knowing also that there's not much damage from Enchantress and Dragonite, I think Shadow Demon is going to be having an easy time going to the triangle and getting the stacks going. Just making sure your Underlord, your Sanking most likely is going to be clearing the first wave of stacks because he wants to have that Blink Dagger. We saw Sanking sitting pretty early timing on those Blink Daggers, between 9-10 minutes, and then they're ready to go.
Yeah, they pick up the pace very quickly. Equally on Falcon's side, we can have Crit Skyreth Mage stack up for the Bristleback and try and give Amara some kind of recovery farm if things get a little bit hairy in that bottom lane. Right now, looking pretty even across the board. I just want to point out the 10 denies on Amara, though. That's a pretty high value coming out of that off lane. Denying in the face of Watson, definitely a signal being sent, as Malady is also being forced back by Crit and his harassment. Not often you see a Jakiro being out-zoned.
Yeah, Jakiro doesn't want to be zoned out by Sky in a way where he has like 2 arcane bolts running at him, and that's exactly what Crit's doing. Has another one, has a slow and a blood grenade. Might actually be the first blood.
He might have this, you're right. I mean, Malady's just dead under his own tower. Crit gets the first blood. And Watson being run at by Amar is not an easy fight to take either. They popped Metamorphosis and had to back up on the TB.
Because if Jakiro is sitting on the side, like near the tower, getting extra bit of armor, extra bit of regen, and then he's playing off of his cooldowns with 2 points in Liquid Fire, that's a 10-second cooldown ability. This is the trade that he's going to be winning, but if he's playing alone on the side, he's not going to be winning that trade. Like, you see those 2 bolts running at you, you need to decide, maybe I will need to TP out as well, and we can see them. Yeah. Didn't get any of the CS, I believe.
We're still going to try and snipe a few. Also, the sentry placed in there can block the camp as well. Shiro Jr. and Saxa both coming to reclaim their territory to look to de-ward. That's a very bold move by Snaking. Gets a lot done. So they've not found that sentry, and it's unlikely they will. They've got no tangos, no quelling, right? There's no way to break into the trees.
Saxa could do it with Shadow Poison.
Let's
see if he finds it.
Could scout it. It is Chiro Jr. though with the Invis rune. Guarded up at top as we saw Malrine try to get the luck of the draw. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to go his way.
Yeah, seems like Saxa's going to find one, the one that is in the Ancients.
Hello there. There's a Mud Golem de-warding his. Now he knows. Oh, who wins this? Who wins this? Come on, Saxa, you can do it. The Pebble Throne, the Sentry Ward battle. Saxa does it!
That's all that matters. Unblock those camps. We were wondering how they're going to be approaching the camps. Maybe there's going to be an attempt to try to steal some of those stacks.
Look at this.
Shiro Jr. with Invis level 6 ready. They need this type of a move. Get that 1 kill on the board.
Very quick rotation. Body blocks to try and hold Amar back. Epicenter's there. For a strike in. Amar at half health against 3 enemy heroes. Will fall. Did a fair amount of damage in the return.
Oof, I was a little worried there that he might be able to run away from the Burrow Strike. If that doesn't connect, he might actually be fine.
And Crit's going to make sure they get the Wisdom Shrine as Snaking comes back in for round 2. Reblocks the camp, removes the sentry, and continues farming that large camp. This is very, very irritating for Yandex to contend with, because they don't want to spend a hero to go there and deal with it. They might just have to say, okay, hands off. Triangle's kind of not ours anymore.
Shiro Jr. finds a way. He's farming the 2 camps closer to his tier 2 tower. does have strength, which is very good item when you're playing Sanking. It does allow you to trigger the aggro from the creeps. You are revealing yourselves from the Sandstorm. And he's going to continue to farm up. We said it's very important for Chira Jr. to get a good timing on a Blink Dagger.
And Malrine doing this kind of move so he can fully guard that top rune. Playing in behind the tower, dragging the wave and farming it just before the 8th minute hits. Let's see who gets the luck this time. Saxa set up on that bottom rune spot, guarded it for Chira Jr. to get the regen, and also scouted out Crit on that little journey to stack some camps.
Yeah, first 8 minutes,
Hello.
guys slow down.
The TP.
2 kills.
Chira Jr.'s coming in here to try and farm his Ancients. And they've got no reveal. They can't see the Sanking under the Sandstorm, but they're here contesting him as he tries to farm it up. Kind of an awkward spot to be in. And Snaking...
It's not an easy one to contest anymore. Malrine's kind of low in mana, does have 10 stick
Going
charges.
to the portal. A bit of silence, but nothing to stop him just going through the gate. Twin gates back towards Chira Jr. Saxa has a Banish on Malrine. Mana pool's good enough to zip away. Falcons trying some of these little stabbing moves, but Yandex are responding very well.
We talked about stacks being very important for Yandex in this one. They are kind of doubling down on trying to first put the sentries and block them, then they block them again, then they come in and try to steal them. Chira Jr. Epicenter.
The chain stuns with the Epicenter to follow is a lot of damage out of the Sand King and Jakiro. Skinner's done for. 2 core kills in the first 10 minutes here from Yandex. Set themselves up for some success as the laning phase breaks down. Crit and Amar. Quite often with a Scarith Mage, you want multiple heroes to play with. Bristleback, not really a stunning, catching hero.
No.
So Crit really has to rely on Storm and Dragon Knight to pick up the pieces, which might mean that Skitter's farm could suffer if he has to be the one moving around.
It's already suffering, and seems like he's going to be going for the real carry build, knowing that they might need to have something else for the game, knowing that this lineup hasn't really managed to succeed kind of what they wanted to do. Maybe gank the mid lane, try to snowball from there. You have Enchantress with the creep, try to push the tower, open up the map, steal some of the ancient creeps as well. Maladich getting initiated on.
Malrine going for solo kill, but it's not a fair fight in a 1 versus 1. It's a chain stun from Chira Jr. and Maladich. A lot of damage onto Malrine. He's zipping around looking for the DD. Another Banish into the damage, though he's finished off. Yandex just bringing numbers every single engagement to shut down Falcons in their sneaky moves.
Falcons are going to be in trouble. They don't have the damage to kill the heroes right now, which you did mention Bristleback. He's the type of a hero that's going to be sitting in the lane, farming the Ancients, maybe creep skipping, but this is not a hero that rotates to the other lane. Plus, you also have Scarith Mage, who's only level 4, which is a lot of damage missing. Chira Jr., his Blink Dagger is being delivered. Very high level, level 10 already.
That's so fast. And the fact that Watson doesn't really care about this Bristleback at bottom at all, freely farming on the TB, and even now playing aggressively. With another rotation from Saxa, who's level 6, Maladich with the slows and the damage, Amar, he's just dead in this bottom lane. Saxa's the one with a killing spree. 4-1, the lead starting to build for Team Yandex here. And this is before the Sand King has this Blink Dagger debut. Pokes at Malrine in the mid lane. Stops that catapult wave push for a little while.
Malrine doesn't have a hero to play with. Like, they don't have the damage. Ideally, you would want to have your Skyrod being level 6 so you can try to go for a combo. Enchantress is also level 6, but this is not a hero that is going to be providing you with stuns or anything alike. Skeeter as well in this one, not going for his traditional build. No Blink Dagger, so he can't be the one pairing up with Scarith Mage to try to look for a kill. So it's going to be a bit of a slower game, more farm-oriented from Falcons.
Well, Amar does have a bunch of stacks here to come and farm through. The lead hasn't built a tremendous amount, but a kill into stack stealing is a nice move out of Team Yandex. Not only a snipe on Crit, but a large cap and Ancient's going to be picked up here by Chira Jr. The Sand King's going to hit 6k net worth shortly. Amar's going to try and grab some of them as Snaking also comes wandering across. Boot them out with this triangle area while Malrine alongside a Croaker tries to catch out Saxa, but this Shadow Demon's dominating. You can't touch the man.
Very tanky as well. Like, once you go for Disseminate, this is that newer build on Shadow Demon. You want to make everybody as tanky, get that extra bit of a damage. Plus, you also have tanky cores. You put it on Sand King, who's going in. Even Underlord. Like, we haven't talked about Underlord. Notice he's been just farming 0-0-0. He's ready to join. Like, the fights are going to be so much more difficult for Falcons once he gets the pipe.
Actually, another kill on MR. He pops his blade mail, but it does very little here. Watson, very happy just to continue farming. He's already at 6k net worth himself, well on the way to that Manta style. Yasha coming on the courier. He'll pick up some Lotuses and continually protected by Saxa defensively and Shira Jr. offensively. Storm will zip into mid. Falcons know they need to break out this rut, find a kill, something, some way, somehow. It's a lot of commitment here, though, as they dive past the tier 1 tower. Yes, they get the takedown on Jakiro, but losing crit here. Not getting too much else. As Yandex bring another 3 heroes into the fight.
If Chira Jr. had mana for a stun, maybe they don't even get that kill, and maybe they lose another hero. Falcons still farming up. They're keeping things even. Dragon Knight, he's on a different side of the map. Skeeter only dying once. Mask of Madness, Armlet about to be completed. Problem is going to be this fight. Most of this damage is going to be mitigated. Scarlet Mage damage, Storm Spirit damage, you're fighting around Aura. I also want to see Crimson Guard as well as the second item immediately after. Just these 2 auras are going to be insanely good. One is going to be purgeable by Enchantress, that's Crimson, but still, the value that you're getting from it is way too good. You're playing against Dragon Knight, you're playing against Bristleback, even the right clicks from the Storm Spirit. I think if you go for these 2 items, Storm Spirit's going to have massive issues because you're also playing into Pit of Malice, which is going to be the setup, plus the Sanking, so they can definitely kill you. Even Shadow Demon Disruption into Ice Path is something that you need to worry about pre-BKB.
I think that's the first rune Malreen's been able to get his hands on there.
That's a really bad sign for Storm.
And it's Illusion Rune as well. It's an awful rune to get. Just immediately pops it, going to use that to scout things out and see what's going on in that mid lane. Malady's been taking it up, getting some experience for himself. Shira Jr. level 12 on his Sand King. Having an absolute cracker. Ready to strike at any moment. Well, Falcons stuck on their side of the river for the meanwhile. A rough sign when there's a Terrorblade on the enemy side. Can't really invade to stop him from farming. He's constantly able to dip jungle to lane and back again. I'll go on Amara one more time to blow up the Bristleback. Falcons responding here with a storm.
It's a lot of gold.
Zip into the Mystic Flare to take down Saxa, who had a pretty big streak there. So 700 gold goes their way.
Yeah, not sure if Saxa wanted to get all those kills. Like, this is a hero that's going to have pretty much bullseye throughout the whole game. He's going to be the saving tool for the combo that they do have. But Amar playing in this bottom lane, thinking that Blade Mail is enough of a protection, but seems like they don't care. Every single time, bringing in 2 supports, Shadow Demon and ulti, you're not moving. And again, notice, Vipe soon to be completed. Once you have that, plus the global presence, level 4 Atrophy Aura, it's a lot of damage reduced.
Oh, for sure. And the panel was already talking about the low damage here from Falcons outside of this Scarlet Mage in the mid game. Being mitigated even further is going to hurt their chances. But yeah, Saxa, the support pinata reset. Make sure no more candy to fill him up. Spilled across the floor as Falcons will take that kill.
Yeah,
and now finally getting a bit of pressure on this tier 1 bottom alongside the catapult wave. Things start to slow down now. That's the way the Falcons want it. So I'd imagine with this Arcane Rune, Team Yandex want to try and speed things up a little bit more. Play some aggressive wards, play towards some of these tier 1 towers, get in towards mid and top lane, get into the jungle area, which Falcons are utilizing so well.
Yandex waiting for their next items to come online. They want to have Aghanim Scepter on Sanking, Manta Style on TB, plus the pipe ready on Underlord. These 3 items, once they bring that to the fight, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to actually take the fight.
I mean, now we're just mirroring. Falcons play bottom, they got the tower, they got some wards down there, so this opens up a bit of space in that outer ring of jungle camps for Malreen to farm into. But this really is the difficulty. You've got Bristleback and Scarlet Mage playing together, but they're not a match made in heaven. You're hammering on this fact. Meanwhile, we've got Chira Jr. being set up for by Saxa, followed through from Malady. All these pieces slot into place very easily.
How many times have we seen Enchantress just living in most of these situations? Against Sanking, Shadow Demon, like Jakiro, they're committing pretty heavily. This was also Epicenter with Arcane Rune, so he will be having that one again in another minute. Watson showing up with his shard. Extra bit of damage onto that tower. Very clean so far from Yandex.
Oh, this is where the pressure builds, right? It's been that dead even game in terms of net worth for 15 minutes. Now to 2, probably to 3k, as Yandex take that bigger slice of the pie on the map. Saxa Almost had an opening on Crit. Maldi might still have it with an Ice Path. Crit gets tapped by it. Amara's here, though, to turn it around with Skitter and Malrine arriving. Maladi is saved for the moment with a disruption, but he looks pretty screwed down on the low ground in the river.
It was a nice play. Like, he was in the corner trying to get on the high ground. I mean, he's still probably dead because there is a Storm Spirit, but a nice play overall, where you can actually bounce on the high ground. One of the illusions did. And man, these professional E-athletes, they're very good at these small things. Like how everybody started to play against Fango, realizing that you just need to find a good spot near the low ground or the high ground. So
Get bonked.
Yeah, pretty much.
Enchantress doing normal, annoying Enchantress things, though. Gathering creeps, throwing them mid, trying to chip away at some of these objectives. I think Snaking is trying to finish off that mid tier 1, actually, with another little Hellbear or something. He's got the tower killed. So an objective goes their way with no commitment whatsoever. Team Yandex on the back foot for a moment there, as their aggression was halted by the brick wall put up by the Falcons in that bottom river. Again, giving a bit more wiggle room here for Amar and Skitter to pick up their net worth. Level the playing field. Still around 2k lead for Yandex. This is where Dragon Knight, though, can start to shine. Mask of Madness, Blink, Armlet, and he can play with Crit. Unlocking the potential here for the Blink stun into Blow Up. And they've seen Notice there. Tried to go and push that top wave. Malrine will zip in, and they've got the play. Kill the Underlord off. Exactly what the Falcons needed.
They need these type of kills. Like, we were talking about Skeeter going for different items, picking up Blink Dagger as his third item, so he doesn't, like, basically Skyward Mage didn't have a hero that he can play with. They maybe tried with a Storm Spirit, failed to do so, understanding they don't have enough damage, especially Saksa is behind. But these isolated targets, especially Underlord, who wants to be playing away from the theme, and now showing that even through Pipe, they have more than enough damage to bring him down. So coming into the next couple of minutes, notice he's gonna need to play slightly more careful.
That was close to Saksa getting an opening on Malrine. They might still have it here, but it's Chira Jr. leading out this time. The smoke breaks on Crit, Blink stun to start it. Scarlet Mage blown up completely. Ice Path there onto Amar, but they're focusing back on Chira Jr. Save the disruption, Skitter in trouble. Watson opens up, the damage is good, the Dragon Eye's down, and the root here on Amar and Snaking puts Falcons in trouble down. They've got to run and hide. Yandex pushed them away from the jungle. It's a 2v2 trade, but it feels like Malrine and Amar feeling themselves here. The Bloodthirst kicks in. Watson is still a very difficult hero to break past. And Falcons looking for this poke and prod, but everyone gives up on the fight.
Yeah, pretty even trade. Like losing one core, one support as well. I think we're gonna be seeing this more. This Dragon Knight trying to stand his ground. This is usually a hero that stands his ground in the fight, but you're playing against Shadow Demon. You have Disseminate on you potentially, and you have Terrorblade hitting you, which is never gonna be in your favor pretty much. This was also a fight where Chira Jr. died without using ulti, so potentially a completely different fight coming into the next one. And you can see Skitter, like, he's just getting melted by this Terrorblade. And things are gonna get even worse. Like, we're talking about the Scotty timing, which is probably just gonna be next Terrorblade's item.
Okay. Trying to contest the Wisdom Shrine here. All alone. And they need a lot of magic damage to burst her down this time around. So Epicenter required. But yeah, the fact that Chira Jr. had to be the leading member there in that smoke move. Ideally, you'd want Saksa or Notice to go for that first play. Or a multi-man Burst Strike, ideally. Would have put Yandex in a better spot. But the way things are, Falcons, they reclaim the territory, they take the Tormentor.
That's the big one. This is something that you kind of want to buy, but you don't, because it's so good on Skyrat Mage. So now you have 3 bolts, you can actually start farming. Plus, you also found the GPM talent, 75 extra GPM for Crit.
That's a long zip. The Burrow Strike through the Vortex, and the disruption here buys a bit of time. Chira Jr., though, with no Blink, no Burrow, might just be dying. Ice Path comes too late, and Falcons find an opening out of nothing.
Falcons managing to get multiple kills. First they kill Underlord, they kill Sanking, they kill Sanking again. I'm not sure if Fiend's Gate was not available, but would definitely love to see him at least popping it. I think it would be enough for them to try to disengage on Falcons. Because if you come through the gates with the pipe, damage reduction, 30% atrophy aura. It's a lot.
I mean, maybe Metamorphosis was down. I could imagine Watson's making the call to wait for him. Now it's up, though. Got to wait 15 seconds for Sand King to respawn before Yandex make another move. Falcons always one step ahead. A zip in from Malrine goes very deep here, over towards the tier 2 tower. Disruption, that'll delay the death as TB opens up to blow up Crit. They'll lose Saxa though as Amar under tower getting sliced. Watson picks up the double kill, and Falcons have gone a step too far. Still being chased down, Chira Jr. could line up a burst strike in a moment. Notice for the follow-through, Pit of Malice potential as well, as Watson and Malady will chase down the Enchantress, bring the magic damage, and take the Enchantress out of the game.
And that's a triple for Watson. They still have some meta up and running. Roshan is available, but seems like they want to take out the tier 1 tower first in the bottom lane. Still pretty even game. Falcons almost having a lead in this one, even after losing this fight. These are the type of fights that they need, but Bristleback, every single time he gets close to that fight, Saxa has his number. Like, he's not moving, even with the Blade Mail. It's not enough. It's just not enough survivability. The opening looks pretty good. Malrine having the shield rune, but they find Crit. This is probably one of the worst matchups that you can play into before you get a Ghost Scepter. Just raw physical damage from Terrorblade. You're, like, where are you sitting at right now with armor? 2 armor. Okay.
I guess Scarth Mage wishing he had a Blink Dagger or something as well. Trying to chase Malrine there as they went very deep.
Your positioning needs to be perfect when you're playing against these heroes, which is not the easy one. You're playing against Pipe, you're playing against the backline jumper, you're playing against Manta style as well. Pure physical, raw physical damage coming out from him.
Falcons really taking any opportunity they can, though. Skitter TPing to rejoin Crit. 3-man smoke to return into that southern jungle where Watson is residing. Terrorblade currently 4-0-5. A ton of net worth here. 16,000. Would be an incredible kill for Falcons if they could just see him. No vision nearby. Well, they just caught a glimpse of him on that high ground ward further to the north. So they know that he's tucked under this tier 2, and now he shows.
Saxa has
Link's
TP
done.
ready.
Skitter comes in. Mystic Flare is there, and they've got plenty of damage to finish him off.
Not fast enough. This was a good one. Making sure that they can get in and just grab a kill like that. It seems like they are pinging the high ground, but also Amar playing in the mid lane. Skitter wants to take that tower. Still got to respect the damage coming out from this DK.
This game has turned on its head. Skitter got that blink. They got the fight top left corner into Tormentor. And Falcons playing this wide open map now. The Predators are out here. It's a scary field to play in as Yandex. I don't know if they can contest this Roshan without TB for 30 seconds.
I'm just looking at the build on Snaking. I can't believe that he's going for the second 5. He's like, well, screw you guys. Like, it's the only way you can kill me. So, because Pipe doesn't last as long. Yeah, another one by DJ Khaled. No, just kidding. Pipe lasts for only 8 seconds. Sure, you're getting the aura, which is 1200 radius, so that's also pretty good. But also having the second barrier. What about the second barrier?
That's what Hobbits dream of.
Like, usually you would pick up Glimmer Cape here, but I assume because you're playing against Shadow Demon, you're not getting the value out of it.
What about Eternals? Oh, hang on. Malady. Well, never mind. He just disappears immediately.
Maladiched by his own team.
Yeah, no one nearby. No friends.
Now BKB on Storm Spirit. In terms of abilities that go through debuff immunity, you have Shadow Demon ulti, but that's about it, which you don't care too much about as long as you have mana.
And DK hasn't used his BKB, right?
No, it's a 9-second BKB.
9-second BKB in the backpack with 4 minutes of Aegis left to go. This map is getting smaller and smaller for Yandex. After periods of play where they were dominating, they have to try and fight back and push the Falcons away. A good move here to try and take down Amar. In comes the stun to deal with Skitter. First life is done. Falcons 2 cores down, and the respawn of Skitter here is awkward. He's stuck behind enemy lines, but a BKB TP, the damage comes through! They finish him off! Saxa trying to survive against Malrine, but taken down in the end. Enough mana pool there for the Storm to zip out. Chiro Jr.
He wants Crit. He's pinging it up.
Looking for a bonus kill. They don't have quite enough to follow up and catch him, though. Malrine, are we going in on this one? Sanking down to half HP. The magic damage, it flurries through. Malrine, a little bit of mana left, trying to TP home and will succeed, but that leaves Crit stranded. Completely isolated now. And Yandex boot Falcons off of their side of the river.
You can see the power of their lineup once they go together. Yandex bringing in the whole squad, fighting around Underlord with his auras, and then T-Beep standing his ground. In the previous fight, Falcons, they managed to get a kill on Terrorblade, so you couldn't really see him popping out the damage, but if they're all together, again, this Bristleback, every single time, Saksa does get an ulti on him, and then Shiro Jr. finds an opening, gets a kill on Dragonite, who is a transformation hero, so you're really not getting that extra bit of value once you pop out of that Aegis.
Yandex was so ready for it. All grouped up. Very close to
Wasn't
completing.
even, that's not even close in my book.
Close.
But that's a close game. Like, we are seeing back and forth. Whoever gets a good initiation, whoever grabs the kill to open it up, starting the fight, and then fighting 4v5 in a favor of a team that got the initiation. Noticed. I kind of wanted to see Crimson Guard on him. Opted to go for Aghanim Scepter. Saksa.
Got Saksa behind him here. Trying to disrupt himself as Shiro Jr. comes across but doesn't land the stun. Malrine is out of there. Crit with snaking. Gonna hold hands and wander away. They force this reaction out of Yandex. 5 members down in the bottom right-hand corner. They kind of feel like they've got to play towards tier 1, and they'd love to get a kill on the way through, but the reset is good from Falcons.
I like the mini games that Amar and Saksa are playing, because I've been looking through the items that they wanted to buy. Amar wanted to go for Crimson Guard, but that one gets purged. Then he's thinking, I need a Lincoln Sphere, and then he sees 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter for Shadow Demon, which would give them 2 charges, so he can actually get a break, even through the Lincoln Sphere, and then he changes his mind, opts to go for a BKB and SNY.
So adaptation at the highest level.
Pretty much, just constantly changing things around, so keeping this Vanguard as just a casual one.
Well, Falcons trying to remedy that damage problem. Daedalus is done for the Dragon Knight now, so Skitter can bring the pain in these team fights if he can just lock onto a target. So far, the way these skirmishes have been happening, whoever has started them has looked the best. Having that vision, having that ability to get the jump on someone to blow them up, and get the numbers advantage, just puts you in such good stead. Watson and Shiro Jr. overlapping a little bit. Grouping up to smoke. In parallel with Noticed.
A lot of damage is going to be reduced. Noticed. Level 20, Atrophiora now 40% plus the full AC completed. I like this play from them. Understanding that they might go for Noticed, because they already punished him once when he was pushing the extra wave, knowing that, like, usually the team is playing away from the Underlord. Crit is starting to scale. I'm looking at his items. Ghost Scepter, Kaya Sanj. That GPM, he even got GPM as tier 3 enchantment, so 100 GPM now in him.
Doffy pops. Getting caught. Falcons also have their 3rd BKB, I think. I saw Bristleback pick his up. So even more challenging for Shiro Jr. to have these fights kick off properly. Look at that, Malrine with a gem. Really wanting to close this map out. Showing how important it is to have vision, to remove the vision of your opponents. Try and keep tabs on where Saksa is in particular. Because he's been the thorn in the side for Falcons this entire game.
He is the target. He is the main target to kill in these fights, especially now with Aghanim Scepter. So you have a break against Bristleback, break against Dragonite. You need to take him up. Even Enchantress, like Enchantress has been a pain in the ass for quite some time, and there's that second pipe now.
It's there. Just a couple of pipes.
This has to be like one of the few games where you're actually getting double pipe. Well, maybe there are some pub games where you're getting like double, triple pipe and the win rate is probably sub 5%, but in the professional e-gamer territory, this is very rare to see.
Yeah, it's like we can rationalize double AC, double Shivas for sure. Double pipe, okay. As long as it's not double mech.
Yeah.
That's the garbage one.
Yeah, double AC is
also, back in the day,
Back, it wasn't even possible to get double mech. You were not allowed to buy double mech.
You were not allowed to buy it. Well, that was before they had the debuff thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you could actually buy 5 mechs and have them all be utilized properly. Falcons gonna smoke up. Knowing that Yandex are starting to tighten up a little bit here. You could find an angle into that triangle. Find Watson. They've already evacuated. Very close together. Look at that, Silver Edge on the Terrorblade. He's not as safe as he thinks he is, though. He's under vision, and Falcons will use this opportunity. Sand King moves in. They've saved up Watson and turned on Malrine. Shiro Jr.
He's
noticed.
fighting against DK.
Chasing, the DK's already
Peter
gone. Disappears to the Terrorblade, who shreds him. Malrine's now got to get on the run. Yandex hold their ground, keeping Watson alive, and Shiro Jr. wants more. The burst strike won't land, though. Snaking Juke to the right-hand side. Marine out of resources, though. Low mana on the Storm. Bristleback turns his back and gets the BKB off. Scardy flying in as Watson rains the hits down. But Falcons, after losing the DK, just full retreat. Give all the space to Yandex now.
DK, he just can't stand his ground against this Scotty Terrorblade. It was a nice drive, but then again, Terrorblade is super tanky. Having fight behind him, 3000 HP, and you see being broken, immediately dies. They have 3 ways of breaking heroes on Falcons, and that's going to be a pretty massive one.
The Sunder into absolutely shredded. An Underlord with an Assault Cuirass, just amping up all this Terrorblade damage. A map opens up now for Team Yandex. They're able to play through multiple lanes, and Saxa has spotted Snake King. Here, little Enchantress. Get bubbled up. Pipe or not, we're killing you off. Shiro Jr., epicenter for this. Absolutely worth it to kill off the Enchantress and stop her from cutting waves.
This is like 5th epicenter that he used on Enchantress this game.
It's personal. She killed his mid lane tower.
Yeah, she did, without committing.
Nasty business. And now with Ench down, seems like Notice is pretty confident here just to shove into tier 2. Kind of feels like he's alone, but Jakiro and Shadow Demon are pretty nearby. And while this is happening, Sand King and Terrorblade are hunting on the left-hand side. Looking for anyone farming on the outskirts. Nobody's been found just yet, though. It seems like Amara keeps changing his mind. Back and forth between items. Malrine looking for that upgrade to try and get some more damage with the Witchblade.
Yeah, some more magic damage against TP.
Look at that. Bristleback has to BKB TP from his own side of the river. Just a few spells poked in there by the Shadow Demon and the Underlord.
Way too many items on their side. Like this Underlord is mad. The combination between Underlord and Sand King with Shiva's Guard AC, there's gonna be insane amount of damage once they go in, plus the damage reduction. Roshan, he's respawning soon, but seems like Yandex, they might want to go in and try to close it out potentially.
Oh, it needs Roche when we go high ground and kill Enchantress.
Broken, gone.
Tier 3 tower being demolished. Cliff is up, Amar blade mails and turns his back. Dangerous territory though for Falcons as Team Yandex approach and shake the foundations of your base. Oh my god! That's a tanky Bristle. Oh, it was. Storm zips in with the DK though. The Vortex did the damage on Watson. The bubble saves him. He's perfectly fine. Malady will die, but Watson can turn and fight. They blow up the DK. Skidder has buyback, but Crit is dead and Storm will follow. The Falcons get wiped off the face of the map.
That's game, Gary. They have buyback on Storm, buyback on Dragonite, who doesn't have the Dragon
They're going for tier 4s.
Yeah, they want to close it out. They had enough.
Falcons have another glyph here, but against a Terrorblade? They'll buy back on Crit. Storm and DK can return as well. Enchantress has respawned as your throne is exposed. Team Yandex, a big Vortex, the save out, Watson's alive, Notice left to die.
He has buyback, he can come in with the Fiend's Gate.
And Chira Jr., BKB TP. They got what they came for. They forced the hand of Falcons. That is a massive blow to the dire side.
Roshan is alive. Let's see how Falcons are going to be approaching this one. Whether they're going to be rushing to the Roche pit immediately. Very clean execution from Yandex. I like how Watson is spreading his illusions. Like, the illusions are not affected by the AoE damage coming up from Bristleback. Zip from the Storm Spirit with his Aghanim Scepter. Let's see, immediately into Roche Pit.
They've got to do something, Falcons. With a double core buyback, they need a team fight win. But Yandex are in position.
Underlord's ready with the buy.
He absolutely is, and they found the move onto Snaking again. Dead Enchantress buys back. Mystic Flare does nothing. Storm, Sky, reflected upon. Amar's trying to face tank this and give vision to Falcons. TB's gonna match it up though. The Blade Mail trying to return damage, but the Bristleback falls. Grit is gone as well. 2 down with no buyback. Oh, Skitter. Oh, Skitter. Oh, Skitter, I don't know if that's where you want it to be.
And they're gonna
It's
call it.
over.
Oh man, Saksa, Shadow Demon, what a performance by him. Making sure that he had a Mars number throughout the whole game. Every single time he gets close, he just evaporates. Even with Blade Mail, it's not enough protection. Very strong draft from Team Yandex in this one, and they also played it perfectly.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, they crafted this draft to defeat Falcons. From start to finish, the Shadow Demon pick into the Ursa ban, the Underlord steal, everything seemed perfectly in unison there from Yandex, from draft to start to gameplay to end. Falcons just got undone at every moment as we head back to Nat and the panel.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, Gash should just get up here because he's saying everything we were going to say. This is amazing from Yandex here. The fact that you can open up with the Shadow Demon, a hero misery that we've talked about in group stage time and time again about its rising popularity. First pick, you open the draft with it, and there are just no counters towards it. It has a free game and an incredibly impactful game at that too.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon limits heavily what you kind of can pick. I mean, you can pick stuff, but it's not going to be that good, you know? So I think the Shadow Demon is incredibly strong right now. I don't even think we saw the full potential of this hero in this game because, you know, it was kind of a show of the Sand King perhaps and the Terrorblade later on. I mean, Shadow Demon carried its weight, but I think the real strength of this hero also comes from the second spell, which I'm not sure the impact was there this game. But yeah, incredible game from Yandex, right?
Yep.
90-10.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Gentlemen? All right, brother, you're 70-30, right? Don't get off your high horse, all right? But for Yandex, right, the fact is, we said during the draft, if we ignore the team names, their draft was very good, right? And the way that they played it, it felt like they just had Falcons' number, right? And we don't say that too often with Falcons. Often, it's the, oh, you didn't ban it out, you lost to this, you lost to that. But when you look at the draft and how they constructed it, Yandex, they put Falcons in a very difficult position, but they had to shine on every player at 110%. And Falcons, they just weren't playing to that level. They were having a very human game. And because of that, Yandex, they just got to cruise their way through this game, rely on Watson's Terrorblade, the scaling of the Underlord, the Sand King, SD. Like, again, it was just a really good game from Yandex.
Yeah, I mean, Misery talked about the Pangolier before the series, and you can see, I think, its effect. Like, they picked this DK into Shadow Demon because it's the only flex they have left, right? They want to flex on 9, they're going to pick this DK, but they're picking it into Shadow Demon, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. They save Amar for last pick because they want to counter Watson's, classic 18 pick, and they end up counter-picking themselves really hard. Again, like, it's a horrible Bristle game, but they just don't have any options left going into last pick, and not to mention, it's the Malrain Storm. We've seen it time and time again, and it never fails to disappoint. And I think, honestly, I don't know, Yandex, they looked really solid this game, but I also think they outdrafted Falcons really hard. Like, I think they massively outdrafted them.
Yeah, I agree for sure.
Look, we can give credit to the draft. That is always such an impactful part of it, but there were so many good moves early game that set them up for this because lanes weren't necessarily going favored towards Yandex. Not so much against them either, but we're seeing this Sand King be able to make rotations and it goes down early to the bottom lane and has some great ganks, which is what sets them up to be able to have that long run in that great game.
No, I think Cherry Jr. was really impressed with this game. He made a couple of great moves. He makes this one at bottom where he TPs with Invisude very early in the game, looking to use his Epicenter. Honestly, a super great move getting active. And getting these kills, while it may not, it's a few hundred gold, like it adds up a lot. And then also TPing top here and getting this kill. Like he was making his presence known, not just sitting and farming stacks like we see a lot of Sand Kings do. And honestly, super impressed by him. I think in a lot of situations, you would expect yet another TP down here. Like, he was really looking at these spots, and I'm not sure if it's comms or if it's just him being really aware, but going into this, you'd expect Malrain's going to be the one making moves, dictating pace. Yandex is going to be on the back foot, but that was not the case. Cherry Jr. was on the ball, and Malrain was kind of just farming.
It's also something that you don't really see Sand Kings do in general, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned that they just go back and farm the stacks, but to even, gank the side lanes like that, it's I don't know. Yeah, I think if you play the 10 times, probably you don't even get the options to do that. So I think that was also nice. He found the Endless Rune and also saw the opportunity to do that afterwards.
I mean, I want to see Chengdu to be able to do that again, though, right, in game 2, right? Kind of read when that aggression comes in, because if you stop Amar from farming the off lane, if you put Skitter on this back foot, then these are the motions that you need to beat Falcons. Again, many teams aren't able to do it, but again, Yandex, they were able to do it in game 1.
Yeah, it looked amazing for them there. On the side of Falcons, there's a lot of struggles that came out of this. More importantly, they were able to match Yandex towards the later part of the game. I want to say about between the 15 and 20 minute mark, right? But they weren't clean moves here. And that's something that also feels like is not the normal Falcons we see.
Yeah, I was kind of confused with their moves a little bit, because when you see their lineup, it's DK or Storm with Skyra Finish. That's how you initiate. And there's a couple fights near the tier 2 where they just weren't really on the same page. Of course, we have Saxor on the Shadow Demon doing a really good job. And because of that, Maureen, he then jumps to Shadow Demon, because if you don't jump Shadow Demon, whoever you jump will get saved, right? SD did go for the Blink Rush, right, which was really important. But here, at this tier 2, it's just a little bit sloppy. They weren't ready. And then you fast forward nearly 3 minutes, 4 minutes down the line, right? You've got Skitter by the tier 2, Amar's getting jumped, Crits now on the backside, Snaking on the left. Like, it's not the disciplined Dota that we see from Falcons. And I think they felt the pressure in their lineup, that they could see that if they don't get these kills, Yandex will just outscale them. And because of that, they started making forced errors. And Yandex, of course, just relish both of these moments. And yeah, let's say they won both of those fights. The game could be quite different, but again, they didn't. Yandex was always in position to punish it.
I mean, this fight, 27 minutes, they were actually up 4K Falcons, right? They just took Roshan. Like, they were actually in a classic dominating Falcons position, and then they make this move on the tier 2, right? So, you know, had they not done that, had they just farmed a bit more and perhaps gotten more items, maybe we would be talking about different things now. It was just classic Falcons, blah, 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 you know, too bad, you know.
Crazy.
But that didn't happen. And I think now it's up to Falcons to come back in the series. Pressure's on them now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even there was like a team fight mid at some point where Skitter just doesn't press his BKB and he gets sundered. Like, really sort of strange, uncharacteristic mistakes. We can see it here. Like, they're going on this TB, and in a moment they stun this guy and they jump him. And not only do, you know, they kind of mess up the chain stun here. The DK stun is a little bit late, but Skitter blinks and he stuns the Jakiro. He doesn't press BKB, and then he just gets sundered, and BKB is after and immediately dies. Like, just super bizarre, to be honest. I think if they chain stun this TB, he just dies there and they win the fight. Like, this is very uncharacteristic mistakes from Falcons.
It's how they, after that 23-minute clip we saw earlier, they took a fight straight after and they killed the TB in that fashion, right? So when you think of that moment, like, they had the damage throughout the entire game. They just need to execute on it. And yeah, Falcons, 3-4 different moments where they just make mistakes, and it's baffling. Not used to seeing it.
Well, now we've chalked it up a little bit towards the draft there. Obviously, not having those disciplined moves, that's what you've coined it there as well, T. But then when you look towards the game number 2, because it's a best of 3, it's elimination or grand finals. They're the only 2 options for your team here. You're either going to make it or not. Where is the shift really going to come from? Because plays were pretty off. Draft felt off as well, and felt like they were on a timer.
I mean, I think you have to start at your foundations like Falcons always does and understand that, okay, we're a really good team. We're great individual players. Don't overthink stuff too much. We messed up. It happens. And I think you've got to fix this draft. And I think they also feel like this game was hard. I think they're not going to pick Storm Spirit again. And I think they're not going to give Shadow Demon again, because this hero was instrumental. Soxa is amazing on this hero. And it's also really good against the heroes Falcons picks. They pick tanky, blobby boys. And SD is really good against all those heroes.
I mean, I also think now Falcons are going to be first pick. It's going to be a very different game right now. The whole idea of pick your poison against Falcons actually applies now, right? And it's kind of Falcons terrain. So in some sense, yeah, Falcons needs to recover from that game 1, but it's also now Yandex. Now is the real test, you know. Can you beat the Falcons first pick? Because that's where they are the strongest.
Yeah, and often when they have the DK, right, the DK is layered with other ways to take over the game. When you have Maureen on a 40% win rate hero, Amar on a countered last pick Bristle, these aren't the heroes that amplify a blink dagger skirmishing carry like Skitter. Like, how many times in the fights do we see Skitter jump in, suicide, and this team's like, all right, sure, whatever, right? So I feel like there is a lot of things that Falcons can improve on. So yeah, I think, but they are the adjustment team, right? Aoi, after that game, he already knows exactly what he wants. So game 2 should be more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, you know, their team fight, honestly, in that game is pretty scarce. We saw the MOUZ get banned out in the last phase, and we talked about it in draft. You look at their first 4 heroes, it's Skywrath, it's DK, it's Storm. It's all guys who want to jump one guy and kill him, and Ench is pretty much a 0-damage hero in general until much later in the game. You follow that up with Bristle, also someone who just hits one guy. Like, you end up with pretty much no team fight playing against an Underlord and a Sanking and all this AoE. Like, you put yourself in a position of high execution. And I think as Falcons, you are probably better laners, if we're being honest here. And I think you should use that laning advantage to get through the lanes with heroes that are just easy and chill to play, because, you know, I think, pretty clearly a little shaky from this game, right? So you want to simplify things. Make it easy for yourself next game.
Well, I mean, if Yandex has to win the series, I would like to see them once again prioritize the Pangolier. Don't give it to Falcons.
Oh, so you think like either ban or take it for themselves?
I mean, you're going to give them the Dragon Knight first pick probably, or some kind of first pick that you know they're going to take. And then you got to take the Pangolier for yourselves or ban it out. I don't want to see the second phase Pangolier for Malrine/Armar again. Haha, Falcons, you know. I don't want to see this type of thing. If you're going to win, I think this is the recipe.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't spoke about, right, was the fact that in that last game, Snaking and Amar did go for the double pipe, right? We don't see 2 pipes too often. Maybe under the pressure, they were just getting stressed out, like, we just want a barrier, right? You can apply 2 barriers, not at the same time, but you can, like, sync
Once
them.
one pipe is...
Exactly, when one's done, the second comes in, but you could clearly feel that under the stress of that game, they were like, we just need something to survive, something to go next. Like, these aren't the items that, like, push them forward to, like, crushing a game, but... Yeah.
I'm curious if the 2 pipes were intentional or it was a little bit of a slip-up, a rare mistake.
I could see it being intentional, but also there's a decent chance.
There's plenty of items in the game, right? I'm sure you could find something better than 2 pipes. I don't know.
I feel like it's a mistake. I feel like they were honestly a bit stressed and not focused, and they just honestly didn't realize they already had a pipe. Like, it happens before. I've had games where people accidentally buy 2 Shivas or whatever. Like, this happens sometimes.
In competitive?
Yeah, in competitive, I've had it happen on teams before. Like, sometimes people are just, they're just not looking, and somebody forgets to say, yo, I'm buying this item, and then suddenly you have 2 of them.
I'm in belief. I like barriers. They are silly and OP things, so... Again, we'll see. If they are to win, easy interview question for the lads.
That's true. I mean, even if they don't, then maybe we could just poke and prod them in a couple days. No.
Losers interview. Hey, guys.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, all right, guys? It's a best of 3.
Yeah,
We've only done game number 1. I do want to open up the floor, though, because before this series, it was only a 5% win rate chance to Yandex, a 10% over from T. After seeing how good game 1 was, are you still doubling down? You think that this is going to go to game 3?
I do think it's going to go to game 3. I think Falcons on first pick is very scary, but I think it's not guaranteed. I'll give Yandex for game 2. I'll give them 30%. I'll go up to where Misery was.
Wow, that's so generous of you.
What about the series as a whole?
Series, I'll give them... I think I'll also give them 30%. I'll give them 30 for both.
Okay.
So then why did you stipulate? Why didn't you just say 30%?
I just changed my mind.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And T?
I'm just going to follow suit. I feel like they have proven that they have earned more percentages. I feel like Falcons' adjustments will scare them a little bit. But yeah, I think give them 10% at the start of the day. They are the underdogs, but they're now, they should. See, I thought
you guys were going to double down because yesterday Saxa said they always lose game 1 and go on to win the series. Now they've won game 1. Is it just a 2-0? Did they just skip the first
I didn't think about that.
The thing is, we've not pushed them to winning the entire thing. Quinn and I haven't said that, it's 90% to Yandex now. We're still holding true to the Falcons' redemption in game 2.
Well, look, okay. I was just kind of seeing where you guys were at, if there was that change up or not, because a game number 1 going the way of Yandex does mean that we're going to have our game number 2 just after this break.
Every player carries 2 sides within them, the calm and the chaos, the fire and the balance.
And today we're going to find out what really drives them.
Today, they're going to confront to us who they truly are.
And today we'll have to have them choose whether they want the good or the bad. Today, it's your judgment day. Melody, you seem to be the kind of guy that takes risks, It's all about the adrenaline of the game, getting in there and just having fun, doing whatever you want to do to see if it works.
I think you take calculated risks.
I'm more on the good side right now, but sometimes for me it changes and I can just do some risky stuff and totally ruin games and maybe sometimes win it. So I think calculated decisions and being precise is the most accurate thing for me.
If I could promise you that you would win if you took big risks, would you prefer to be a guy that took a lot of risks and won most of the time, or are you going to be a dude who is always prepared and always calculated?
If the game goes to shit, you just have to take a big risk to turn around the game.
I think your confidence in game comes from your ego.
I think your confidence comes from preparation.
I'm on a good side again.
Oh my god.
Ego is not my thing. When I play in a team with the guys that I respect the most, I put my ego down. Maybe sometimes my ego comes up during the draft phase because I take responsibility for that.
I feel like you're a guy who wants to be remembered when it comes to Dota 2.
I feel you want to build something very meaningful in a good way.
I value being in the history of Dota more than earning money in a good way or bad way. Like, it doesn't matter for me as long as I win some tournaments.
Okay, so we both lose on that one, I guess. I think that the reason that you tilt is because you expect other people to have your level of excellence.
He seems pretty calm.
I'm on the bad side. It's like when the things happen over and over, it just fills the glass to the breaking point. I try to calm myself by saying, you know what, I'm just a guy who plays Dota.
Are you the kind of guy that values control?
I think you value harmony over everything.
Slacks, you're absolutely wrong.
Oh, come on, that is not, come on.
Of course everything comes in harmony. It's not a dictatorship. I don't want to dictate rules to my guys.
Okay, I mean, that's all cute, but I'm talking like Roche is being taken. Somebody's got to start making some calls. That's where a good team comes in.
Imagine you are a support, 1K net worth during this Russian team fight. Like, you think your 20K net worth carry gonna listen to you? You are the one who should listen to them.
You made me a better person with that, damn you. Well done.
Game 2 of Falcons versus Yandex. Whew, Yandex winning game 1. Not many people, I think, would have expected that coming into the series, especially knowing that Falcons had not lost a single game to Yandex so far in the year. But a single best of 3 stops them from getting to a grand finals, and potentially only a game now for Yandex.
Very hyped to see what the Yandex chooses to do in the early draft here.
Yeah, they're starting off with I think the guaranteed bans. I think there's no shot you ever give these heroes to Falcons anymore. Like, they've proven you just don't give them. Okay, so they're leaving Naga and Chen. We talked about that in game 1.
Nice.
Yeah.
They're saying, you pick the 5. You play the 5, and we're going to, maybe they respond with a Pangolin even. And now they're calling their bluff.
There's SD.
Yep.
There's the
Chen.
There's Naga.
There's DK.
There's
Pangolier.
Yeah, Pangolier. I mean, they know... Wait, is there any of these heroes that Yandex does not really play?
Congratulations to Aoi. He now has the chair, by the way.
Yandex doesn't play DK.
Yeah, they will not pick DK, I think. Track. Okay, so they're going to go for the Chen. Falcons, they love this hero. They really believe in their Chen. You hear them talk about it in interviews and stuff like, we will pick Chen if it's there.
But what's the balance now between Chen to Pango, right? Pango used to be the Chen counter for like clearing out the creeps, but with Chen playing a slower aura game, is Pango not just...
I mean, Pango is great, but I just don't think it's Yandex's priority. I think they should pick the SD again, perhaps, potentially, or the Naga, and just ban this Pangolier. But of course, they could also take it.
So they go for the Naga.
Yeah.
I mean, I like this. I think this hero is broken. Falcons, one of the games they lost, the only game they lost in the group stage was to Naga Siren on Ucolt. So clearly, you know, Falcons also recognized this Naga hero is very, very powerful.
I mean, I don't have the win rates between the two heroes against each other because often they're banned out, but on paper though, isn't Chen still a good answer to Naga, right? Because like you survive through the initial song. When Naga's healing her teammates, Chen will be able to utilize his teammates post-song as well. Like, it does feel like the battle of the kind of the buff-ups, and of course, the next 4 heroes of both teams will be very critical, but it doesn't feel like it's like the Naga of, it's the perfect Naga, even though, of course, broken hero.
I don't know if these heroes necessarily have that much, they don't influence each other as much as perhaps the rest of the draft matters.
They're kind of just 2 guys doing their thing.
Zanking ban out. Makes a lot of sense based on last game, and Shadow Fiend with an Naga combo, right?
Yeah, very smart bans.
I think you can almost guarantee that if Yandex does not ban Pangolin here, Falcons will pick it up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's also quite good
like the hero.
I'm just...
No, it's very fair. Like, it is really important here because Yandex banned it first phase, right? Like, you can't forget about things or overlook like the reasons why you won the draft. You know, you have to look at actually think about it, consider what about this is good. How can we replicate that on a different pick order?
Okay, they banned Ursa.
So potentially protecting one of the offlane picks here.
We noticed so far a lot of his heroes are, you know, melee beefy boys that want to play, not play into Ursa, right? But
well, they have left the Pango.
They go with the Dragon Knight, right? And a hero that we didn't really think Yandex was going to play that much.
Yeah.
Because it's not usually a hero that you think of when you think of Watson?
They have played it in all 3 roles though, throughout Blast Slam 5.
Okay.
All right, so one of the few teams to play it offlane then.
Yeah.
I do think Watson will probably not play it, so to me this is probably a mid-offlane flex, if anything. I could see it being fine in lane against Chen. You kind of just sit there with your armor and just farm. You don't care about your mana getting burned. Maybe it's a hero that just blobs there and they have the idea that you go and play elsewhere, you know, as an offlane against Chen, something like this. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if it ends up going offlane, of course, there's a lack of potential team fight and the traditional offlaner, what those heroes provide, right? It's not you want to buy a pipe on Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
So
Falcons just need to make sure that they just have damage, right? To be able to eat through how tanky Naga and DK will become, right, throughout the mid to late game. They need to ensure that they don't put themselves in the same position where they're kind of so critical on having to get these pickoffs and snowball in the game, and they do go for the Pango. No surprise there at all. The entirety of the group stage, Pangolier was pivotal for them. And most likely, or normally they pair it with a crit hero here.
Yeah, maybe Sky or Hoodwink.
Yeah,
like that.
Sky, Ringmaster, Hoodwink, Snapfire, like multiple different options. It just really depends on which angle Falcons are going later on in the draft, but this is normally a crit's position.
Yeah, plenty of fine options.
Yep, they go for the Ringmaster.
Sure. I mean, I wonder for Yandex what core they're picking here. Are they going for carry? Right? Are they assuming Pangolier's offlane? Because I think mid Pango against mid DK is not like super good for Pango. It's fine, but it's not super good. And I think generally they've defaulted it to offlane with mid being the more rare exception. So I wonder, will Watson pick here and potentially get counterpicked, or are they going to save carry for last?
But do you not think, like, stylistically for Yandex, a big reason why they won the last game was how active Chiro Jr. was? When you put him onto the DK mid, it slows down that game, rely on kind of Blink Dagger and other things. You can't just play on like an active route, right? So is that not a potential concern for Yandex if they do go down that route?
I think it is a little bit. I mean, like we've talked about, I don't think DK is particularly good for Yandex. DK is a good hero, but I don't know if it's, the all-time best for them. And I think DK against Chen is also somewhat of a mixed bag because the hero is low damage. You're not playing against a save, you're playing against heals, you're playing against Chen armor, which is obviously very good against the poison DK. Like, it's not super black and white.
I'm just thinking about the Yandex hero here. Could we see the Windrunner get picked up again that we saw a lot yesterday? It seemed pretty strong for Saxa yesterday, and
yeah,
I think it sort of makes sense here as well.
Oh, I like that.
You need some follow-up damage onto when this DK stuns, right? And kind of also, he played it really well yesterday as well. Primal, okay, so kind of like a double flex situation.
Yeah,
a
little bit. Chiro does play this hero. He's pretty comfortable on it, so it could definitely be mid. It's not like one of those players who can't play Pango or Primal like me. It's someone who can actually play Primal, so he can take it mid.
It is pretty scary, right? Because Primal with the Chen is kind of free. You just kind of eat his creeps very quickly. You get Shivas as well to anti-heal. Like, Primal's natural item path. Of course, you want to always go Blink Dagger. It does counter Falcons, so very cool pick, but
it's also the canceling of the roll, right? Which is always just big.
BKB grab him. Yep. Yeah. Pango might have to think about a Linken's potentially.
Yeah, Linken's or Lotus, but it does mess with your item progression on Pango. Like, you want to get this Ags, and you want to get super tanky, super fat. Like, Pango is a core hero that wants to scale and buy selfish items. And when you have to buy this Lotus or Linken's for yourself, it delays your Ags massively, and it can really impact this hero's ability to, like, scale and do damage.
Wow, that's such a late Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Damn.
And it's so good with Primal.
Yep.
Yandex has so good heroes right now. Look at that lineup, man.
Yeah, it's very, very clean.
Very strong.
Normally here you'd be looking at like an Ember or something from the mid lane just to try and threaten the mid Primal, stop him from trampling. It is like one of the classic old counters. Again, not really a Marine hero though, so probably won't see it.
I can see them look towards the Weaver. We saw them play Chen Weaver in another game. I think it was against Primal as well, against Heroic.
Thinking maybe something like a Medusa could also be an option here potentially, but definitely some kind of.
But they're both very different heroes, right? Because the Weaver, you're going for the aggression to try and kill the lane. The Medusa, you're just going full scaling, right? So they do go for the Weaver.
It's also the classic Shadow Demon response, I think.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean, you mentioned it last game. I think it makes a lot of sense. It gives you this massive amount of aggression and physical damage between Chen, Weaver, and Pangolier. Like, the heroes are very good together. The crowd is getting very hyped.
Yeah, they love Weaver or something. I don't know. I wish I kind of...
I don't know.
I wish we had a live
translator. There's a lot of people in here.
I'm not sure. Must be something to... Yeah, okay, anyway, they're really hyped.
Yeah, they're hyped for Weaver, yeah.
I think this draft is much more even. I wouldn't say it's... I don't feel it's sided particularly to one side or the other. I can see angles for both teams. I do think Yandex has got something that's good for them, though. I think they've got something very comfortable. They've got good scaling, good team fight. Like, they have a lot of nice heroes, and they've got a Watson last pick coming up, probably.
The thing for Falcons, though, to lean on is they have so many elusive tools, right? Because you've got the Pango, the Weaver to find the backline, ways to skirmish and kind of just annoy the support. I think last game, it was really obvious. Like, is the DK jumping with a blink? Is the Storm jumping in with the zip, right? Like, this time it's a little bit more chaotic in nature. So the positioning on Yandex has to be a lot better in game 2 compared to game 1.
I think one issue for Yandex this game as well is that they don't have that much damage. If Primal goes offlane and he has a bad start, which he might have against the Weaver, that hero comes on a bit slow, right? You have the DK, the Naga, the SD. These heroes actually don't provide that much damage. So, and then on the other side, you have heroes that are kind of hard to kill, you know? Pangolin can jump away, Weaver is hard to kill, you have to save, you have the heals. So I think this is much more in Falcons, you know, ballpark. I think they like this game a lot more from their point of view. And I think Yandex last pick, if they end up picking another kind of carry hero that wants to farm and does not provide damage, their draft could be pretty slow. And that could be exposed by Falcons.
No, that is definitely true. And also, you know, last time we saw them have the Naga, they went for the Lina. I don't think they'll be doing that this game. It's very bad against Pangolin, and I think it's also pretty bad against Weaver. You'll get ganked like crazy, you'll lose your tower, and your map will fall apart. So they need to try to find some carry hero that balances well with Naga, but also isn't too slow.
Could we just see the Watson man up and take the DK, and then you end up picking another mid hero with like an Ember Spirit or some kind of damage dealer for mid? I think that would fit their lineup really well, honestly.
The problem with that is Falcons, if they go for like an Amar Tide, you then have complete free farm into Naga DK lane. He becomes unkillable. You got the jump.
You're gonna see the Amar hero first, and then you can decide what kind of hero.
But the fact is, both Ursa and Gyro are banned, which are kind of the big anti-beefy boy offlaners. So I think Amar's going to be pretty comfortable just throwing in whatever he reads on the game. But yeah, I can see him going into Naga DK. Amar knows he's going to farm in that lane.
No, it's interesting. They can go a couple of different routes on Yandex, whereas I mean even Falcons, it's not guaranteed if this Pango is offlane or mid right now. They have some choices, but they're taking their time. It's not one of these free drafts where you're rattling every obvious pick off. You know, they're running out of reserve time.
What could Marine play here then? Could you play Queen of Pain maybe? Or Leshrac? Something like that? Or, because like...
It's a pretty decent last game.
They might need one more initiator / frontliner here, right? I think...
Yeah, they want some damage, I think, to help their Chan.
Yeah, Centaur.
Let's go Centaur. So going for the beefy blobs, but they now ban out the Watson TA, the Terrorblade, potential lane winners, and as we already mentioned, Yandex had banned out the Ursa and the Gyro, so it is an offlaner that at least the traditional meta aggressive carries are gone.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have a lot of survivability. They have some very tanky heroes. They've got Shen auras to back it up. Like, it is a very... This, to me, is a very classic Falcons draft. They're very comfortable with this, very happy.
Yeah. Very different from game 1.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot riding on this last pick. I think if Yandex picks the wrong hero, they can get mega stomped this game, like, very easily.
I'm really scared if DK goes to mid, that is the problem. As you already mentioned, the damage that they have, from what Mizru was saying, it instantly disappears. Okay. So the damage disappears, but Yandex is basically going, Falcons, we expect you to have your 20-minute timing. We will survive it, and then we will outscale you. That's pretty much all they've said here, is we think we are good enough to survive the Falcons' death push.
Oh, it is the offlane DK and the mid primal. I like this way better.
Okay.
I think it would have been super bad, honestly, if DK was mid and primal was offlane.
Yeah, I like this too as well actually. And then you also get the Weaver, I mean the DK into the Weaver, right? Which is a very good matchup for DK.
Yeah.
Now you can actually pressure him, and also gets the primal online earlier. The Morphling pick is a little weird, I think, because like you are giving the Centaur a very free lane, right? Yeah. You are also picking it into Pangolier, which of course buys Diffusal Blade and burns the Morph mana early on. But if he does get items and becomes Weaver, for example, like he's a big issue for Falcons later on.
No, I mean, this Morphling at some point will become the boss of the game. Like he will kill their heroes, absolutely. To me, it's a matter of like, I think Cheer Jr. is, much similar to last game. I think he's quite the focus of this game. Like, he is the damage dealer, right? It's him running in with the Disseminate that's going to kill heroes. Otherwise, they're not really killing many heroes. This Weaver is not being touched in this early game, right? So you're fighting around mid, you're fighting around this Morphling in the safe lane, and how these fights go, I think, determines a lot of this early game. Because I think Yandex can get, like, raffle stomped if lanes go bad.
But also, Primal is such a visual hero, right? Like a bad blink or a bad initiation, you instantly see it and the ramifications on your team, right? So for Jiro Jr., he has to have the good blink timing. He needs to make sure every item is the correct in the build path, because any mistake from him, it opens the floodgates for Falcons to break the map to get that 15k gold lead, and then Watson will be playing from behind. So yeah, normally we put pressure on a player or something in a draft, but I kind of feel like Jiro Jr. really needs to do so much for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit similar situation as last game. You know, if Yandex plays their lanes really well and disciplined, I think they have a really good draft once again. They have insane scale on all 5 of their heroes. Of course, Falcons also have their own scale and Skeeter as well, like the best Weaver in the world.
Yeah, but let's not forget that Falcons have at least returned to the draft that we've seen them win multiple tournaments with, right? Like, they have the Chen, the Pango, Crit back on the Ringmaster, Amar on his annoying hero that's going to be able to just free farm his lane, right? Like, Falcons are back to their Falcon style compared to game 1, where they were exploring a little bit with the exposed Storm pick and all this shenanigans. But less about that. Slacks is on the stage with Aui to talk about the game 2 draft.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with the biggest mind in Dota 2, Aui 2000. Awful draft in the first one. How do you feel like you came back from that?
Nah, I mean, our draft was sort of bad, to be honest. So, like,
all right.
it was pretty easy reset. I mean, like, I think we thought we could win the game, but if we mess up the early game at all, like, the game's hard, and like, that's just a terrible way to play for us. So, it's easy to reset when you know you just messed up. So.
Taking that credit, of course, Mr. 2000. So generous of you. Pangolier picked up. Panel's talking a lot about this hero. Says it's super busted, does so much damage. What are your thoughts? Is this like a first pick, first ban kind of hero in this meta?
Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of like early first spec heroes, because like you compare it to like Naga, Chen, like all these like Huskars, like I don't know. But Pango's really good and he's flexible in the draft, so everyone likes him.
All right, fantastic. Speaking of heroes that people like, ATF on that Centaur, is that a hero that he enjoys playing in your opinion? Because it's kind of like a boring farm, but then have action later where, his Mars and stuff is so impactful.
I mean, Centaur farms a lot, so I think he likes it. But he hated the hero for a long time, and then we started losing to this hero on first spec, and then they would just like scream Centaur whenever like playing the hero, and they started picking it, and both him and Stas like it now. So I think I don't know, I think he likes it. I can't really tell with him.
No one can. All right, well, last question then. What are your chances here? Out of 5 being the best, 1 being the worst, what do you think about this victory?
I mean, I think I'm pretty confident I draft this game. I think, to be honest, last game, like, our draft was bad, but I think the play level was pretty decent. I think the game's pretty easy for them, so I think pretty confident. So, like, a 2,
All right, that is a 2 is extremely confident for Aui 2000 out of 5. We'll see if his prediction is correct as we head over to our casters.
I didn't realize how supple and flexible Slacks was until that little wobble during the interview. Always nice to see how straightforward Aui is, though, in terms of being humble and understanding their draft wasn't particularly good in game 1. And what do you think about this one, though?
Definitely upgraded the draft in pretty much every single cylinder. Even though there are similar heroes, I can see like this type of draft making a couple of mistakes and still being able to play from behind. But this is also a draft made to be played from ahead.
I mean, game 1, there was a lot of answers from Yandex as well. It was a very well-crafted draft to deal with what the Falcons had, as we'll prepare ourselves to move into game 2 here. Semi-finals, potential for Falcons to get 2-0'd by Yandex. We'll see if they're able to level the playing field, though, because, like everybody's saying, panel, yourself included, this is a signature draft from the Falcons. Yandex with a last pick Morphling, a big question mark over that hero. And Watson, definitely a player-hero combination that we can be excited to see. But this is going to be a good one. It's Team Falcons against Team Yandex. And here we go. Game 2, best of 3, semi-finals. Let's get things off with a bang. Some good luck, have funs in the all chat from Noticed. Mode Skitter, he says, playing the Dragon Knight from the off-lane, though.
Does that mean he's going to be getting the Blink Dagger, getting the potentially Silence as his second item? Because they are lacking some of control. Sure, Primal Beast gives you a lot. I think there's going to be a lot on shoulders of Jiro Jr. to have a good game, because he is the damage dealer. I think I remember one of the games during Wallachia where it was Team Spirit who had Nagasarn plus Shadow Demon, I believe, as combo, and an offlaner that doesn't deal damage. They fell apart pretty much in 10 minutes against Paravision, but let's see this
Here
one.
comes Falcons.
Notice.
They're swooping in, looking for first blood, but that onslaught has held them back. Shiro Jr., the brick wall, puts his body in harm's way. Banish there will save him as well. Falcons will not be able to take that first kill of the match, but they do invade to block up some camps.
They do. And they're going to be running back to base to heal up. Notice they still have smoke available on him, having that extra bit of a movement speed, which is going to be nice. I want to go back to Primal Beast. I think he's going to be having okay time in the mid lane against this Bango, but also two supports. I want to see them rotate to Chira Jr., understanding that he is the damage dealer. If you look at the other heroes, Morphlick, he needs pretty much 2-3 items to be able to join some of these fights. Or maybe scout things out what's happening in this one, but this is also a lane where Amar is gonna get the free farm. This is not a lane where you can actually get punished. This is Nagasarn, one of the few things that this hero doesn't do too well, especially if she's paired up with a support, with a carry, sorry, that doesn't deal that much damage early on. We saw like Shadow Fiend combinations, we saw Yandex running Lina, which was super powerful because you have the damage, you have some kind of a setup, but Morphling doesn't provide you with any.
Overall, this feels like it's going to be one of those classic Falcons games in general, right? No matter who they play against, that drawing of the game out, 35, 40 minutes, playing that macro style, and Yandex kind of leaning into that a little bit, right? The Naga, the Morphling, more kind of late game oriented heroes to reset mid game to late game team fights.
Yeah, I was looking at the top lane, some really nice body blocks coming out from Snaking. He's also playing, we saw a couple of Chens in the previous tournaments going for the Hellbeard convert. Instead, he is going for the mana burn. Like, this just seems way superior, especially in a situation. You're playing against Dragonite. Sure, doesn't use that much mana, but still, you would want to have mana to be able to use the stun, make sure that maybe Skitter's not getting all the CS as he would like to. And Saksa using Disruption early, getting his mana burn. He's like, I gotta spend that mana. I do not want to get my mana burned. I'm gonna be receiving extra bit of a damage. So he's completely out of mana, forced to use Clarity already.
Yeah, because we've seen from like mid and off lane Dragonites, right? More in the Breathe Fire. You want to secure range creeps. So if you're burning all that mana away, you don't have a support like a Snapfire who can secure the range creeps for you. And much more difficult there, especially if you are out of mana in that top lane for Yandex. So far, so good though. Noticed 6 and 1. As the Skitter Weaver picks up the exact same. And this is a hero we've heard a lot from the pros in terms of item build. I think there was even a piece during this tournament asking the carry players what item they prefer between the Mjolnir and the Deso.
Yeah, in this one, it's definitely Mjolnir. This is something, like you're playing against high armor heroes, against Morphling, against Dragonite, so you want to be building in that Mjolnir. This is something that Skeeter does in most of his games anyway, because Deso is a bit of a tricky one. Like, it gives you slightly more damage early on, but it also puts you in a situation where you need to invest into Shard, and you also need to put yourself in a spot where you are going through the heroes, going through the wave to actually deal the damage instead of keeping the distance. So, might be, like, less greedy, and also puts you in a spot where you're not going to be potentially dying as much. This is also, like, I think Panel touched upon, maybe some Pango with the Lincoln Sphere. I want to see Skeeter build the Lincoln Sphere. Usually his itemization is Falcon Blade, because it's into the contract. He's playing for Falcons, got to buy that item at least one per game. And then, you know, get your Treads, get your Mjolnir, then go for the Hurricane Pike into Lincoln Sphere. Just be super annoying, because the very limited lockdown. You don't care about Saksa's ulti in this game. He had an amazing game in game number 1. And if you build Lincolns, Chira Jr. can't catch you, neither can Notice. So gonna be a very, like, I think this is a very low death game on Weaver.
Look at that Notice, just pressing buttons, casting spells to secure as many creeps as he possibly can before the mana pool is completely depleted. I mean, maybe Skitter should start playing Kez, right? The double Falcon Blade build, really lean into that. We're not really seen Kez.
Yeah, even Kez players nowadays build only into one. Anyway, it's a bit of a too much. And Skeeter, can they get a first blood? No, Saksa manages to TP out.
Back to Fountain, dispense with the bug. Malrine 22-6 against the Primal Beast 15-16-1. Taking a slight lead there, while the Centaur, I mean, you said it right, this is a very simple, straightforward lane for Amar. Gets his farm, isn't pressured at all. On the opposing side, Yandex, Notice, has to back up because of that Shadow Demon TPing to Fountain. So a difficult lane for them to continue playing into upper top.
And something we haven't talked about, like, it's such a good Pango game, other than playing against Primal Beast, because he can grab you with the BKB, stop your roll from going off. But once he gets to the Diffusal Blade, you have pretty much 3 perfect heroes to burn mana. Morphling, very low mana pool. Same goes for Primal, same goes for Dragon Knight. Plus, you also have potential mana burn coming out from Chen and his creeps.
And what a night and day difference in this mid lane for Chero Jr. Game 1, super hot on that Sand King, having a good start to his lane stage, having a good mid game. This time around, having runes denied and being pressured by this Pango non-stop. Empty bottle, low HP, and no resources. Put Chero Jr. in a situation where he might just have to go back.
He needs to go back.
The base. Rough time. I mean, range creep going to get denied under his own tower as well. And the Falcons' pressure, you can already feel it starting to build. This is before the Chen starts moving across the map. Before you've got these Stampede Rolling Thunder plays.
Lineup from Yandex is fine if they can get to like 25 minutes with less than 5k gold deficit. But this type of lineup from other side, Falcons, they're ready to push it in early. They have the damage. Once you bring the auras, Centaur, once he builds his first aura in this game, and then you also have Chen with his auras, Mech coming out, damage is going to be very limited.
Because Yandex have a lot of catch and reset.
Yeah.
Saves with Song, Disruption, to buy time and maybe delay the fights out.
It's basically going to come down to building Lotuses, Lincoln Spheres potentially. I think Quinn had a pretty good point, being the Pango expert, of course, so that it kind of delays your other item timing, what Pango wants to do with the Aghanim Scepter, wants to become super tanky, deal that extra bit of a damage. So I might want to see slightly earlier Lotus Orb from ATF just to be able to protect him against Shura Jr.
Oh, a bunch of heals there for Snaking to stay topped up, and they turn onto Saxa to get first blood. Skitter draws it and noticed. He pops his wand and he can try TP. 400 HP, that's enough. Actually goes all the way back to Fountain there. I was wondering if maybe he goes to Tier 1 Tower, but he wants to reset fully to return to that lane. And Malrine able to gather up the regen rune. So does get the luck of the draw there. Rotate crit back in towards mid. He made that rotation top and wants to return to his friend down at bottom. This has been a free lane for Malrine's Pango. 42 and 15. The annihilation begins. So you said Morphling. Hang on a second. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a solo
Shira
one.
Jr.
That's
takes
a big
him.
one. Sucks up.
We didn't see that one coming.
It's like this hero has unlimited damage throughout the whole game. Like, you're gonna start to scale. It's very important that they are getting any kind of kills they can get. We said this is a bit of a greedier lineup. I'm also looking at Notice's items, what he has in his quick buy. Mask of Madness plus Armlet. I'm not sure if he can get away with this item build this game. Like, it's a very greedy one.
Oh yeah.
Unless Shura Jr. can buy time for you. And Falcons bringing in numbers.
On the Wisdom Shrine, Snaking Skitter here, but Shira Jr. is going to arrive from the right-hand side. Weaver Shuguching away, but still level 5. No time lapse available, so 3, 2, 1. He's going to die. The Shuguchi comes back just in time. Skitter, oh, just about slips away from danger. Well, Malady on the right-hand side trying to deal with Amar.
Could have been big if they managed to kill him there. Malady is going to TP out, which relieves some of the pressure as well from Morphling. We saw crit rotating to the top lane.
And here's that solo kill. How rare it is for Malrine to get pummeled in a 1v1.
It was very nicely done. He used the bottle during the trample. It didn't get canceled. Gave him just enough mana to get the onslaught and get that extra bit of a damage on him.
Perfectly done. Reclaiming some of that momentum out of the middle lane because it was slipping away very quickly. Now, Primal Beast pretty much even with the rest of the pack. Dragon Knight, the only one suffering in terms of net worth overall.
As long as they can keep things even, grab a kill, because this lineup, it needs a little bit more time compared to the lineup that they did have in the previous game. Shira Jr., he's off to a good start. Did manage to get that solo kill, level 7, so Trample is maxed out. The problem is going to be, Amar is also going to be farming a lot in the bottom lane. First roll, nice sidestep.
Bring it around the rosy. No high five, though. Shira Jr. having a really good day today. Saxa on the hunt for D-wards, trying to stack up the camps and make sure there's no invasion there from the Falcons. While Amar plays bottom jungle, met by Watson and Shira Jr. A Pulverize into the right-click damage out of the Morphling, trying to body block this Centaur and force the Stampede. The Ensnare already came out. Amar very slow, though, trying to Stampede away. Watson with a few more hits. Maybe 2 more will do the trick. He's trying to high-five and juke into the trees, but there's the onslaught from Chira Jr.
Oh, Deluge making the difference there. It caps your movement speed to 230, so the Stampede is not as effective as you would like it to be. Even his smaller brother, Amar's younger brother, helping him out here with the stomp, but it's still not good enough. You can see Watson, like even the Chira Jr. trying to potentially force him to use the stomp immediately, keeping the distance, still dealing some of the damage, and then Malady, extra bit of a body block coming out. These are the type of kills that they need to get. We said Chira Jr. needs to have a good time. Yeah. So far, so good. Involved in both kills, like got a low kill game so far, but yeah, the Fusel Blade now done on Malrine. It's go time for Falcons. You have your Chen with the army, soon to be level 6.
There's no messing around, right? Yandex a game ahead in this best of 3, potentially a game away from the grand finals. Something Falcons do not want to let happen. We'll see what they can do, though, with Malrine's ulti back up. We kind of expect the Falcons to make some more moves. Give Skitter a bit of room up top. Play into that southern jungle. You don't want to let the Morphling just free farm. You want to be pressuring Watson. Don't allow him to have that easy run to his big items.
It needs to be Pango, otherwise they can't pressure him. Supports are still level 5, and now they're gonna smoke up Marine and Crit. Also, Impalement Arts. This is an ability that deals percentage-based damage once it's maxed out. Right now it's 4%. It's very good against Morphling once he starts shifting.
And Primal and DK, right? Primal, great strength gain, lots of HP. Ringmaster could get some tremendous value. Crit looks like his smoke breaks on the Naga Siren there.
Maladish in a good spot, knows that this move is coming. They're missing from the mid lane, Snaking is showing in the mid lane, which means that Malrine is making a move. Rolling Thunder, not gonna connect. He stops it.
He thought about it. A pretty classic move from Falcons, the catapult wave in that off lane. Skitter went through the twin gate, they were looking for that kill into tower. In the end, they'll just go for the objective and take the easy route. Well, Yandex, finally a bit of wiggle room here for Notice to get some farm going. Closing the gap on the rest of the pack, and not that far behind anymore.
Yeah, I said he might not be able to get away with the itemization that he has in his quick buy. I think, considering that the game did slow down a little bit, he can get the items. Go for this Mask of Madness, just become a third carry. Primal Beast, we talked about him being the one guy who has unlimited damage that pretty much scales super well into the late game. Like one of the best scaling mid laners in the game, might even be the best one. When we talk about him hitting level 25, the extra 67% on Pulverize, having a refresher, this hero is just insane if it comes down to the super late game.
And these guys blink. 12 minutes in. Curious to see where he pivots to here.
That's why Notice doesn't have to go for the blink. You don't want to be having 2 blinks at the same time. It's kind of a grief in the current meta. So Chira Jr. looking for an opening here.
Yeah, we need multiple scaling heroes. Chira going to try and clear out Amar and his skeletons. Delay this push as much as they can. Difficult to approach into Falcons' front line here, though, with a couple of summons. The Pango's quite tanky. They need Chira Jr. to have a good angle, and he might be going for it now, seeing Snaking. Biding his time and waiting. They're not going to go for a kill on a hero. They just want to stop the tower push. Pango sees Malady. Bonk to the high ground, though. Well positioned. Disruption save, but Amar and Crit, they're here to line it back up for the Rolling Thunder to land.
Level 5 Naga Siren, they're going to take that trade. Problem is they're going to be losing the tower as well. But they are farming the big stacks. Chira Jr. getting good amount of gold from it.
That's a ton of money. Yeah, right, up to 5k net worth on the DK. This is all part of that big plan for Falcons. Now that the 2 tier 1s are down, mid and bottom lane, they can start moving around with this Chen a little more freely. Opening up the map, allowing the Centaur and Pango to play aggressively, while Skitter just tucks away, continues farming. Very close with Maelstrom already.
Yeah, Malrine immediately into Lincoln's here. He's like, oh, wow. Yeah, I really hate this matchup. I do not want to be stopped during Rolling Thunder from Primal Beast. And Amar, I said I wanted to see earlier Lotus Orb. He almost has it. Like, it's very close to it. Needs another 1,000 gold to finish it off. Then Primal can never go for Pango. He has the pretty free roll unless you're going to be the one initiating on him. Problem is, you don't have many ways of piercing through that Lincoln Sphere. Dragon Knight, one spell. Primal Beast as well. Shadow Demon. He does have 2 abilities, but also doesn't want to pop the Lincolns with one of them.
Adaptive Strike. Where is it? Garbage spell.
He might need to get 1 point in it.
He might have to.
The cast range is bad. Like the level 1 at 600. The way we nerfed it. I mean, definitely a deserved nerf on the spell.
There's the Maelstrom for Skitter. Like you said, going for that Mjolnir, as is his style. Ramps up his farm speed. Well, Morphling is top of the net worth, though. Around 8k. In large part due to this Chira Jr. Primal Beast playing aggressively on the other side of the map. Drawing a lot of attention.
Only 4 kills so far. We almost had more kills in our Pudge 1v1 show match, or 2v2 show match, if you want to call it that.
There were 3 kills.
Game instantly ended.
Got the Ringmaster laughing. He thought that was funny as well.
He's always laughing.
Amplified damage here from Malrine. Just going to be used to farm. No really targets on the map here. The Yandex are only showing the Primal Beast up top, which isn't the hero they want to go for. Watson is going to tick in the boxes here, going wave from lane to jungle, back again. Felt that something was coming, though.
My question is, who's Shadow Demon gonna ult in this one? He can't ulti the guys with Lincoln Spheres. Skeeter doesn't care too much about it. Having Shikuchi, Stampede as well. So doesn't have the clear target to actually use it in a fight.
Crit is going to get stampeded away from Chira Jr. Nice little disruption there to dodge the dagger as Watson comes in. Pango forms the Morphling, but the Wheel of Wonder. Song will reset and cancel it out. Rolling Thunder bounces around, trying to get Malrine into the fight, but now he's caught in the Song as well. What's the play for Yandex? Is turning onto the Pango, looking for Malrine. He's going to get dropped here by Watson. The chase is on towards Crit, who's low. Chira Jr. dives in towards him, but Skinner can return with a couple of blows back to take down Suxa while the Centaur TP's home. Chira with Malady are looking at snaking.
Has another onslaught, Blink Dagger and 2. Snaking looks very dead here if they decide to jump him, but they're also going to be respecting the damage potentially coming out from Skeeter. They do not want to overextend. First Song usage, they get the most out of it. We talked about that Saxa's not going to be having that good of a game. You have multiple ways of getting on top of him. Pretty much all 3 cores can get on top of him. Problem is, Morphling is free farming. He's involved in 3 out of 4 kills. Manta Style now completed. This is the hero that can take over the game. And he has pretty okay heroes that he can turn into. Like, the biggest one probably going to be Weaver, where you want to be having that chase potential, find both of the supports in the back lines, try to kill them. Pango's also not too bad.
But we're looking at the game state here. Heading into minute 20. Storm has been weathered?
I'd say so. The most difficult part for Yandex. They've been through it.
Well, he's even got the Dormant Curio as well, looking towards that later stage. Trying to scale into a minute 25 or 30. Pretty ideal for them. Saxa going to get run at. Skitter, Malrine, Crit. Make short work of the Shadow Demon up top. They've brought a number of heroes here. We'll see if they go for the tier 1 or if they're going to try and maneuver themselves. The triangle where they do have vision. It's just that Yandex have done a very good job not showing on the map. And with all this Chen pressure and macro play to open up the lanes, there haven't really been targets to go on. Either you see the Primal Beast and nobody else, or you find a Shadow Demon or a Naga Siren. The Dragon Knight and the Morphling have accelerated themselves pretty nicely, both for the DK to recover and for the Morphling to get to top of the net worth.
Yeah, Noticed is farming really well. Armlet, Mask of Madness done, going into Blink Dagger. That's going to be a good amount of damage. Level 14 as well, 2 levels higher than Skeeter at the moment. And Skeeter has been left alone. Didn't die a single time. Very low level, a bit of a Kale situation.
And I guess the I guess my answer to the question of who do we put the Shadow Demon ulti on, just whoever you go on, so they don't get boxed up, try and stop any kind of counterplay from Falcons.
Yeah, that's the good one. I think that's going to be the main focus. Problem is they have so many tools that they can escape with. Like, you have the whole team with
Hand
the
of God.
Stampede, Hand of God. You have Weaver with Shikuchi, Time-Lapse, Pango with the Rolling Thunder. Very difficult to use that ulti. Might need to play a slightly longer fight.
So whoever you see first, just press your buttons, cast your spells, especially when Shadow Demon has been the primary target through this series.
Yeah, I think mostly on a support in this situation, considering that you're not really getting the value using it on any of the cores.
Makes sense. Or just use it as a Lincoln's popper. Might be the way to go.
Both supports itemizing against physical damage, playing against Weaver, playing against Pango. He's all physical, going for Solar Crest. And that's also going to be a way of increasing the damage output on your Morphling. One can be used defensively when Pango rolls in. The other one can be used on Watson just to dish out more damage. Even Dragonite. I do like the double support. Like, even though they're going for the same item, it still feels good. Maybe Maladich is going to keep just a Pavis and then go for something bigger like a Blink Dagger so that he can reset the fight easier.
So minute 20 is usually when we see this kind of Roshan Tormentor, coin flip play, mirroring of the opponents. Is there a move to be made here by one of these teams to try and get a fast Tormentor?
Yeah, I could see Falcons. Not sure if Yandex wants to contest it. They have BKB available on Chira Jr. Dragonite does have a Blink Dagger, so pretty much all the items that they want to have for the fight are ready. Watson also bringing in Eagle Song. Big increase in damage on Morphling, who's about to crack level 15. Very high levels on Yandex.
Well, moving into position there. Notice going to farm through the Ancients, but yeah, you're right.
Ooh,
Falcon.
this is big. If they scout this one out, maybe they could have gotten the trade with amplified damage. Chira Jr. thinking about maybe picking it up or giving it to Morphling. Gonna take it for himself.
They've got a Rolling Thunder coming in. Crashing towards Melody. Pops the Song, though, so that isolates the Pango from the rest of the team. Malrine, pop out of his ulti.
Oh, nice play from
Tames
Fred.
the beast, jump in from Amar. Finds the Naga Siren.
In this situation, you don't want to be using Song for yourself. You kind of want to die and then have it potentially for the Roche fight. Let's see the trade that they might be able to get to this one. Notice, ready with the jump potentially.
It's Wisdom Shrine time. So Crit sticks around here, and Falcon's kind of pretending that they're playing that left side of the map. But they've already teleported the Chen and the Centaur to the right-hand side to get both of the shrines. Watson will get the tier 1 tower. Malrine's Pango comes forward with Skitter onto Chira Jr. Onslaught back to high ground, though, will secure him safety.
As Primal Beast, you can't really kill the bugs from Weaver. You don't have the attack speed. It's one of the worst heroes. Maybe Tiny is worse, but Treant Protector, these type of heroes...
Trying to swap Mosquito with your hands and it's just between your fingers. It's too big.
That's a good way to describe it.
So Tormentor into a support kill. Shard for the Chen. Still dead even in terms of net worth, though. Even though the Falcons did pull off that swift move to the top left corner. Just showing how well the Morphling and the Dragonite are farming. Chira Jr. going to slip away with safe passage from the Centaur and Pango mid. Falcons looking at Roshan as their next objective.
Knowing that there is no Song. Level 1 Song is a very long cooldown, 160 seconds, and they are keeping an eye on that one.
And now they've got a mech. Chen has a ton of heals here. Yandex are approaching, smoked up as 4. Malady leading with the illusions to scout things out. Chira Jr. and Notice, look how deep the Dragonite is. Coming in from the behind. Hand of God will buy time for Skitter, who pops the time-lapse already, but the trample and onslaught over the top of 3 of them. Snaking's in some serious danger while Notice opens up on Crit. The Rolling Thunder stops the Dragonite, at least for now. Bubbled and saved away from Skitter's Weaver. Notice, stuck on the wrong side of the tracks. Trying to keep the damage on the Weaver as they'll jump back in. They lose Crit, but Skitter's gonna Shikuchi and get a bit of distance. He's revealed up by the dust, but with Malrine by his side, they'll fall back in a 1-for-2 trade. Yandex advantage around the pit, but they're low on resources.
Oh, most importantly, Notice doesn't die. It's coming.
Hey!
Not enough. Maybe with a Daedalus, it would be enough.
Oh, come on.
And this Roshan belongs to them. They have the tankiness, they have extra bit of a protection. Song is coming off cooldown. I like the fact that Chira Jr. just goes for the support. He goes for staking immediately with amplified damage. Level 15 as well. Soon, Shiva's Guard about to be complete. It's not like really soon, but in the next couple of minutes. This is a very expensive item. Chira Jr. having a perfect game, involved in all 6 kills. Didn't die a single time.
Perfect series, it feels like. He's been a real star player here for Yandex. Now, we kind of watched him grow up, it feels like, seeing him play, you know, through the
Still a junior, though.
He's still a junior, you know, playing through all those Eastern European qualifiers with 1 win and stuff like that. Now, maybe after this tournament he can upgrade.
He could. Definitely, we saw the potential. It was like, when he first joined the scene, you could feel that he needs a little bit more experience, but he definitely picked up fast. And now he's ready to fight against the seniors in the scene.
6-6. Still nothing in it net worth-wise. Watson having this Aegis gives him so much more freedom to do whatever he wants. Continue farming, play that defensive style, or get involved. Chira Jr.'s positioning here. Maybe indicating the latter. No Dragon Knight to really connect in on this, though. It's just the Primal and the Shadow Demon lurking up top. I think Amara has the read on this. He pings that northern jungle.
And you can see some of the downsides to Pango Lincoln's, where he's bottom of the network from the cores. It's not an item that gives you farm compared to Aghanim's Scepter.
Can they?
Notice.
They can try. Hypnotized.
They need
Darted
+1.
up. Rolling Thunder comes on in. Morphling arrives, though, and that's going to seal the end of this fight. A Rolling Thunder TP out. Alreen gets back to safety. Notice is like, cool, back to farming.
That's a level 18 Dragon Knight.
Jeez. It's pretty monstrous. What's the Primal up to? Well, he's in on this Amar Centaur. Just giving him the what for here with the trample and the damage. It's a hell of a lot. Forcing out the Stampede, the Ensnare into Lotus Orb, counteracting. ATF gets the distance.
Still getting a pretty big ulti out of it. Holding the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. Butterfly completed on Morphling, who's also level 18. It's go time for Yandex. They feel super strong right now. Chira Jr. did invest into Shard of his own. Wants to have extra bit of a protection. By protection, I mean lockdown. For the supports in the backlines.
And it means he can start the fight, you know, on a Weaver or something from long range.
It's also ability that allows him to start a fight without going in with ulti because of these Lincoln Spheres, Lotus Orbs. Just a cheap, low cooldown ability.
Yeah, chuck it towards Skitter or Malrine. Well, hello. Watson, straight up to high ground. Forcing a glyph out of the Falcons already. I don't think they're done here. They want to keep going.
And
Watson
Notice
says, let's go.
Notice was pinging out the mid wave. Somebody, if they decide to cut it, I'm ready with the blink. I'm ready with that stun.
What's that tier 3 down already? Morphling's going to have his BKB delivered in a couple of seconds. The barracks cracked
They have
open
no
as
glyph.
the wave arrives. No glyph available. I mean, Yandex just come in and take a lane of barracks.
They got it for free. They didn't even get a pickup. Pretty much the only thing that they got out of it was Centaur Stampede and immediately off to a high ground.
No indication the Skitter wanted to entertain any of that. The lead is going to start building here for Yandex. What do you reckon's on Falcon's minds? What's the play for them?
They feel like they can't take the fight right now, fighting into this Aegis. Morphling is fully online. Like, this is Morphling with 3.5, 4 items, depending whether you want to call Vlad's a full item.
He's 4K ahead of the Weaver.
He is. And once he gets the small crit with the Solar Crest, like, he's just going to be dishing out insane amount of damage. Let's see what the item of a choice is going to be.
Oh, well, that's a tasty one. Serrated Shiv. Skitter did finish off that Hurricane Pike, but we are yet to feel that transfer of net worth into impact from the Weaver so far. This is a Falcon side that feels like it should be playing that wide map, playing skirmishy, getting the Weaver involved, but it's been a very tight passage of play here from Yandex to hide their core heroes, only really allow Malady or Saxa to get caught out, and no map space for snaking to play into.
No, we haven't really felt the pressure from the two supports and Falcons, something that they usually do extremely well. mostly on the mid lane. Like 5-6 minutes in, you can expect them to come to the mid lane. But Malrine, he died solo, which did allow Primal Beast to get extra couple of levels. And also Chen, not the best hero in the game against Primal Beast, because you don't have any ways of protecting. Maybe you can get like a Centaur Stomp or something like that, but post BKB, it's very difficult. It gets pretty much like, I think he's gonna be the target that he wants to jump in a fight. Force Hand of God, force mech so that he survives. Not sure if it's even enough for him to survive. Does have casual cloak, maybe with the cloak aura on one of the creeps could help out.
It's just still insane how well Yandex is scaling. This Notice Dragon Knight, you know, you've been going on about how you love this kind of build, and Notice showing exactly why. Malady's even stealing Wisdom Shrine on the right-hand side.
Big fan of this AC, relatively early AC. You are playing against Pango. It gives a lot of protection to both of the supports as well, gives attack speed to Morphling. These are the type of items that Morphling likes to have on his team. Solar Crest, anything that's going to be increasing his attack speed. Crit about to be done on Morphling. It sounded like Crit was about to be done. Like, yeah, he's retiring.
Done with the game. It's been hard for him. He does have the blink, so potential there to have some good saves with the escape act. But yet again, it's only Saxa being shown on the map here. Pop the Lincolns will die here to Skitter and Malrine. They pick up a takedown on the Shadow Demon. They're able to pivot into this top area of the map, contesting enemy agents, pushing into tier 2.
This is the best hero that Falcons can kill before the fight starts.
A stun.
No follow-up.
Lotus bounce back though. He follows up on himself. Amar set this one up with a Lotus play.
I mean, he set this one up on himself with that Dragon Tail stun.
Well, now straight onto the tier 2 tower.
Centaur already used the stomp. Like, he could just try to run away. Double Edge was ready. If he sees Ringmaster coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, you still have time to react with a BKB. Couple of mistakes here from Yandex.
You cannot afford to be sloppy against Falcons. They will take every error, forced or unforced, and make you pay for it. This is Dragonite down for 40 seconds. No buyback. Shiro Jr. gonna have to pull out the stops here to clear the wave and delay the push. Getting on top of the Weaver, forcing a reaction from Falcons. And that's gonna signal the retreat, at least for now.
The Lincolns are gonna be problems. There's one coming out on Skeeter pretty soon as well. Double Lincolns plus a Lotus.
14 kills in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm about to take out my stick and start poking them. Do something. I mean, they did something. They killed the barracks in the mid lane without Falcons contesting it.
Around 30 seconds, we'll see when Roshan respawns.
Yeah.
That'll be a big point of contest for sure.
Let's see if Crit can get the shard. Never mind. He cannot. It's a very valuable shard in this game. 30% miss chance. You are playing against Morphling. You're killing off the illusions almost instantly. Dragonite is all physical damage. Would be very valuable, but Centaur gets it, which means that Amar will be having extra bit of a tankiness with Double Edge.
This Morphling is absolutely massive. The gap has closed between him and Skitter. Watson's not going to be feeling that. He knows that he's got this Manta Butterfly BKB crit ready to move forward, but Falcons have scanned and they know that move was being made. So they are in their base waiting to see what comes. And a fast Roshan respawn here could have been huge for Yandex to just go and grab it, but they don't know what we know.
This is something we're better than these professional e-athletes.
Oh yeah.
We can see everything.
Skill gap.
Yes, sounds like a skill issue to me.
I do have 2 waves approaching the Dire base. Of course, with the super creeps mid, something Falcons always have to contend with, maintaining the lanes. And Yandex set up a little poke here onto the high ground into tier 3.
As long as you keep the distance, you can go for Roche, but seems like they don't know that it is up yet.
You don't expect a 20-second Roche respawn.
Maladich is probably going to scout it out, and then they can go for it. But now the Lincoln Sphere is ready on Skeeter. Double Lincolns. These are 2 very big items, and finally Malrine finished off his Aghanim Scepter. Big damage increase.
Oh, Malady sees the Roche. Still holding position here, though. Trying to elicit some reaction out of Falcons to come out of their base. poke their head out of their shell, but they are in full turtle mode right now.
They hear the roar. Gonna smoke up immediately. Let's see how they approach it. Scouting things out with the illusions. Let's see if they can break the smoke.
Crawling slowly around the pit.
PK, first point of contact. Same goes for Chira Jr.
The line is drawn by Watson.
Can they break it? Can they found them? Crit?
Leading out. Yandex knows the move is being made, and it's all too late by Falcons. Aegis is already in the hands of Watson. The smoke maneuver could get them to the top lane if they want to go and try and trade barracks here.
Bottom is pushing in. It's in a very good spot for Yandex to just go through that lane. Let's see if they have another smoke. One smoke is running out. No smokes on Crit. No smokes on Chen left, so they need to attack from their base. I was thinking maybe the backstab if they can find Saksa. Watson, he's going for the high ground. Banner has been planted.
Well, they cut that wave mid at least, so the mid pressure won't be there. But the bottom lane pressure is substantial. While Chira Jr. sees a Mar. Lotus Orb up. That's an early one, so Chira can still go back in. Cart is used. Dragon's Tail stun with the Pulverize over the top. Centaur is being focused, but there's little damage with Watson not on the scene. Daedalus in his hands now with another 4 minutes of Aegis left. Yandex gonna move back to focusing buildings. That's what they've been good at so far. Forget hero kills, this is defense of the Ancients. But Falcons start off.
Disruption immediately.
Force the save from Saksa.
Those illusions are also going to be dishing out some serious damage. Peter going in with Mjolnir, soaking up some of that damage.
Yandex know it's not an easy path to that high ground this time. All the ultis and spells available for the Falcons there. Lamar just too tanky to break through with the two heroes that started on him.
One thing to point out also is the card can save you from Pulverize, because Dota 2. You cannot put people in the cart.
Because Dota 2.
Yeah, I think that explains it well.
Just reasons.
Even game 1 for a good 30-35 minutes. Same goes for game 2, at least in terms of net worth. Big items coming out potentially on Falcons. Skeeter definitely wants that MKB, wants to have that extra bit of magic damage against Dragonite, against Morphling, and most importantly, against Butterfly. Even though Mjolnir works, it's still not enough.
So if the Lotuses and the Lincolns were the answer to Yandex's initiation, what's Yandex's answer to the Lotuses and Lincolns? You gotta pop them before getting the catch from someone?
I think it's just gonna be raw physical damage coming out from your Dragonite, from your Morphling. Eventually, you need to take the fight, stand your ground and take a fight. Maladich is getting good amount of farm. Blink Dagger, Solar Crest, Aeon Disc as well. So even if he gets jumped, there is no Nullifier yet available. You can see the downside of this Pango Lincoln Sphere. Sure, you were not getting pulverized in most of the fights, but you also don't have the Blink Dagger to initiate.
And if this game goes later and later, we've seen the strength of this Naga Siren with Aeon Disc, Blink Refresher,
yes,
and then maybe an Ag Scepter or something, right? Watson gets started on. Crack of the whip, saved by Disruption. Could get himself out of here with a waveform back on about 1 health, so he doesn't lose the Aegis yet. Chira Jr. out in the open, gonna get tagged up. Bugs will latch themselves, and Amar will launch himself in with a Wheel of Wonder there and a Rolling Thunder forward. They've got Chira Jr. blown up before he can cast anything. Aeon Disc for Malady. Does he cast the Song and try and TP? The answer's no. Skidder comes out with a double kill.
Oh, perfect spell usage coming out from Crit. He gets him with the whip just enough to be able to get the ulti off, so he doesn't get the BKB on Primal. Very nicely used. I was maybe expecting Naga Song to come out immediately. He tried to pop it and then he canceled it.
Yeah. Seemed awkward there from Yandex. Running out of gas a little bit here. And good sign for Falcons. Rebuffing the effort, not losing another lane, playing forward. And it seems like these item timings that Falcons have hit really upsetting the way that Yandex want to approach these fights.
Yeah, they're very tanky. Snaking, Guardian Greaves, Pipe available. A lot of these smaller auras, Cloak Aura, which is increasing the magic resistance by 14%. You have Granite Golem, extra 18% HP. And extra bit of a lifesteal, Prowler Aura.
I think it's important also, you know, we're obviously very often talking about people getting items, what item they get next. We've also got to look at a situation where this Shadow Demon has very little. In comparison to the rest of the pack, this is Saxon Shadow Demon who doesn't really have the utility or items to do anything because there's no map to play in for him.
No, we also said that he's going to be having a rough time. You could see Falcons leaving this Shadow Demon in the pool and completely countering him with the heroes, with the Stampede, with the Rolling Thunder. Shikuchi's the big one.
Amar, has some damage on the DK now. Stampede into Ensnare. He's going to be dragged back and reeled in. Notice gets his man. Rolling Thunder from Malrine.
Just came off cooldown.
This is a bold move to try and kill off Malady. The Primal tried to get on top of him, not quite launching into position. Watson damage nearly finished him. The song, they've caught him. Malrine, all locked up. It's nap time for you, buddy. And he's dead with no buyback either.
Seems like Yandex, they want to go in. Midwave is approaching, so both side lanes are open. Watson immediately going in. This was a big pickoff. Amplified damage.
Incredible damage. Glyph already used. That's only going to delay the inevitable demise of their bottom lane of barracks, though.
You ask, Gary, how they're going to do it. Raw physical damage. That's exactly what they did, just standing their ground and hitting them. You see DMR taking up, soaking up all of that damage, and now forced to use a buyback. Still no Pango for 35.
Oh, Watson is under vision. No Pango, you're right, for 30 seconds. Just wondering there, you know, Amara, who did buy back, doesn't want to go in aggressively. Has to save crit, though, as Skitter plays aggressively forward. They'll pulverize the Centaur and throw the boulders in. The Weaver in the cart, though, saved up by Amar. They finish off snaking and net up the Centaur, turning back to the buildings. Objective-based gaming. Yandex are here to claim the Mega Creep to try and defeat this base, as Amar and Skitter with the Wheel of Wonder can't really connect on anything. Watson is saved up into Weaver form, Shikuching around and dealing with Amar. Another ensnare. Can they finish him off with a Dragonite there? Oh, yes, they can! Annihilation from Noticed. Ringmaster will buy back, but I don't know for what. Yandex have the numbers, they've got the damage, and GG's called!
Oh man, what a performance from Yandex. They get a pick-off. They turn it into, like, first of all, they got Stampede out. They get the side of barracks in the mid lane. And then they get a pick-off on Centaur again. And they managed to pretty much close out the game from it. Chura Jr., pretty much my MVP in this one. Having a perfect game.
A 2-0. Yandex against Falcons.
I don't think anybody expected this one.
We were thinking, you know, maybe it goes game 3, potentially. Thinking about a Falcons 2-1, but this is Yandex just flipping the script, saying we don't care. Upsetting the tournament favorites and getting a sweep against them is just beautiful stuff.
Very nicely done. They just, every single time they're in a fight. Maybe Saxa didn't have the greatest game because they countered them with the picks, but everybody on side of Yandex definitely stepped up in this one.
Well worthy of victory here. The draft's impeccable. The play crisp and clean. Team Yandex come in the underdogs, but prove they are worth a spot in these semi-finals, and they're going to head to the grand finals. Watson playing to the crowd a little bit as well. Time to put the panda hat back on. Super sweet gameplay. Very well done. So I think we can head over to Dove for the interview.
现场以及正在观看直播的观众朋友们，欢迎来到我们赛后的胜者采访。那站在我身边的 Notice from Team Yandex， 我们首先来问他一下吧。这是一场非常出人意料的2-0，我相信很多在赛前预测的朋友们可能都会预测到这一场，也许会是 Falcons 赢，也许会是一个2-1，可是没有人能够想到这是一个2-0。我们来问他一下，他现在什么样的感受 ？What a win! A lot of people sitting there, they predict that this game, Falcons is pretty preferred, and then you guys just walk in here like a boss and you take them 2-0. Is there anything you want to say to the people who support you or people who watch the stream and be like, there's going to be a game 3? What you going to say to them?
I want to say thank you, boys, for all supporting, and this is really good results for us. This is first my grand final in Tier 1, and I really want to win this tournament, yeah, and I hope my team wanna do this too, yeah, and we try. That's it.
我就是想跟大家说，谢谢所有支持我们的人。这是即将是我的第一个在 S 级在1级比赛当中的第一个总决赛 BO5的总决赛。我和我的队伍们都非常的期待，也希望我们能够拿下这个总决赛这个整个赛事的胜利。我现在感觉还是非常的不错的，我们对于这个结果非常的满意。我们来问他一下，在他的视角当中，这一个 BO3这2场比赛发生了什么？他们有哪一些方面做的比对面好，或者他们自己做了哪些特别的准备 ？I'm gonna ask you more details about this game. What are the factors that you think you did better than your opponents, or what did strategy or draft, anything that you want to talk about that you think you prepared specially for the series?
I think we just know how they play, yeah, and we have good strategy how we play map. We talk a lot of about this, and we just farming, have our power spikes and win fights. You know, that's it.
Feels very organic.
Yeah.
我觉得其实我们在准备上面也没有什么特别的，我们就是在玩我们的游戏，用我们的节奏来打这场 BO3。在2场比赛的过程当中，我们就是分头打钱，然后在我们有一定的经济情况下赢一些团战，就这样我们就拿下了这场比赛的胜利，一个轻松的2比0。然后我问他追问了一个问题，我说听起来感觉一切水到渠成，他说对的，没错。哇，让我们再次恭喜 Yandex 首先拿到我们总决赛的门票，也是感谢 Notice 接受我的采访 ，Thank you so much. See you at the grand final.
A lot of cheers for both Yandex and Notice there getting the win. And on this panel, well, we've decided to boot off one of the ex-GG players and invite another one here, Melody, joining us. And look, congratulations. How's the energy? Are you still just as hyped, even though it only happened a couple minutes ago?
Yeah, I'm still hyped because I thought this game will be much harder. Honestly, I thought we're not going to win this, but it turns out like this, so I'm really excited about this win.
Was it just game 2 you felt you wouldn't win, or even going into the series you were a little bit like, not sure?
I think going into the series.
Okay.
Because I felt like we didn't prepare well enough for this game, but turned out good after all.
Yeah, wow. Apparently your lack of preparation might have been the key there. But I want to ask about game number 2 draft. A lot of meta heroes left in the pool, or really good heroes, right? The Pengo let through, the Naga, the Chen, the Shadow Demon. But in that position, when Falcons pick up Chen, why did you guys prefer the Naga there over something like either taking away the Pengo, the Dragon Knight, or the Shadow Demon?
Because we thought that Naga is going to be banned 100% on the second phase. If we don't pick it right now, we're not going to get it ever again. So we also did this thing that Falcons have these 5 heroes: the Chen, Naga, Dragon Knight, Huskar, and Timbersaw. So we decided, you know what, we have only 4 bans. We should pick 2 heroes that we're not going to play against. It's Huskar and Timbersaw, so we're going to ban that and leave 3 of the left heroes in the pool. So they're going to get 1, and then we're going to get 2 of the others.
That is a very good strategy. I mean, that's how you guys get the 2-0 here, but I know some of Misery and T have some questions too.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you prepared pretty well. Why do you think you didn't prepare well for this series?
I mean, it was coach's idea, which I didn't like. I thought, you know what, let's ban everything besides Chen. Let them pick the Chen, then we're going to answer with something like Primal Beast or Pangolier, whatever's left. But he just changed my mind.
A lot of teams have been doing that, giving away the Chen or giving away the Dragon Knight. Quinn and I was actually talking about this during the group stage of how we need to see somebody try to give them a lot of heroes and then do something with it. And you guys did it.
Yeah.
And it was pretty cool.
Because you cannot just... you have only 4 bans. They have 5 heroes, so...
Did you guys talk about the expectations for this series, or was it more like an individual opinion for you that you thought it was going to be hard?
I guess it was individual opinion.
Okay.
Our coach, I guess, did a good preparation because we had best of 1 against Falcons in the Blast group stage. We completely suck, but he just made some adjustments to not overreact too much to their moves. It's like they bring in the 4 heroes to our tower. They see our TPs, and then they just spread, and we left with nothing. So we didn't overreact these 2 games, which is the main thing, which is the main key for our victory here.
Hello, Melody. In regards to Tier 1, you're yet to get your first Tier 1 LAN win. How much would it mean to you to get a win now before the end of the year, going into the rest of the season in 2026?
I think that's what I'm aiming for. I want to get first place once in my life, because all I got was a couple of second places and never the first place. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. I think it's going to give me a good motivation, good boost to perform well throughout the year.
Yeah. And in regards to Yandex, it's a team that I don't think many people really talk about. It's always Falcons and Tundra. Do you think Yandex as a team should be put on that same level of, a contender to be able to win tournaments throughout this entire season?
Yeah, I think so. So far, we are doing good. We are kind of new to this Tier 1 scene. Once Saxa joined our team, we started performing super good. Even, let's take, for example, the last tournament that we were in, the Fisher Universe, we got the 3rd place. I mean, which is a pretty good result for the team that, 2 weeks ago got what's called?
Formed,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, you're talking about how much it would mean to get the win. Of course, it's not done yet. Yes, you guys are in the grand finals, but do you have a preference? Would you rather come up against MOUZ in a best of 5 or Tundra?
Yes, I think I have a preference. I would rather play against MOUZ because I think people are tired about Falcons and Tundra getting into the finals over and over again. So I think Yandex MOUZ will be more interesting to watch.
All right, I like it. You've already upheld your end of the bargain there. You guys make it to the grand final. Melody, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on this 2-0. It was amazing.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting us.
Thank you. That's so sweet. And look, congratulations again. I'm going to keep saying it. Melody joining us on the desk and giving us all the insight about his own individual expectations of what occurred here and how he wasn't really sure that they were going to get the win in the series, not just game number 2 there. And the crowd also having a lot of fun with the players both coming in and coming out here. But T, the 10% you gave them.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm so happy I'm wrong. I don't care. I gave them 10%. I like an underdog story. I'm happy that they won. I agree with Melody. I'm tired of the same couple of teams. Even though this year we've had Falcons and Tundra and MOUZ all win a tournament, right? 3 tournaments, 3 different winners. We still talk about the Falcons and the Tundras and stuff, but now we have Yandex in a finals, potentially a repeat. A Tundra or MOUZ could get a second one. But yeah, the fact is, I always like an underdog story.
Yeah.
So I'm happy.
Quinny, how excited are you happy for the Watson, Melody, ex-teammates, grand final now here in Chengdu?
I'm really happy for them. I think they're great players. I think they were great players in the play with us, and I'm glad that they've moved on to a new team that also has shown great potential to beat the best teams in the world. I think that's awesome, and I hope that they're able to play with, because I think today they played really free, and you can see in the way they were playing that each individually they all felt really comfortable and they were doing their own thing, and they were playing to the best of their ability. And I hope that they're able to get that tomorrow in this final. That whether they're playing Tundra or MOUZ, they're not stressed or worried. They're not playing tight or like they feel like they have to do things, but they're able to play loose again like this, because I think if they do, they have a great shot against either team. And I, like Melody said, I want them to get that first. I don't want the second. I want them to, because the first time you win, it gives you confidence to continue to win in the future, and I think that can be a game changer for a lot of players.
And look, no matter which team you were cheering for coming into this one, we can all agree Yandex absolutely overcoming expectations here, getting a 2-0 over Falcons. But that doesn't mean that Falcons fell short of their expectations. They bypassed a lot of the group stage. They made it all the way to the semifinals, but unfortunately a 2-0 is where they land and are eliminated from Yandex. But before we say goodbye to them in the arena, we're going to get some words from them.
All right, thank you so much, Sneh, for joining us here. An unexpected result for a lot of the fans out there. How about for you guys? Was that something that you thought was even a possibility, or was that a complete surprise?
I mean, it's always a possibility to lose. Losing is very easy. I don't know if you're aware of that, Slacks. Maybe you are, actually. But obviously, it sucks to lose, but I think we were not in the best form. Obviously, I don't think we played very well today. And, props to Yandex.
All right. A lot of fans here in the crowd every time that you've walked out. Personally, huge audience here for you. So anything that you'd like to say to them before we get to the serious questions?
I'll just say it in Chinese because the fans here are 很感谢大家的支持，很感谢你们来成都来看我的比赛，谢谢你们的热情。
What ting da dong. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about that game. So Yandex, you said, props to them. What went so right for them in this series? What was so hard to beat about them?
I think what was hard is I think game one we didn't have very good drafts. Even though like we outplayed them in a couple positions, they still had very easy win conditions, and it was really up to us to execute. And then in the second game, I think we just blundered a lot of the team fights, and they caught us by surprise at the Roshan. I think that was a really big turning point. And then the team fights after that was just not easy.
Well, you guys did play a good game, a good series. I will ask, though, only a man I would trust with you to answer this kind of question, but what are you guys going to do with a loss like that? How are you going to improve in a way where I don't think a lot of people would have said you should have lost to that team? Like, what goes through a team's head of your caliber when something like this happens?
I mean, it's pretty much the same as any other normal people. You know, you experience grief, anger, you know, all the stages, and then you come back stronger because you want to beat them up next time.
All right, so a little rivalry there. Well, we're looking forward to you guys coming again. Thank you so much for your time today, King. Always such an honor and a pleasure to talk to you and your great insights. And we'll throw it back to the panel.
Big shout out to Slacks and Snay. They're giving us a great exit interview before Falcons do depart. The Blast Slam 5 here is going to be a tough one. I know Snay had a lot of friends and family in the crowd. He would have loved to show up for them, but sometimes you're I don't know whether it's complacency, what exactly it is here, Quinn, but they just weren't playing to the full Falcons force, and especially with the draft of this game number 2, it should have been a fast pace. It should have been that aggression, and yet they just played slow.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons is a team that they draft in a way that they want to run you over. They want to build a massive gold lead. They want to choke you out. They're not picking super late game heroes on a lot of instances. They're picking Chen and Weaver and these heroes that need to have a gold lead to play, because if they're on even footing with a Morphling and these other scaling heroes, they're going to get smacked. That's what we saw, right? It's pretty even near the end. Like, it wasn't like they were, Yandex was up a ton of gold. Like, they're up 3K gold at 27 minutes, 6-6. This is not a score that you can have when you're playing a Chen, Weaver, Pangolier lineup. Like, you're playing on Snowball, and they just didn't, like you said, I don't know, it wasn't their day. They didn't look fantastic. Well, just watching them play, it wasn't like, this is the Falcons of, this is Falcons. It was just,
they kind of just sat in the chair.
Yeah.
I think so too. I mean, game 1 was arguably a draft loss. Game 2, at least they got the heroes kind of that we know Falcons for. And they made a lot of mistakes, I feel, that they normally don't make, like Marine dying in mid lane, him also whiffing the roll and around Roshan, where he kind of just didn't hit anyone, I think. And yeah, just some mistakes that you normally don't see from this team, and that was what what broke them. I think against Yandex game, that I don't think they made any mistakes really.
I mean, this is honestly a huge moment from Chiro. Like, and I'm honestly super impressed by him, a player that I think goes onto their radar a lot, and I think also has had some shaky performance. I think he played great. He honestly played better than Mallory in most games, and Mallory is, I think, what most people consider to be the best mid in the world right now. I think I generally do on a day-to-day basis, and he played better than him today. So mad props to him, and he deserves to be in the final.
Oh, 100%. Chiragino looked amazing, but it was so many different elements of Yandex as well, T. It's not just the fact that they're able to get a solo kill on Mallory and Pango mid, but the way that they're setting up for fights, the cohesion all the way through Yandex too.
Yesterday, I praised Noticed on his Slada. Today, I'm going to praise him on his Dragon Knight, right? There's a fight where, when you look at the wraparound and how he enters the engagement, most people would look at it from a one-dimensional here. But see how DK already smoked up, entering the triangle from the top side. When Falcons retreat, not going to the triangle, but going to the kind of the right side of the Roshan pit, look how much of a sweeping motion Notice is making. So then when he does initiate, he's stopping the Ringmaster, who has the escape at, doing all of these shenanigans. And then if you overlay this move with yesterday's Slardar moves, he's always doing this weird angle wraparound, and because of him, the fight feels so free. And when Quentin's mentioning the lack of kills, it's because of fights like this from Yandex, where they get a couple kills, it takes the wind out of the sail of Falcons. And yeah, I gotta say, I'm not really a fan of DK offlane, but Yandex respected what it needs to do. You need to farm, you don't want to make any moves, and when you come online, then you fight. So yeah, props to Yandex, and Noticed time and time again, I'm liking the way that he's initiating from the offlane.
Look, they were a little bit slow to warm up yesterday against OG. They lost that game number 1. Were able to close out the series. Here, though, there's no losing game 1 and coming back in the series. They just straight up get the 2-0 over Falcons. And right now, they're making that dream run in a single elimination to knock out OG, knock out Falcons, make it to the grand finals, and await who potentially could be their competitor. So for them, it's either MOUZ, who was able to get the win over Na'Vi yesterday, or it's going to be against Tundra. We're going to break into that series series and talk about it a little bit more, but that's going to be just after this break.
Hello everyone, today we're here to teach Slacks learning some Chinese.
你好，
你听得懂？
那听得懂。
Well, it's not bad, but today I'm gonna try to teach him some official name of some heroes.
Let's do it. I'll try hard.
Good luck to me. Let's
Okay.
go the first one. Okay, this one is Life Stealer. It's called 噬魂鬼.
噬魂鬼.
Not bad.
Not bad, really? Okay, what am I doing wrong?
I can explain it to you. This means a ghost that will eat your soul.
Ghost that will eat your soul. That's badass. All right. Chengdu. How'd you say it the first time?
噬
魂
鬼.
圣魂鬼.
Well, okay.
Is that okay? Well,
the tone is like this.
Oh, so 圣魂鬼.
Let's try the second one.
Okay.
Second one is Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit.
大地之灵.
What does that mean in English?
It means the spirit of the earth.
大地之灵.
I feel when you repeat yourself, you forgot the first time how you pronounce it.
What? Do it one more time.
I can write down the alphabet if you need.
What?
The alphabet, does that help you?
The alphabet?
So this is 大 di
大地
之
That's a Z,
Yes,
homie.
之灵.
大地之灵.
Way better!
Okay, thank
oh
you.
my God, you're so gifted!
Thank you so much. Yes, I worked very hard. 大地之灵.
Very good!
There you go. Thank you.
Does that make it easier?
Yes.
私夜刺客.
One more time.
I can write down it for
Okay,
you.
write it down, write that one down.
This is 私夜
Yeah.
刺客.
You just wrote the same word there.
This is C, this is S. 私 刺.
刺客.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, you
What
can-
is the difference between these two?
This is like school.
Like school? Okay.
Yes. 刺, it's like a
What is laughing? This is extremely difficult. This one looks easy. There's 2 letters, so I can do that.
This one is Brewmaster.
Oh, that's.
Which is-
I drew Beastmaster. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. That's a little bit.
That's a little
And
bit.
that's bird.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is 九仙.
How does this one go on the arrows?
This is 九仙.
九仙.
Very good.
九仙. Round 3.
I feel you put too much passion in there.
A lot of people
You can
say-
make it chill, like
Okay.
九仙.
九仙.
Can you find a middle point?
I know,
Like,
it's not
find
a middle point, it's
balance
either-
point. This one's easy. This is 拉希克.
Lasica.
That is Italian.
Lasica. This is too hard, Dove. All right, last one.
Which is Draw Ranger. 卓尔游侠. This is a little bit long. 卓尔游侠.
Are you serious? Zoderyotsia. I don't want to learn the long one. All right, this is too long. No one can remember. Zoderyotsia. That was too hard. Zoderyotsia. They're too long. I mean, no one can memorize this kind of stuff.
I mean, I admit Chinese is really hard.
Okay.
But we have nickname for all these official names. Let me teach you this one.
Okay.
For Life Stealer, we have 小狗.
小狗.
Yeah, and then this one is go, means little dog.
Little dog. 小狗.
Yeah.
That's easier. Are there other ones? Or?
There are other ones, but I don't want to teach you right now because I think if we go out, talk to the fans, they might give you the nickname of the other heroes and you can guess which one is what.
Yeah, that should be easy.
That was a lot of fun getting to see Dove try and teach Slack some Chinese names for our Dota heroes there. And look, props to him. Fully giving it a go. I don't know if I would have been half as bad as him.
I don't know why he's saying it like that. What is he? What is this?
Neck action
What's
about?
he doing with his neck?
Don't do that.
Don't.
No, it's
That's what
fine.
he was doing.
He's just a rooster or something, yeah.
It was good though. It was a lot of fun. And while Slacks was learning something new, I'm going to be testing you guys to see how well you know. I'm also going to get tested too, okay? This is not my doing. Shout out production putting together a little bit of fun for us. We're going to try and guess the spell off of the sound.
Okay.
Which in theory for everyone at home sounds easy, but there's a lot of noise in this arena. So we're going to see.
That's true.
I am very unbelievably deaf and bad at guessing spells. So we're going to see just how well we go. I assume this is a you just guessed. You were just going to shout it out.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But we can trial run.
Are we
it.
working? Are we like a
points? Are we
team?
team?
Is it us
Yeah.
Do
versus
you want to
production?
team it? It was not us versus production because production.
Let's go. Free for all. Let's see what happens.
We can team up.
Okay, it's us versus them. Yeah,
Alright,
it's two
Falcons
teams. Two
ready.
teams.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
bisected.
I think I'm good at this.
Okay. Let's
Putting
go,
pressure
Bobby.
on myself.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, that's good.
First one, did we play it already?
Wait, we played it?
Okay.
Oh, vacuum.
Oh, vacuum.
I said
Wait.
first.
Oh,
I didn't hear
Teach
anything.
pet.
I
Chill, bro.
actually
Can we
didn't
hear it
hear
again?
anything.
It
was
was
vacuum.
quiet. Can you? Yeah, it's vacuum.
vacuum.
Sure, yeah, I
Yeah.
said it first.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We get it. Chill, bro.
Okay.
Just
Guys, Quinn said it
Ooh, I
first.
should have.
Okay, well, I didn't
Making
even
sure.
hear it, and I didn't hear it the second time either, so
Wait, really?
there you go.
We
very
crank
good.
that Soldier Boy, please, production.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, second one.
The
Don't
Solar
break
Guardian.
ults.
Wait. Sorry,
Technically,
I
he
was
said the
listening.
spell name and you
Yeah.
didn't, so.
Unlucky. You can take it.
Fine.
We'll get the next.
Sure, let's
I think I was okay with half
Isn't that
points. Like
draw?
you said,
Please don't
Donald.
leave
It's
me
like
hanging.
about this. Like,
What did
huh?
you say?
We're doing so well.
I'm also okay to split a half point on that.
Okay, fine.
No.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Team, brother.
Okay, third one.
Wait.
That's time dilation.
Oh, it is. You're right.
Wow. I knew it was
Bro, I
a
have to
faceless
listen
void
so
spell, couldn't
hard.
tell you the name.
That was good. You're fast on that.
There
It
you
took
go.
me a second.
Okay, fourth.
I don't know. I
think Nat had that.
I'm so focused on hearing. I have no idea if anyone even.
I think that I genuinely think
I
that.
think Nat had that.
claims. Nat claims.
What are we up to? Fifth?
Yeah. Crash.
Shield crash. Dude, we just did the hero and then we worked together. I
That's
said
right.
the hero,
Why am I
you said
saying
the
the
spell.
hero name? What the hero? I'm going Pango. I'm adding
Get
so many
off your
words for a
game.
reason.
But okay,
Yeah,
the
I'm
only
sorry.
reason why I started doing it is because the lower third is saying the hero name and then also.
Yeah. I should just say the spell.
Which
Yeah.
probably, it's guessing the spell, not the
Yeah,
hero.
yeah, yeah.
All right. It's sixth, seventh?
Oh, Puckle. Fuck, you said orb. I said Puckle. Why am I saying the fucking hero name?
You keep saying the hero name.
Okay, right now we're clean sweeping then.
Illusory Orb.
Illusory orb.
Yeah.
Oh, what are we up to? Seven?
Yep.
Huh?
Number seven?
Yeah. Charge
Doing this thing. I did too.
Charge of Darkness, right? Is that what it's fully called?
Yeah.
Charge on. Oh, fuck off. The full spell name.
I'm doing production side here. I'm just a rule follower, you know.
Okay.
Me too. Eight.
That was my hero. I'm done. Ravage.
He said it really fast.
Oh my.
I don't know. Do we have replay? Can we replay?
Can we replay that one? That was
replay
close. All I know is there's bias. No, I'm joking. Go on. Do we have a wait? Do we have a replay of our own segment?
That's kind of weird, but I guess we would.
I mean, I feel like the tech is there.
It is. They're probably not going to do
I'm
it.
poised.
No.
Could we, at 9? Are we up? Okay, we're replaying it to see who said
Ooh.
it first. This is so weird. Eight.
That was my hero. I'm done. Ravage.
Quinn. That take is.
Let's go. Instant replay.
Instant replay tag. This is number 9, right?
Reincarnation.
Wraith King.
Yeah. It's like you know the music game that you were playing. It's like, I needed the chorus.
Yeah,
we got
little-
My brain went to
yeah.
Ultra Titan,
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
I thought it was like Earth Split or something.
Oh, it does
fair.
sound a little.
I don't know how many we have, but this is the last one. All right? So number 10.
Oh wait, they just started speaking in the arena. They gotta chill.
Fine.
Cool.
Berserker's Call.
It was still somehow Quinn. That's crazy.
God damn it.
Well, if we were playing in teams, then I guess we won, but I feel like individually, Quinn just won. Quinn hard
I
carry.
hate that I'm like 0.2 seconds slow, man.
You did just say you. I mean, to be fair, you also said Spearbreaker, puck, and then you said the spell.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Yeah.
cringe.
Yeah, there would have been
Well
a couple
played,
of
sir.
times.
Well played. Great.
GG.
I still think Quinn would have won
Okay,
no matter
GG.
what.
That's right. That's right.
The handshake across
I
the board.
wasn't really
Everybody.
participating, but that's
Yeah.
don't fucking touch me again.
Thank you.
Anyway, did you guys enjoy the game?
I did.
Are you gonna enjoy
Yes.
our next game?
I am.
All right. Do you know who's playing our next best of 3?
It's Na'Vi versus OG.
Can you look down the barrel of the camera and get it right, please?
Production is you are. I hate you, production. It is of course MOUZ versus Tundra.
Tundra Esports steps into the semi-finals armed with high-level team coordination and tactical superiority. They represent the current meta at its most refined, approaching the game with a clear-eyed plan and a controlled, consistent tempo. MOUZ, fresh from their dominant quarter-final performance, are a dangerous opponent who thrives on disrupting the opponent's rhythm. They strike hard and fast, leveraging their strong group stage performance and their new momentum to challenge any team. This match is a test of systems. Tundra's disciplined structure versus MOUZ's calculated aggression. It is the clash of two European titans. It is control against chaos. It is Tundra Esports against MOUZ.
both of these teams are recent LAN winners. MOUZ most recently with Valahia Season 6 for themselves. And just before that, it was Tundra lifting the trophy at Blast Slam 4 in Singapore. And so it does beg the question, is the Tundra Blast buff just too strong? Are we not going to see an upset like we had earlier with Yandex against Falcons? And are my panelists again going to give a very small margin to MOUZ winning this best of 3?
This is so much closer, right?
Yeah?
And there's not this like the underdog story of the last series. It doesn't come to light here, right? Sure, you could argue Tundra has a slight edge due to the Slam buff being the previous Slam winners, but if anything, it's like 55-45. Depending on who you talk to, it could even be like a 50-50. Like, this is a very, very competitive series.
The Blast buff runs way deeper than that. It's not the fact that they were the most recent Slam winners. It's the fact that they were the Slam before that in number 3, and the Slam before that in number 2. And they made it to the grand finals in Slam 1, where their current carry player, Pure, ended up lifting the trophy. So with this 5-stack, they have lifted every single Blast Slam trophy that has existed so far in Dota.
I mean, it's a bit bizarre, to be honest. I don't know if I've ever seen a team win a specific tournament so many times over and over again. It's kind of strange. I'm not exactly sure what it is about this
That's what I'm
tournament.
saying. It's the Blast
It's
buff.
like Liquid winning Valachia, right? Don't they always win?
They won 2 out of like 6, but I think at least for...
But they weren't, to be fair, they weren't winning anything else that year, so it is kind of...
Yeah, it was kind of helpful. For Tundra, though, I think having this like gauntlet bracket where it's like a good group stage, getting the semi-finals, you win that best of 3, you get to the grand finals, you have all this time to prep, right? When you talk about Tundra, it is about like the systems, right? You know, you've got like the condensed hero pools, you know what you want to do. Like when you see Tundra, you know what's coming. They just do it very well, right? So they're kind of like in the same vein of Falcons to some degree. Like they have like this archetype of play. And I think that's an archetype when you only need to play a couple series to win the entire trophy when you get to the country, get to the LAN or the arena. It really favors this type of team.
The blast buff is fake.
Oh,
calling it right now. MOUZ is gonna crush them today.
Wow. Mister just came out swinging.
That's bait.
No, I mean, I think MOUZ looked really strong yesterday. I think the idea that Tundra has this blast buff, I don't know. I'm not buying it. I think MOUZ gonna do it.
Okay, I don't disagree. I genuinely do believe, yes, this is going to be a very close best of 3. But what is so key for Tundra, whilst we're joking about this blast buff, is the fact that they're able to play so strong with their supports. That's something that other teams aren't necessarily finding that consistency in. But both Whitemon and Ari, they're playing, yes, the same hero ins and out, but that is what forms a strong lane. That is what forms a great early game for them too.
Yeah, like when you look at the heroes played so far in Blast Slam 5, Ari and Whiteman have only played 4 heroes, right, each. That is some of the lowest, I think, in the entire tournament, because across the 11 games in the groups, teams often drift towards 5, 6, 7 different heroes when you're trying things out. But I think Ari and Whitemon, you can see the heroes, like they have set such a strong foundation of we want to be annoying map play through Ari, investigate the map, find a hero, set up for the kill, all of that control. And then for Whitemon, it's just secure the lane. Like all of his heroes there want to play into the lane, want to play with the carry, find the kill. So yeah, they know what they want and they do it every single game.
I think also in general, Tundra played, like they drafted in a very safe way. Like they really drafted to win those best of 1s and get this top 2 position. I think even more than other teams did. I think that was pretty apparent when they kept picking Pure Juggernaut over and over again. And he's not a player that would like to keep playing the same hero again and again. He wants to be spicy and creative, right, and play different things. So I don't know what to expect today, but I think it might be something a bit more different than what we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're MOUZ, you need to, like, it's interesting because both teams, I think, are very much teams that jam their ideas, right? They're not going to, change that much. They're not like a Team Spirit that's going to try to massively counterpick you. They're going to pick their stuff. And so this is very much, I think, a clashing of ideas. I think if you compare that to the Yandex Falcon series, where Yandex is picking and choosing things, they're sort of tweaking the way Falcons is picking the draft, and Falcons were sort of out of their comfort zone. I think this, to me, is much more, it's 2 giants just ramming their heads into each other, and then we see who's, little flecks of skull goes flying off.
Jesus,
I don't know. I got really graphic.
I was going to say, I don't know why that went so graphic, but it does paint a very good idea. These teams know exactly what they want, and they're going to try and force it until one of them might eventually break, and that could end in an elimination for them. But something just outside of heroes as well, T, that these players, well, not necessarily players, but teams are favoring is the pick side.
Yeah, so looking at Slam 5, pick side, order, Radiant Diet.
Side selection.
There we go. Got there in the end. Bada bing, bada boom, look at Tundra, all right? So at least when you look at the games played so far, they are playing Radiant only 27% of the time, right? So they're playing majority on the Dire side. And when you look at MOUZ, they're playing the majority on the Radiant side, right? Which of course, depending on their pick preference, you could argue that. But I think Tundra at least clearly like Dire, all right? And of course, we could do a nitty-gritty deep dive into, is it because they want to be on the Dire side of the map so they have like the safe lane tower for Tormentor if they protect it? Is there like the small efficiencies of like the off lane that they can use on Dire side to enable 33? Like, there's all these little things, but a lot of teams aren't as that Dire favored. But for Tundra, it is a big liking for themselves.
I will do you one better, T. Instead of sitting here and trying to decide why they might favor which side over what and reasons and all that, let's just ask them.
We almost always take Dire. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure why. At some point, we just started looking at win rates and realized that we have much better win rate on Dire, and we just kind of stuck with it. So just trusting the numbers on that one.
I prefer Dire.
If I need to choose Radiant or Dire, I would say maybe Dire. I don't know what's the reason, but I just like it.
I prefer Radiant, I guess.
Dude, my favorite is both MOUZ players. Just gave the side, no reason why. At least Whitebun said, I don't really know why, we just kind of do. And then there's 33, which we've already coined as, you know, the big brain, Giga Chad when it comes to all the numbers and stats. Fully going into it. Not really sure why, but that is just what has historically proven very successful for us. We've looked at those numbers and we trusted them.
Yeah, I think that's how sides just tend to feel in general. You're just sort of like, I don't know, this just feels better, and I prefer this. Like, I've always preferred Radiant. I had some people on my team that preferred Dire. It's just like, I don't know, it's kind of a vibes thing.
It is kind of weird that Dota has been a game for so long, and it's really figured out in a lot of ways, but the Radiant Dire thing has never really been figured out.
No.
And it's kind of similar, but also there's major differences as well in both the lane and how the Roshan is and all these things, and somehow you don't really know why.
I was going to
X has better win rate than Y and stuff like this. It's interesting.
The lanes, I think it is just an intuitive feeling thing because as a support, when you lane, it does feel different. Yes, I'm always laning in the safe lane, but whether I'm on Radiant side or Dire side, like that feels impactful to me for some reason, and I just cannot explain why, but it is like I don't know, the tree placement or something like that too.
It also feels like if like playing Dire side at least, when you're on a safe lane Dire, going for the twin gate and ganking the Radiant guy, it feels nicer. Like trying to gank the Dire safe lane with that big expanse of trees which kind of hugs the tower. Like again, it's all these small things where we could theory craft it, but then it comes down to like one player's preference, like, yeah, sure, we'll play it. But I like how mid-one's like, yeah, I like Dire. Brother, your team does not play much Dire. You're playing 7% Radiant, you like it, but you're not allowed to play it, clearly.
He is an individual likes it, and I know a lot of players also really like it when they get to keep their hero until a later sort of selection in draft. You're able to have that gotcha pick, but right now what seems to be the meta is having a flex pick, being able to reveal a core role early on.
Yeah, I mean, Crystallis is about as early pick as they come for carry players. You don't really see this super often. I think he is one of the only carriers players that's like this, and he's sort of always been like this, even if you go all the way back to like Team Secret times, first picking Monkey King and Razor and things like these in a different patch. I think that is almost like how he's, like the identity he's built for himself as a player, and it's really interesting to contrast it against most other carry players, which are second phase or last pick players. Generally, carry players are, you know, I'm egoisto, I'm going to carry the game, and he's not like that. He's, I'm going to pick my hero, and you're going to beat my hero, or you're going to lose.
I also like that Pure on that graphic. He clearly shows to be a second phase player as well, right? Like he's not looking at the last pick. I think there have been moments in his career where he wants to see the entire draft to get the Drow, the Terrorblade, some big gotcha carry. But in Tundra right now, his perfect position is I just casually go Abba or Jug or Ursa in that second phase and just allow someone else to shine, be it BZM or 33. So I think even though they look quite different because of Crystallis having first phase, they both are enabling carry players so other cores in the team can shine in the draft.
Just to build on top of the Crystallis, it's kind of like the meta also favors his hero being picked first, right? We see the Dragon Knight in group stage, them playing it pretty much every time it's available. Huskar, it's only him playing it, right? They pick it first, right? Gyrocopter. So I think it almost benefits MOUZ in a way. Not necessarily the specific heroes, but just the way that you are able to pick the carry first and then pick mid-one's hero last, right? And so in that way, I think the meta is in favor of them right now.
He also threw down the gauntlet. Was it yesterday in the interview? He was like, I want to get my Huskar. Tundra probably will ban it out. Did he say he wanted to play it, right?
He did say that sort of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so do you think if they're listening to the interview, it's like, you know what? Do you think they're going to ban it out on Tundra? Do you think they're going to allow him access?
I don't think they were listening to the interview.
No, but I mean, it's critical information they're missing. That's bad research from the coach if they haven't listened
They're
to the
just looking at the numbers. You heard 33 before. He's like, he's a numbers guy, right?
Yep.
He's looking at the numbers more than anything. And I mean, the Huskar's numbers on Crystallis, well, they're definitely, I head turning, eyebrow raising.
By his own logic, didn't he also say he beat all the counters already?
Yeah.
He did.
So
Except for there was one.
Oh, he beat AA too.
He said
Yes.
he said he beat AA, but
Yes.
then I was basically
No.
saying to him that he should try and beat
There
it
was
again.
one more. There was one more. He said. And
Viper? He wants to try and beat the
That's
Viper.
it.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Viper. I
yeah,
knew there
but
was
he
one
also
more.
said in the same sentence pretty much that he doesn't care about Viper.
Yeah, he was basically like, if you
I
pick
think
it,
he was just trying to add a little bit of flair, add a little bit of style to the interviews, which I absolutely love and appreciate. Talking to Chrysalis is always fun, but the flair and style when it comes to gameplay for MOUZ isn't necessarily through him. Yes, that Husker is always enjoyable to watch when it comes out for them, but it's more so through mid one, and that's what we've talked about. When Chrysalis is this early pick carry, you get to open up for your mid laner to have either a great matchup for themselves or pick things like a mid-Venomancer, which we loved getting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, MOUZ have done a great job structuring this team. I think the player choices they've made and how they formulated things, the way they draft, like, it's been very calculated. It makes a lot of sense. They have a lot of players who like to pick early, a lot of players who don't have very many very big hero pools. We heard Celery talk about it, right? Like, a lot of their players just play a few heroes very well, and so they give mid one last pick, and he shines through. I think he's looked amazing this tournament, and it's really awesome to see a return to form. I think, we've talked about it prior, but I think going from, the best player in the world and then having a really down period and then coming back to being an incredible player again, I think only him and no one have done this. Really,
from the mid lane too.
Yeah,
it's
especially
even more challenging, I think.
I think so too, and I think it's honestly incredibly impressive and shows his drive and dedication to the game over such a long period of time that he's able to stay on top and remain that excellent mid player. And you watch him play and you can tell he just has a feel for the game. He's so aggressive. He's such a Chad. I just like watching him play.
I mean, I just want to make sure that for mid one, he needs to be on aggressive heroes. Find the kill. Anytime you watch a MOUZ replay, in the first 12 minutes of the game, he's diving towers, running at people, trying to get kills. In previous slams, he's getting rampages in that minute mark. He really is a guy that wants to seek out aggression. And that type of player needs to be surrounded by consistency. I think that's where Boom and Chrysalis have done such a great job in the last couple of months, finding their consistency. Because if mid one's going crazy and you're losing your side lanes, that's a recipe for losing, right? So I think that right now they're in that perfect position of just it being the perfect blend.
And before we got into this series as well, whilst we did get to talk about the preferences of pick side to the players, we also specifically got to have a few more words from Yamich.
The most important thing that when I'm playing position 4 is mid 1, because I feel like I couldn't play like that if he was not my mid laner, because he is crashing middle and then I can stay mid and take exp and gold.
I like the smile that came along with what he was saying. He's like, yeah, I really appreciate my mid laner. I really realized just how much he is doing for me as an individual for position 4.
Yeah, I mean, normally position 4s can be quite starved, right? Where they have to secure runes, make stacks, do these things. If mid one's just, fucked off to go kill some lads, he can just sit mid. That's a rare thing for a 4. So I think, yeah, Mitch is like, hey, I get to enjoy my game.
Yeah, I also do very quickly before we keep talking about MOUZ and everything that's happening in this series against Tundra. There has been some tech issues, so we've delayed the game, the lobby a little bit. So it does give us time to talk about this matchup a bit more. On the side of MOUZ, we've loved everything that comes through the mid lane, the fact that Chrysalis opens that up, Yamich there, of course, talking about himself as well. But I want to know the mid matchup specifically. If we got into more detail, how you see a mid one BZM lane going, kind of negating or ignoring what heroes might be picked up.
I think, honestly, mid one is in a position of aggression here. I think in terms of ability to win the lane and snowball, BZM doesn't really strike me as a player who massively runs over the lane. I think he's had instances on his Batrider and things like that, but in a general sense, I think he tends to play farm. He's playing things like Invoker, and he's sunstriking elsewhere. He's like a spellcaster, has a lot of impact in the game, joins ganks, joins fights, this type of deal. Whereas mid one, I think we've seen him stomp lanes and run people over. We've seen numerous solo kills. He solo killed Niku yesterday and also massively outplayed him in the lane the other game. And I think in general, he is the more aggressive player. And so I think that will be a big focal point. To me, the deal breaker, like we talked about before, is Tundra supports. Because I think their rotations early game and the types of heroes they pick can change that dynamic quite a bit.
You also need to protect BZM, right? Because I feel like when he is picking up a mid Shaker or a mid Ember, these are heroes that type of counters that can just break this lane before they even get online. And like Quinn's mentioning, when you have Shaker, Ember mid, and they get shut down from either a lane counter or support rotations, he never contributes to the game, right? So I think BZM needs to be protected slightly in the draft. Otherwise, we could just see a repeat of, how does MOUZ win? Oh, mid lane.
Ties into the supports as well, right? If the supports of Tundra are always doing so much, it allows them to pick this type of greedier mid laner for BZM. Yeah.
Well, I was kind of going to shift it, the topic a little bit. So if you have more to say, Misery, no? Okay. Then it's going to be, do you think we have an accurate gauge of MOUZ? Because whilst they did win their series yesterday 2-0, it wasn't a Na'Vi at full force. It was a Na'Vi that had nerves, had shakes, and wasn't really feeling as in the zone as we could have seen. So I do wonder, do we have a full gauge of them? Are we overestimating them a little bit?
I don't think so, genuinely.
Yeah?
I think even though Na'Vi was not in the zone yesterday, I think MOUZ was. And when I watched them play, I watched the way they're moving around, the decisions they're making. They were playing very naturally and very well. Like Crystallis is playing Huskar against what I think is the second hardest counter in the game. Like he's sort of downplaying it a little bit. I think this Broodmother matchup is incredibly bad, and he played it in a very natural way. I think Celery had great positioning in that game. He was constantly getting the Grave off at just the right time. Like I think overall, the way they team fought and their just being calm and their structure was very strong. And I think you need that against Tundra because they're a team that is very methodical, very farm intensive. And so you don't want to mess up these fights if you have gotten to build a goal lead in the early game.
I think in a way that game was only playable because of Dazzle, right?
Yeah.
And that also shows that.
Oh my gosh, the panel praising Dazzle? Am I in an alternate universe?
Hold. Misery, conclude the point, brother.
Well, I mean, a Dazzle underwhelming hero, but with a purpose.
There we
With
go.
a very clear, that was a very clear purpose, right?
Yeah.
Like you were basically ignoring the counter in a sense, right? Because he loses all his HP regen. You can't die during that time, so you don't care about HP regen. You can just stand there and hit, right? The flat heals as well, so I think that was a nice prep for the Brood. What happens if Tundra does the same trade, but then ban out the Dazzle second phase? Are we going to see an Oracle Huskar come back? Like, I don't know. Like that could be an awkward situation, I think, for MOUZ if Tundra would be able to do that in this series now.
Yeah, the thing with MOUZ in game 2, it was impressive how they won, but I feel like if we replaced Na'Vi and Tundra, right, I think Tundra would have found a way to win that game based on, 33 on the Brood or the way they play the map, of course, Ari on a Hoodwink. Like, I think there is a world where I don't think Tundra maybe is scared of the Huskar, knowing, let's try the Brood ourselves. But the counter argument to that is, are they really going to 33 pick that early on in the draft, right?
Maybe not, but he is a well-renowned Brood player.
Exactly. Then you have to kind of run this gambit of like, okay, if they ban AA, they pick Huskar, are they going to ban Brood in the second phase because MOUZ now respects it? Like, there's all these layers to it, but I think there's a lot of learning to have from that game. So maybe the Huskar isn't as cared about, but we'll see. I'm probably just getting carried away there. It will probably be first picked if it's available.
It's okay. We're allowed to get carried away. That's the whole point of what our jobs are, right? We're supposed to get carried away, especially when talking about Dota. But right now, we're going to get one step closer to our best of 3 in hopes of finding our second grand finalist here. And that's going to happen just after the break.
Iconic plays throughout Dota 2 history. You love them, we got them.
And now we're ranking them.
Oh no, God. It always feels bad because we want to highlight the greatness of plays.
Right, but this is the KYXY denies the Aegis. I was thinking A because it's not exactly a positive moment. No, so I kind of want to start an A. 3-2-2.
This is another negative play,
but with a positive, a happy ending.
Is okay. We'll put it at C. C for 3-2-2 there. Yeah, it's not necessarily a play, more of a meme. I would say.
I would say so as well. All right, what do we got next?
Oh, $6 million Echo Slam. Yeah,
we're going to the top on this one. Finally, some positive news here.
I mean, this right here is maybe one that like really catapulted Dota even further. I mean, there was the 3 million, and then you get the 6 million.
That's bigger.
We'll put it in S for now, but we'll put it at the bottom of S.
That's top of S.
We'll put it at the top of S for the moment. Miracle Arc Warden Ancient Defense.
Oh, that's a legendary one.
I don't know if it was like iconic because it wasn't grand finals, and I kind of feel like that one maybe we put in like top of A.
Top of A.
Top of A for now.
Well, I was close to B.
You were going B?
I was going to go
B. I'm down for B. We can go B.
Because I think it's just cheesy. Oh, you pressed a bunch of buttons. Like, congrats.
What do we have here? This is Fountain Hook.
Oh,
This is also very iconic. I think above $6 million.
Yeah, we got to move it.
Yeah, I think that the Fountain Hook is maybe like one of the plays that defines Dota as a whole, where it's like you have the send back, you have the hook going, it needs to be perfectly timed, and it probably shouldn't be in the game because it's so broken.
This one is Patience from Zoe.
I think it's above $6 million Echo Slam.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. This is a great play because it's, as two casters.
Right.
This play is so elevated by the commentary.
Yes.
By LD. Like, it gets more credit than almost it deserves. Because like, the play itself is amazing and it's really, really good. But the commentary, it's just like, that's like his style of that legendary, like, it was like poetry. Like, what are doing it?
Speaking of, I think this goes lower though.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, I'll put it in A tier because people bring it back so often because Liquid's still around and doing it.
Yep. All right, I agree. Let's throw him right there. I like it.
It's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
I'm trying to. That is $6 million Echo Slam, isn't it?
Is it the same one?
It's the same play. This is going bottom because it's not iconic. We're not remembering.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is a different one.
Yeah.
And then
the $1 Million Dream Quail.
This finals for a long time was the most iconic finals, and a lot of it was because of this moment.
I'm looking at our tier list, and I'm also having regret about where we put a lot of different things.
We can move everything.
But for now, at least, I kind of feel like I want to put that in A, and I want to put KY, XY, and B.
Okay, I like it.
There we
Makes
go.
sense.
That's better.
It was our opener.
One last clip. What is it?
I can see this one through the paper. With the call of his life.
It's so good. I think similar again to the Patience from Zoe, elevated by Owen as well.
Yeah.
But it also was like an amazing moment in an amazing series.
It was TI3 and then this happened and you're like, okay, well that was the best.
So I'm kind of thinking top of S.
It's so S, it represents S as a whole.
S plus.
Yeah.
S. Get it?
Yeah, that was great.
All right, what feeds your hunger for more? You're kind of a greedy guy, always trying to get more and more. Why?
Once you taste some success, you just want to keep winning.
What helps you grow your ambition?
For me, my main motivator is usually just self-improvement. I want to be the best I can be in everything I do. So I'm always thinking, how can I be better? And this is what I enjoy. And this is what motivates me as well.
Do you feel a lot of responsibility on this team? Does it weigh you down? The pressure of that responsibility to do well?
To be honest, not really. I feel like everything's already laid out. I just have to do my part in the system. If I just keep being the best that I can be, then that's my role, you know? It's that simple.
What responsibility motivates you?
The responsibility of improving myself and staying on top of my understanding of the game and my position.
All right, what throws your team into chaos? What's something that gets them completely discombobulated?
If we lose, it's always going to be an upset because we expect to win everything. You know, there's some sort of panic and people will have different ideas on why we lost, and then it can get a bit hectic for a while before you reach the right conclusion and just go to the next game.
What do you take away from losing?
I feel like mid-series, you have to take away things that you can fix for the next game. Could be draft, could be gameplay. Whereas after the series, it could be like whole concepts that you want to change or whole structures that you want to change. It just depends on what's appropriate.
What part of Ari do you try to hide from the public, or from your teammates, or from yourself?
Everyone will have negative thoughts, especially if you lose or something goes wrong, but I always try to hide this and just try to think of what constructive thing I could offer to the team rather than just like aimless negativity.
So what part of yourself that you rely on the most?
My hard work and confidence, these two things. They're kind of related to each other. On one side, I'm confident that I have the talent, so if I work hard, then I'll be the best. And on the other hand, I rely on my hard work to give me the confidence. I feel like these two things together will make me the strongest.
Have you ever doubted yourself on these two things?
Definitely at some points. Like if you lose a lot or you're just going through a rough period, maybe I lose some confidence. If you play scared, then you'll just never win really. I mean, even when I started wanting to be a pro player, I took like a year off from school to just try. I was like ranked 3,000 at the start of this, so it's quite a long journey. And halfway through the year, I'd not made much progress. Then I kept trying and kept working, and eventually the hard work just gets you there. So that's why these things are related, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Series 2, Game 2, Chengdu!
淘汰赛第二天第二场的比赛，你们准备好了吗？
There we go. Still awake, still alive. We had an incredible Series 1 today already, Dub. The underdog team going into the grand finals. It could be the very same thing here again. MOUZ Sports, an underdog team facing off against Tundra, who has won 3 out of 4 of these things. You guys think it's going to happen again?
刚才那场比赛，其实我们看到了一批黑马战队能够2-0取下 Falcons， 而这一场比赛由 MOUZ 对阵 Tundra 似乎是一样的剧本，但是我们又怎么会知道结局如何呢？你们认为这一场比赛 MOUZ 能否有机会拿下 Tundra 呢？
That's pretty good. All right. Well, I'm sure you guys are ready to see how these teams compete and how it turns out. So let's get these players to the stage.
有请他们登场。 5号位 Salary versus White Mall。 Soft Support 4号位 Yandex versus Ari。 Offlane 3号位 MOUZ versus 33。 Mid 2号位 Mid One versus BZM。 1号位 Chris Dallas versus Pure。
Tundra and MOUZ facing each other down here for our last grand final spot. They're taking their seats, and I gotta say, Mid One, he's a bit of a yapper. This man is absolutely chatting everyone up when he's walking down that player tunnel.
I mean, I think him and BZM are friends. I think it's BZM that's his name is Mid One, or Mid One's picture is BZM, something like this. There's some back and forth between, on Steam.
Okay.
There's some back and forth between these two, so I think they have a little bit of rapport. And they're both kind of silly, goofy guys. I think they have a lot of similarities in terms of their play style. They're very aggressive, clowny players, and so I think it's only fitting they're talking to each other as they're walking down the aisle.
Maybe there's a meta game developing Mid One here, kind of like.
It won yesterday.
No, just like talk a bit, make them feel relaxed, and then serious mode when the game starts, you know, then punish them.
Again, just to confirm, Quinn, his Steam name is Bogdanov, and BZM's last name is also the same. So, the Mid One has stolen, you know, the family name of BZM throughout this tournament. What a disrespect.
Man, BZM's gonna have to show him his boss then. He's gonna have to put him in his place when we get into game eventually. But both of these teams, yeah, MOUZ yesterday having a 2-0 against Na'Vi. It looked great. Game number 2 was very back and forth, but they were able to clutch up the win. Tundra, maybe they're in a similar position as Falcons earlier today, where we hadn't seen them play for a week. Is there a little bit of rust for them? Are they able to just come in here and be the Tundra we expect them to be?
For the sake of competitiveness, may MOUZ not forget about the 33 Timbersaw.
True.
It was forgotten sometimes in the group stage. It was forgotten in the Blast Slam 4 Grand Finals. But for the sake of this series going the distance, do not forget that this hero exists in 33's hands.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, I am okay with MOUZ taking a creative approach to the draft. I liked a lot what Yandex did whenever Falcons was first picked, leaving both the Naga Siren and the Chen, I thought it was a really creative approach. We haven't seen many people try. And if MOUZ has cooked up something like that, I don't blame them at all. That being said, they don't have Immortal Faith here, so they will be drafting without him. The drafts yesterday seemed fine, so it seemed like they can still function okay without him physically being here and just helping from online, but I'm curious to see how that affects things, if it does at all.
Yeah, I mean, the series is very different. I mean, these teams prioritize very different heroes than the one we just saw. I think a hero like Lycan, for example, like that hero, teams are banning it against Tundra pretty consistently throughout the group, but nobody's touching that hero right now, and maybe not the best state this hero has been in the last 3 months, so that's a hero that we might see getting left through as well.
He's got a shot.
Come on, there we go.
He's in the arena, guys. He made it.
He did make it.
The crowd absolutely erupted for that. I mean, I know beforehand that our wonderful Chinese broadcast was trying to gauge the audience, whether they were leaning on the side of MOUZ, if they were leaning on the side of Tundra. I couldn't differentiate. It felt like it was a pretty even split, actually.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell myself, but, you know, what made me see after the game?
But
after game one,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Game one.
If they're cheering, you know.
Exactly. I think after game one, because last game, during the draft, people were cheering for Yandex out of nowhere. I think when the Weaver was picked up, I think there was over here in front of us. I think there was a group that started yelling at Yandex. So I don't know. Maybe it is just depending on how the teams play.
Going back to your Lycan point, though, I do feel like MOUZ is a pretty good team against the Lycan, right? You have Tide Hunters and these kind of annoying, beefy heroes that you can kind of hug to try and counter it. So that is something to think about. Let through the Lycan, play around it. I do feel like MOUZ have some play to try and do it, and I think we have proof that the top teams in the world, even though we know exactly what they're doing, teams before haven't been able to draft against them. You know what's coming, you lose to it. And then Yandex proved you can give the best teams in the world their best heroes and still dismantle them. So that's kind of what I'm looking at MOUZ here. Like, allow 33 his Lycan, but then build up the draft, then stop 33 from having a game.
Yeah, I mean, Nat mentioned it before, but Tundra has not played on the stage yet on this tournament, and having that break in time, sometimes it can mess up your momentum. We've seen it in the past other tournaments with gaps in between play, and MOUZ also almost beat Tundra last time in the semifinals. It was very, very close when they played last time, and I think since then, MOUZ has only leveled up. I think back then it looked like, you know, MOUZ is sort of like, oh yeah, maybe they're good, maybe they're not. We didn't really know where they stood. Since then, they've won a LAN, and I think MOUZ has an individual good matchup against Tundra. So even though Tundra on paper may be the stronger team, you know, in a lot of people's eyes, I think MOUZ, if they're playing well, they absolutely can take it to them.
And we even had an interview with Ari in the group stage where he talked about they had a break after BlastLand for Singapore. They went into their next tournament. They just weren't ready. They weren't polished. It took them a little bit of time there. I don't know what their past 4 or 5 days have looked like. I genuinely cannot give you that insight at all. The only thing I can give you guys, though, is the start of our best of 3, a game 1 draft.
I don't have much to say about this game, but game gonna be 50-50. Let's just take fun. That's all.
Just gonna be exciting to play against them. They won the last tournament, and it's a rematch of our last blast against them. So we'll see if they learned and improved from the tournament win.
I'm looking forward to play against Bogdanov because it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I would say just be ready, Kristaris and mid-1. We're coming for you.
Game 1 draft is shortly underway. Again, the winner of this series will get to the grand finals and potentially be the first team in this competitive season to lock in 2 tournament wins. That is a big feat moving into 2026 and the rest of the season pre-TI. So again, pressure on both teams to kind of stamp their name in the conclusion of this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very exciting. I think, you know, you heard it from both teams, and I think they both are excited to play. They match up very well against each other, and they're all very, very skilled players. When you play against them in pubs, when you watch them play, you can tell that they just have it. They're just extremely good, and so watching them battle it out on the main stage, I think it's just a treat.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see the draft here. Very curious to see what both of these teams honestly prioritize and what they feel like is the biggest kind of threat from the opposing team, and they do ban out the Lycan straight away.
coming into the playoffs, right? The journey that Tundra took, teams against them was banning out Lycan, Timbersaw, Axe, sometimes a bit of Marcy, of course the occasional like Naga, right? Like they had quite a set group of heroes they'd ban out, so there's a lot of information for MOUZ to utilize, but the bans against Tundra, it kind of varied from team to team. They would respect different aspects. Some teams even banning out like an Abaddon or an Ursa to stop the second phase simplicity of draft where, you know, Pure would happily pick it up, right? So multiple angles MOUZ can take. So far, only a Lycan.
Yeah, I mean, Huskar banned from Tundra, so, you know, Crystal was saying, hey, give us Huskar, try to beat it. No, they're not having any of that. Huskar is honestly just too powerful of a hero whenever in the right hands, especially when you've got a flex like MOUZ does with it, so very, very sensible. I'm honestly surprised, though, that this Marcy continues to be, like, guaranteed first phase ban always, that no one is trying to beat it. We were talking about it some backstage, and the hero in pubs doesn't feel necessarily super broken. We've even seen it lose at tournaments before when it's been let through, so I'm surprised that's something that everyone has decided, nah, we're just not playing against it.
It really feels like just the laning is just too simple for the hero, right? Like if the correct support with you, you just get kills, accelerates your lane. Like you could argue that there's a bit of volatility in Marcy, but it doesn't really happen in competitive, right? A good team with Marcy can just close out a game cleanly if you do just break the lane.
Yeah, Crystal not banned yet.
Oh yeah, it's not actually. That's kind of interesting. Like the
deciding
if there, I mean, okay, there it is.
Okay.
So what's actually in the pool here? We have the Chen.
There's Chen, there's Centaur, there's Naga.
Naga in pool, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But Celery does not play Naga, so apparently they're okay giving it the Centaur first pick. Honestly, this is a bit surprising. We saw Tundra give Centaur so many times in the group stage, and they beat it every single time. Like, it honestly always got smacked by Tundra. Not to mention that Whitemon does play Naga Siren, so if they wanted it, they could pick it here.
I also don't think Centaur has looked that hot the last week or so. Like, it was really highly contested in the beginning of Blast, but now I feel like people have figured out how to play against it, and after Stampede, this hero doesn't offer that much in the team fight anymore. Sure, you have the auras, but a lot of offlaners can buy auras, and I just don't really see exactly why Centaur is... I mean, you're kind of taking it away from 33 as well, so there's that. But yeah, I'm also surprised to see this first pick for MOUZ, honestly.
Yeah, it's the thing with Centaur is I feel like it differs on player to player, right? Players who know how to farm in the first 15 on the hero can make it shine. But if you join too many fights, if you're dragged into these weird engagements, the hero can look quite awkward. And if your other 4 heroes aren't ready to fight 4-on-5, allowing your Centaur to farm, you can easily fall apart, right? So I think there's a lot of questions around the hero, but good teams will make it shine. And Tundra, they spend a little time thinking about it, but they do go back for the 33 Axe. Again, this is an Axe that will happily run into all the engagements. He's buying auras, he's playing on Battle Hunger, he's going, you know, psycho mode in the early game. This is not some AFK farm type deal.
I think part of the reason why they end up taking the Axe here is that they don't want to end up in a scenario where Axe and +1 offlaner gets banned, and then they have to dig deep to find that 33 heroes way later on, right? I think the supports can get replaced by other heroes, but for 33, I think this is by far his best hero right now. And yeah, I think it just does so much for this Tundra team, honestly.
Yeah. Not to mention Abaddon's already first phase banned, which is the best counter against the Axe.
Yeah.
So now they have the freedom to either just ban the Ursa second phase, or we've seen them do sometimes where they pick Axe on 9, and then in the second phase follow up with Ursa on 13, sort of stealing the ban, or stealing the pick rather, and getting another free ban for themselves if they feel like something else is too important. So it's very reasonable, even though Axe is not necessarily, I would say, good against Centaur. It's sort of, it's fine. Yeah, so
MOUZ even banning out the Ursa, right? They know that the Ursa is probably going to come on 13.
Yeah.
They don't ban it.
No, MOUZ clearly showing they've done their research. I think that's, for a lot of people, would look like a weird ban to see 2 cores picked back like that, especially whenever you might want the Ursa yourself. But, you know, making the judgment call that we're probably not going to get it ourselves.
I'm kind of leaning towards a potential Shadow Demon opening for Tundra here. Into the next phase, because the Ursa isn't there, even the Jakira is a pretty good 13 pick for Tundra. Disruption, Demonic Purge, just kind of forcing the Centaur to think about how he's using Stampede, specifically with the Disruption, is an option.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It is not a hero that MOUZ really cares about, though, so if Tundra wanted to pick it later, pretty much any point if they wanted, they could take it. Because MOUZ is not going to touch it. Yamich is playing a melee hero, and Celery is not, you know, a big Shadow Demon enjoyer. I also think SD5 is probably just not very good.
Is there any reason they would pick like a Gyro Cup down 13, for example, or like, you know, going with the same route but choosing a different hero. I think it's mostly just the Ursa, right? To stop the MOUZ picking the Ursa as well.
The thing is, it's depending on the 5, often it would be the Jug, but a later pick, right? They'd get the strong 5 like a Jakiro, MOUZ pick 2, you pick Jug, right? So I think with the Jakiro ban from MOUZ, they're maybe even indirectly protecting themselves from pure going for the Juggernaut, as the heroes that Whiteman's been played in the 5 role, like Disruptor and Jug, it's not as clean, right, as a Jakiro.
Definitely not.
So I think they're already setting up and thinking about these heroes that you're mentioning.
There's always the Hoodwink.
There's that hero.
Of course, Naga is still in the pool. Yeah.
I mean, this is...
Capping move speed is always quite nice.
Yeah, I think this matchup is honestly pretty bad for Centaur. And I'm super surprised that MOUZ leaves it. Like, they're very clearly, I think, saying, we don't actually think Naga Siren is that good. Not only do we not play it, but we don't care if you play it, which is bold, I would say, because I think Naga has looked very broken. It looked very strong in the last series, and in the one before that when Yandex played it as well. And Whitemon is more than capable of playing this hero, so...
Oh.
I mean, this is a Celery Classic.
It is.
But it's not a hero that's typically considered that good against Axe. Like, people oftentimes, when Chen was being first picked every single game, people were spawning Axe against it. Because you can, you know, fight back a little bit with these Battle Hungers, and you also don't need your mana that badly early game.
I think another thing is that Tundra has opted to not ban any of Yamich's hero, right? So
he gets his Tusk.
Gets his Tusk here.
Yeah, one of the most played heroes for Yamich on MOUZ in the roster post TI, but for MOUZ, all I'm looking at is just strong lanes. Not only that, but the fact is, against Naga and Axe, who want a little bit of time to feel like they can enter the game, these heroes in conjunction, you play on a catapult wave with auras, you will take over areas of the map very, very easily. They are very formidable, and of course you still have a counter pick available for potentially mid one or Crystallis to utilize.
We also saw them yesterday play this, it wasn't Chen Tusk, it was Chen Clockwork, right? And they didn't have the Centaur, but they had a Pangolin, but it's kind of similar style, right? This Chen, something we've seen Falcons run a lot as well, and it looks super strong. I mean, they won the game in 20 minutes, right? So it's a very scary combination of heroes that, you know, can really be punishing greed. So Tundra needs to be careful what they pick here, I think, to not go too greedy.
Just think about the early items, right? Centaur's going to go Helmadon, potentially Lotus. You're going to have Chen going for like a drum and a mech, and then Tusk will have like a Blink Dagger. So now you've got both Lotus Dispel save, you've got mech for heals, Chen also for heal, you've got Tusk Snowball save. Like, there's so many layers to amplify someone else's game that, you know, when you think about it, it feels like the perfect recipe for MOUZ and why they often do win games. But Tundra, they go back for the classics. Again, we mentioned this already. Tundra, you're never going to be surprised by the heroes that they pick, right? If there is a Hoodwink available, of course, Ari has only played 4 heroes in this entire Blast Slam 5, and he's staying true to that again.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what they're going to opt for mid on MOUZ on 18, because the last track is banned, and I think that would have been the best choice. When you have Chen Tusk, you want some damage dealer. You want some follow-up damage. You have auras. You have Centaur who doesn't really do much damage. He's going to buy auras. Chen's buying auras, no damage.
Depends on this pick as well, right? What Tundra ends up picking. Like, oh, Martha carry here.
I mean, that is a pure classic, but it's a bit surprising they're picking it to Centaur, because that was one of the heroes that people liked the most against Muerta carry, because you're a great blade mail buyer in the early game. You have return. Muerta's a hero that only shoots you. You can stampede away and kite the Muerta ulti when she does press it. Honestly, very surprised. I mean, there's obviously the Naga, which changes some dynamics. You can slow people in the stampede, but I think generally Centaur was considered pretty good against Muerta.
There's no way this Naga carry and Muerta 5 on mid 1, right?
I am just
Naga
double-checking
carry
that.
against Centaur sounds super, super bad.
I was just double-checking the last time Pure played Naga carry, but as we already mentioned, the conviction that MOUZ can play, like how quickly they can group up, is the Naga carry ever going to get to Manta plus Orchid and Hex and all these kind of big items?
I think the heroes can be pretty good against the power stuff like this, but of course Naga carry is not really a thing right now, so we don't have to talk about it that much. It's just the... Whitemon has played Muerta 5 in the past, and, you know...
Yeah, I can see it. Depending on where MOUZ go, there is a potential chance, but for now for MOUZ, if it is a mid lane pick, it's a damage dealer, it's someone who can be explosive, punish the fact that Tundra's team fight is a or a bushwhack.
What about carry matchup though, like against the Muerta? Because is there any world where MOUZ needs to pick a Crystallis hero now that does not get banned out?
I think the simplest hero for him to pick up would be the Gyrocopter. It rounds out their draft very nicely. It gives them the magic damage to run down Muerta in the early game. But okay, they go for the mid one Nature's Prophet. They are valuing the mid one over Crystallis. In that case, it shows that Crystallis thinks he has more than one hero in this position.
I mean, I like this a lot, to be honest. I like it against the Axe. Vessel is very good against that hero, massive HP pool, and doesn't really buy any Dispels for quite some time until second or third item. So if they have this Tusk and this Nature's Prophet, they can chain gank this Axe, and they can pick up the tempo. Also a hero that's very good against Muerta, because you have this early tempo, you have this Vessel and this Shard and such, and later in the game you can buy Pike and you can kite in. It's a hero that scales very much. You don't want heroes that are super committal against Muerta, because when she presses ult, that's it. You're not doing anything to this hero, so you press ult and you kite this ult. Furion can play at range and scale and play into right clicks and things like this, so MOUZ isn't on a timer.
Muerta is just such a slow hero as well, both in how she wants to buy her items. She wants like Mjolnir, BKB, and Pike, and also literally just with her move speed, she is quite clunky. So yeah, I think the Prophet is just a nod towards, you know what, Tundra? If your Muerta is shut down in the early game, there is no plan B for you. Like, the Axe will not fix everything for you. Like, your Muerta has to have a good early game to feel like she can enter this game.
Crystallis' hero pool is pretty small right now. Pretty much the only hero he still has is Troll from like heroes he's been playing recently. I think everything else is banned out.
Yeah, it's not a great Monkey King game. It's a pretty bad Monkey King game.
So either he needs to play a Troll again here in this game, or dig deeper.
I'm
yeah, there
sad.
it is.
What?
There's the Troll.
I'm sad we just don't see Razor anymore, honestly, right? Like, in this type of game where you already have the pressure of the Nature's Prophet, the tag team of a Tusk to amplify other heroes that are maybe kind of semi-cores. Like, in this game, you static link the Muerta, you get early BKB, just lock on top. It would be pretty good, but they do just run back for what they've done so far in the group stage. They want the Troll. We see it on the phone, we see it on the screen, and they do go for it. But yeah, it's just going back for the comfort.
It's interesting because it's not good against Muerta at all.
Nope.
It's quite bad against Muerta carry, so they're clearly saying, we don't care about the carry matchup. We think Furion's got it under control. What we want is we want good lanes. We want comfort. We want to have the fast tempo and take it to, I think their best bet is to take it to 33, to shut him down early, to make this Axe poor. And then Muerta's a hero that is very susceptible to being kited. So if her whole team is poor and she's the only rich hero, it's very easy to buy tankability items, buy force apps, and just move around and not let her have a free game.
Okay, and a 24 pick, a last pick, BZM Ember Spirit. I mean, when you look at the lockdown on MOUZ, it's not too great. I mean, both teams aren't really heavy in big team fight. It's like pick-off potential, it's skirmish. What are your thoughts about the Ember mid?
I mean, it's a hero that lanes okay against Nature's Prophet. I think mid one will probably have a slight advantage in this lane, and maybe he can die somewhat early. And I also think if he has somewhat of a bad lane, I think Nature's Prophet will have a little bit better tempo, TPing on lanes and things like this. And while I do think Tundra has better scaling, I like MOUZ's ability to pressure early. I think they've picked massive comfort, and while Tundra has as well, I like MOUZ, and I think mid one can get the ball rolling and tear this game up. I see him smiling, and I think he's gonna be smiling in game 2.
Yeah, it's like MOUZ has a little bit more of a timing-based classic lineup, I think. Tundra's heroes are a bit more skirmishy, a bit more, I don't know, you have to throw a bit more spells out, right? It's not so much 5-man running around. So it's about, can Tundra go? I mean, first of all, I think laning phase is extremely important when you play against Tundra. They were kind of winning every game on lanes in group stage. So that's the first step for MOUZ. Do they get through the lanes safely, right? If they are through the lanes, I think now it's up to Tundra to stop the 5-man ball of MOUZ.
Yeah, and do you think if the game goes long enough that Pure can just take over the game on the Muerta?
Yeah, kind of, but I also think the BZM Ember Spirit late game is a problem for MOUZ, right? The Aghanims, the permanent remnant through, I think that's problematic.
All right, thank you very much. And now, on stage, Slacks and Dove will have an interview with the analyst of MOUZ, DPMs.
All right, I'm here with DPMS, of course, and Dove. Thank you so much for translating to our local crowd here in the arena. So, had some interesting information about you. Typically, you're the stats person, correct? And you're helping out with drafting because Immortal Faith was sick. And Celery is also drafting. Is that accurate?
我们接下来请到了 MOUZ 战队的教练，但是他其实呢是 MOUZ 战队的数据分析师，他们的原教练呢最近身体抱恙，所以不得不请出分析师来代替。而他们战队其实现在在 BP 的是 Celery， 请问这个消息来源可靠吗？
Yes, that's true. I'm helping Celery, and yes, I'm their analyst and Immortal Faith trainee, I'd say.
Well, how's the relationship going with you guys? Do you feel like your draft's been pretty good? I mean, obviously, you've made it here so far. Is it an easy process? And when's the last time Celery was drafted?
他说对的，没错，我是我们队伍的数据分析师，但是这个比赛是我跟 Celery 我来帮助他一起来 BP， 然后我们就是一起为我们的队伍在做 BP 的选人这样子。然后 Sax 问他说，哎，你们两个队伍的合作现在感觉怎么样？你觉得 Celery 这个 BP 你给他打几分？然后你觉得 Celery 的这个 BP 你给评价一下吧。
It's been a while, yeah, but we have our ideas, so I don't think it changed much actually. So we understand our heroes and we are comfortable doing it. So it's similar.
Okay, well, specific question about this draft. You gotta pick that Troll Warlord last. We all kind of saw that coming with Juggernaut being banned out and all that. But were you worried having to pick that hero? Because they do have some pretty good heroes against it, such as Muerta.
No.
Nope.
哦，刚刚他说对的，距离 Celery 上一次作为 BP 手已经有很长的一段时间了，但我们这次的合作还是非常的愉快的。我们可以为我们的队伍选出我们得心应手的英雄，大家都还打得挺开心的。然后 Sax 问他说，那我们来问一下这场游戏当中你们选了巨魔战将这个英雄，这个英雄其实是在剑圣被ban之后你们被迫选出来的，而面对对面的阵容，对面有 Morta 这样的英雄，其实不是特别的好打，你怎么看？
No, I think we are comfortable with the hero. We were comfortable with the pick, and we know what we want.
Okay, well, I know what we want is to see you guys win a game one and give us one hell of a show. So thank you so much for your time as we will throw it into the game.
他说，我觉得我们还是有希望赢的，我们游戏中见吧。
Oh my goodness gracious, I cannot wait. Thank you, Dub. Thank you, Slacks. And Trent, we got a Muerta. It's going to happen. It's on the main stage. What do you think?
True. We keep asking Pure, bring out these weird range heroes, a little bit of Pure Sniper, something in the carry role. He busts out the Muerta unexpectedly. I feel like the pool wasn't crazy small or anything. There were other options. But he just felt like playing a little bit of Muerta. So we'll see if she becomes a solution to some of these more pesky heroes that we're seeing over and over again.
I mean, it would be so awesome. And honestly, just in general, the fact that we're seeing these two teams face off again in the same stage as we had in the last round of Blast is so nuts. And are they going to end up meaning to face off again in just a little bit? We'll find out in just a few, as coming up in just a moment, we've got the first game of this best of three. The winners going on to the Grand Finals with one more shot against Yandex, a team that nobody thought was going to be there in the Grands. But here on the main stage, we got them ready for you. And on the stage, MOUZ facing off against Team Tundra. Game one!
Did you hear?
Oh, and just like that, we've got it in the pause. It wouldn't be a Dota 2 game without that.
Wow, Lyrical, great hype there. Another classic caster fake hype situation here, throwing us into there it is. It's okay, it's the lag, you know, it's just, there's a little bit of a ping issue here.
Absolutely.
That's all it is.
I mean, everybody, you need to make sure you got the right ping.
Maybe it was Dougie's fault. We could just blame him. I mean, you know, Dougie resumed the game. It just shows up right there, so.
True.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We got to get him a metronome. Learn some timing. That must be what.
Sure. No more games.
Oh.
CM Bryce. GL at 8 at my favorite.
That's good luck, have fun.
Thank
actually,
you.
Lyrical. I know you don't ever type it in your games.
I don't usually.
I've been learning the meta thanks to you and Slacks that actually if you don't type, you can't be communication reported. So that's
that
really
is
wise.
Heck, we can't tell
Yeah,
the people
sorry,
that.
my bad. Yeah.
That's something that not everybody should know. But getting maybe a little bit spicy here in Chengdu, the Sichuan region of China, Trent.
That's right, yeah. See, there's spice everywhere. You try and find a vegetable, it's spiced. You want some eggs in the morning, they're spiced.
I love it.
You gotta make sure. And I mean, that must be why our games have been so spicy here with such an upset to bring us to this one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the smoke's out across the maps. We talk about this early momentum that you're trying to build with MOUZ. We've seen it from them time and time again.
Yep.
And the Nature's Prophet, one of the heroes that's best at facilitating that.
Yeah, I don't understand why this hero just like vanished and then came back with no changes.
Yeah.
Because like everyone was doing this play, especially MOUZ, and then they kind of went away from it. We saw more of like the Shadow Fiends and comboing and like that. And then all of a sudden they were like, hey, you know, that's so like really good when mid one just TPs in and blows everyone up.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking to see some of those early rotations. And he's got a lot of good friends this game. He's got Yamish to help him out with a little bit of early physical damage bursts. And then he's got Chen and the creeps for the early battles that Chen is very known at winning. Oh, that was cute.
You love to see that.
Little fear to stop the body block there. Yamish gonna have to pick up the slack though. Gets there just in time with the help of the Bitter Chill.
I think that this should... Oh, no. Pure, how good your body blocks. All right, he gets it back. So it will not push into the tower and should have good wave position now.
Yeah, we didn't get any fun stuff either in the beginning in terms of just like these hero swap-ups. I'd say everyone just where you would expect.
I remember during the group stage, though, I think it was, you know, the panel was talking a little bit about some of the power that Tundra has of just being able to sometimes win before the horn in a way. The lanes are just so horrible that it starts out in a really bad position.
Not even just the lanes. They have those weird bounty rune moves sometimes where they just kill like 3 heroes and the game goes all lopsided. And in this case, I mean, mid one, him and the crew on MOUZ, they got 3 bounties. So they start things off on the right foot.
You can see already 33 queuing up the item that has become the ungodly way to play Axe recently that we've seen. No Blink Dagger, no Blade Mail, just get auras.
Yeah, if you haven't you know, watched some Axe games on the pro level before in a little, or at least in a little while, we're off the Blink Dagger. It's very strange. It's a weird feeling to watch an Axe just walk at people with auras, but
still hit like 2 with a call.
Yeah, it's been very successful. So it's a real good way to play the hero at the moment. BZM here on his prized Ember Spirit has started out with a 1-1 build. Get himself some bolas and some Sleight of Fist. Not a real great use for the Flame Guard at this point in the game.
We'll see how he decides to play this one, if he's going to try and mirror some of the rotations from mid one. In terms of chances...
He's been really good at these aggressive bola builds. We've seen this in a couple of his other games, maxing out the bolas and getting really aggressive against his opponent in the mid.
I mean, and already across all the lanes, Tundra seeming to do pretty well. The main one that's having a bit of an issue, it seems like, is going to be this Troll and the Centaur, although it does, I think, have a wave coming in. Yamich is just consistently dragging waves. Oh, it's a double wave coming in for Chrysalis, too, so he'll actually be okay.
Yeah, the Troll Warlord versus Axe is really interesting because Tundra, obviously, guys, they do watch the other games. They are aware that Chrysalis plays Troll Warlord. And you notice, hey, they didn't ban it. They just kind of left it in there. And the panelists are saying, well, they're probably going to pick Troll. And someone in the crowd has a phone showing Troll Warlord. So everyone knows the Troll Warlord was coming. But you know, Tundra weren't that worried about it. They're going to try and use this slight counter in the Axe dunk.
Ooh,
oh, that was
good
nice.
block. Whitemon in trouble, going down. Mid one gets that first blood. That is exactly what you want.
And that was post-urn as well. So sometimes he gets the kill before the urn, and it's like that little bit of nuisance, but no, not this time. Urn is there. He even gives a little heal over to his buddy up top, and then just goes right back mid. So nicely played there.
So Tundra, you've got to anticipate that some of those moves are going to be coming out. That's what you get when you give up the Nature's Prophet, but opting to take the Leshrac out of the pool, I'm assuming is meaning that they're going to like have a stronger mid-game sort of defense against this pressure that's coming.
I mean, it is fairly similar though, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
the Leshrac at least needs to wait for the Blink Dagger and then it's explosive, but it's just like such overwhelming damage that the Leshrac, I think, takes a little bit of the weight off your supports. Nature's Prophet doesn't do quite the same amount. Like, he doesn't have that much damage, right, when he gets 4 points into a spell like Leshrac does, so mid one instead, we'll just have to be a little bit more precise with those rotations of his allies compared to what the Leshrac needs.
A lot of hits there on the Hoodwink Q, as Celery is still got his way towards the headdress, just trying to immediately farm up and get into that mech if he can, but you can see how much it's kind of hurting right now. Chrysalis, very low HP in the lane, not really able to step up at all and contest this, and he's going to miss out a whole wave. This sucks.
I mean, I'll tell you, if there's a duo I don't really feel like going up against right now in Dota, it's probably Ahri and 3-3.
Yeah.
These guys are like mega nerds and annoying, and Ahri's playing Hoodwink, which is his mega nerd hero.
Yeah.
Like, you just know you're going to have a bad time.
It's hard to play against. And if you do manage somehow to shut them down, likely you're just going to be seeing camps stacked up on the side of behind the tier 2 tower, and you'll catch up on 33 anyways.
Yeah. And again, just more battle hunger.
Oh,
the
God.
glyph. Oh, wow. We love to see that.
It's like, it's so petty.
And that's when your mid laner is like, did you really need that glyph? Like, I have plans for that glyph. It's like, yeah, but I did like 12 more damage, bro.
Ahri out of mana does still have the Lotus and double Mango, so he should be able to continue to harass and harangue Chrysalis here.
Yeah, this is a really cool option, right? He's holding the Lotus, the 2 Mangoes, and the stick, so like he can just wait for that moment where he can get aggressive, spam it all, and deal with that mana burn.
It's the answer to the Chen.
Yeah.
5 Mangoes, why not? Meanwhile, they want to try and bully Whitemon here again. and he will be punched, pummeled, and eventually killed. Mid-1 with the second kill in the game.
Man, I will say, Naga Siren, she still remains in the top tier of bans as Pure. I mean, his Falcon Blade got killed on the courier, you know, maybe that'll be the difference here.
Nowhere left to go, and with the urn on him, he's gonna try and TP out a great bushwhack from Ari, and that stops the damage. Managing to get out on the Muerta.
Meanwhile, 3-3 is in no man's land.
Is gonna be brought down by Chrysalis. That's great. Now it's 4 kills as they also manage to just bring him down.
Man, I mean, BZM does hit 6 now, has his own urn, but he's got a lot of work to do to catch up to what Mid-1's up to on this map.
Yeah, this is interesting, because I mean, look, the CS doing great, but then you look at this net worth when we swap over, and it tells a very different story of the game for Tundra.
Good stuff so far, and Mid-1's still holding that point 6, now does put in the Nature's Wrath. Perhaps thinking if they could find a play up top here.
Yeah, they're pinging, they're ready to go again. Boom, feeling himself. And with the Wrath of Nature coming out, it does stop, as it didn't manage to connect onto Tundra. Still, working his way towards that helm. They are gonna start to try and bring in now this Ember. Will it be enough? The Bolas are already out to stop some aggression. Now the snowball chain, and Boom is still gonna get ran down a little bit, is eventually gonna be killed by BZM. Urn charge for him. Yeah. Ari, in the meantime, trying to run away from Chrysalis. A few more hits is all they need. The body blocks, they're there. He can't go anywhere.
And this is also the Wisdom. Like, they're coming in for this.
And they TP'd on Ember, so he can't get here for this.
That's why.
Oh, no, 33, you're going to lose it, buddy. They find the axe, take him low, kill him off, 6-1. Tundra, where are you at?
I mean, Whitemod's in there investigating the situation. He's like, well, they don't have any stacks. So it's probably because they've been busy killing us. Maybe that's why. That was a good call by Mid-1 not to go top, because you're right. It did help open up that situation down bottom, and now they're going to go again, but look who's here.
Yeah, BZM trying to play aggro, and they do manage to find Yamich. He's going to be brought down. Can they take down Boom as well? The net, the real end.
Surely not.
This guy is very, very tanky, but they have a lot of heroes surrounding him. Boom's going to soak up a lot of damage, but eventually Pure gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean, there was no TP ready for Mid-1. I thought maybe we'd be back by now, but only 2 levels in there, so 50 seconds is a long time. And
are they going to try and do something here? There's a lot of pings.
Back
on nature?
Yeah.
I thought about it.
A little cheeky there, but not quite. That's one of the downsides to Chen, right? That's you tend to think of like, oh, well, I've had one support TP, but where's my second support? And then your Chen is just jungling. You're like, right, I got that guy in my team.
So measured losses so far for Tundra. Feels like it's the name of the game, as they've been able to stop some of that early aggression.
I like this play, though.
Then takes that away.
Yeah.
Now, they do manage to find Yamich. Snowball, try and turn to back away. Good damage out onto Ari. Ari falls first. They are still going to lose Yamich here, but Mid-1, is he in too far? Turns, tries to hit Whitemon. It's not quite enough for the kill. Mid-1 in trouble.
Dude, they're so close to Stampede. He's like getting, it's just like one more wave or like a little bit more farm. That part's pretty painful. Otherwise, you can get a bailout there. That was not worth it.
Already more kills than we had 30 minutes into our last game, as MOUZ versus Tundra turning up the temperature a little bit.
Yeah, this is much quicker. No one's just allowed to sit there and farm their Ancients for 15 minutes. We are playing the game in this one.
Well, and Tundra, good reactions to what was a tough first 7 minutes, it felt like. They've started to respond pretty well to what's happening. Axe is off in the side jungle while Yamich is going for a smoke around here.
Man, how is BZM already 2-0-3?
If they can find this, it would be good. Yamich onto Ari, damage out, but now they show up with BZM. Does this play make sense anymore? Yamich needs the snowball, going all in for Ari, finding him, not quite enough damage yet, but the Stampede needs a hit. Needs to, he gets him, he just stomped him to death. Get the hell out of my game. They back away from him.
Oh, but Celery's too deep.
Celery is very far in there. As creeps to try and help him, can they get a little bit of retribution on the back end of this? Doesn't look like it. Whitemon is getting clapped, though.
Man, they have done a great job of pushing it to the limit in several of these fights here from Tundra. Like, so many heroes escaping with 10 to 15% HP.
Goes back to Whitemon. Can't quite catch him there. The clap. And nothing else coming from that one.
But the Tomato's revenge!
Oh, it's so strong. You love it. Okay, let's take stock. Where are we? What's happening in this game?
I mean, things are kind of even, but like, what is the game plan, right? It's like Nature's Prophet crazy out of control? Not really. Yeah, he's top of the board, but I'd say you've held on pretty well considering, again, how bad it was at the very beginning, and also how notorious MOUZ are for running games over like this. The main thing is Chen, you know, we just saw the Hand of God used to help get that dive there, so are you going to start now grouping up and utilizing that again, right?
Yeah.
That's the main question.
And of course, buying space for Chrysalis to finish off the Battle Fury, get the farm in that he wants. They're chasing down the Warpine Raider here. We'll be able to clean that one up. And as has happened often, these Helm of the Dominator creeps being thrown to the wolves.
That creep is just so crazy, man. That seed shot goes wild.
Oh yeah, it's great. Mech done. So Chen got what he needed.
Mid lane, we're battling.
It won.
That is a crazy place to get reeled in.
I bet you wonder how they got here. Yeah, that wasn't great for them.
I mean, that's just if Ember is nearby and you're not ready for it, like he just gets like spirited into searing chains, into netted, into reeled in, and that was enough time to just TP the Axid. You know, we've been talking about patches a little bit while we're here for, you know, various reasons. And old ones, and when they did that massive nerf to all the stuns, the roots were left alone, you know?
True.
So when you see something like that, where it's just like searing chains, into net, like there's enough time for a full rotation of your offlaner to come and kill somebody like that.
Well, definitely a nice play to make to be able to take down mid one, try and stop that snowball from happening. We've kind of been talking a lot, it feels like, around the bottom side of the map and into mid. The last couple minutes, Pure has had a lot of free time to himself on this Muerta and is now top of the net worth charts. Old Core's getting a decent amount. Boom is really the one that's the least behind. He's not even that far behind at all.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll get his one item. What is his one item this game? He's thinking early blade mail. That's a little unique, but it's Muerta, so that kind of fits, right?
Okay.
It's a pretty decent choice, and then possibly a pipe. Again, not an incredible... Actually, it is a pretty good Lotus game, now that I look at it. But pipe's also pretty solid, so we'll see. I could see him switching to Lotus, maybe, if he's finding that the roots and the nets are being a bit too much for one of his allies.
All right. Headset back on for Pure. He's got his hand warmer in hand. Good to go. Does he play with that?
Oh, you just slap right over the mouse, you know, and then you're good to go. I mean, strap it on the back of your hand. Yeah, that's what's holding you back, actually.
Exactly.
If that's what you're wondering, yeah.
Get it. You need like a rubber band to wrap it around, hold it on there. Well, as we said, a timing type of draft from MOUZ. If they do manage to, like, is it the type of thing where you've got to sort of break high ground by 30 minutes and get some type of an advantage and otherwise things fall apart? Or do you think that they have ways to play into this game, even if it's sort of on equal footing as we get later and later?
I think equal footing probably not good with the Nature's Prophet, you know? It's definitely one of those. I would say they're going to be angling for early. Mid one seems to be suggesting that as well pretty hard here because he is queuing up the Orchid, which is a spooky item to go for on the mid Nature's Prophet. Because if it doesn't work well, if you miss a couple pickoffs, oh boy.
Yeah.
your farm just falls off a cliff.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad. Not sure exactly what's going on here.
They're talking about my hero, and they don't like it.
Yeah. I was supposed to get the troll. That was me.
Yeah. I have to play the Muerta.
I mean, I think that it is one of those types of games too where you have one or two deaths on that guy, suddenly things could fall apart rather rapidly. But of course, hopefully we'll be able to get back into this game in just a few here as Pure unhappy with something that's going on.
It's one of the times where he can't hear us, though.
Oh,
so
that's
we're
great.
Free, you know?
That's true. I don't think
unless he's secretly been studying. My God, the next level play.
All right, he's been studying Chinese for this moment.
Yeah, all for this.
The gank is coming from the south. But yeah, going toward the Maelstrom, almost has it done.
Not a big surprise there, eh?
No, definitely not.
There are some nice things about Muerta this game.
Yeah?
Right? Like popping the ulti, troll. You know, I mean, see ya. Troll's just going to walk somewhere else. I've always liked the support Muerta and the Tusk. I feel like those two always have a lot of fun versus each other, and a lot of it still applies when it's core Muerta because he's looking for the big punch. You've got your ghost form. He snowballs someone. You can lay over it with the silence.
Yep.
You can even, like, get a dead shot often, too, especially with the eggs, but that's probably not going to be as relevant, obviously, in a core situation, but you never know.
Okay.
Maybe it comes out at some point.
Oh, it sounds like, okay, I just got word that it's some lag spikes on the client that he was having an issue with. So they're double checking that one to make sure everything's okay. And now we should be getting back into the game, ready to go. And we're underway. I don't know why I had to make that up.
I think he might be on the PC that Arteezy and Dub were using earlier, and they did have the cheats installed. So that, you know, and they had to get the win, obviously. So
that's
had to find some way to do it. We had to get those disabled. Now we're good to go.
As they find themselves Centaur that they suddenly do not want to fight that much. Pure to back away, BZM will as well. And it's a good shout. If anybody missed that earlier in the day, go check out the Blast socials. There's some good stuff there from the 1v1s. With surprise guest that Trent spoiled.
How can you spoil the past?
You can only spoil the past. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. That's my bad.
Fortune tellers disagree.
Yeah.
So mid one. Back towards mid. Push back BZM. This is scary again. This is what we saw before. The net, the real end. He's going to turn and he brought low, slowed down by the deluge.
I mean, this time the TP is just a little bit late.
Yeah.
Ari does not have the resources when he arrives. But yeah, it's a little frightening when it's that easy. This is why Chen doesn't TP, by the way, in case you guys are wondering.
Easy bring down into pressure onto the tier 1 tower mid. They drew Pure for this too, so this is going to be the tower gone. Feeling like they're just more capable of taking a fight at this exact moment. I mean, it's an interesting idea, right? You sort of TP to the lane where the Nature's Prophet is because it's less likely that, you know, somebody's going to come and help him than he's going to come and help them.
Yeah, it's like the Dawn or Spectre situation, you know?
Right.
3-3's getting a little low here versus the Ancients. All right, buddy. Has to run away. This is the Axe no Vanguard jungling. I mean, how many Axes without a Vanguard have you seen die since that item went out of vogue, you know? We've cast our fair share. The Axes, the Timber Saws with no reactive dying to Ancient stacks. It's a bit of a classic at this point.
And no points right now in call either, just all maxed out for the deeps.
God, this is like a pub nightmare to see this Axe in your lineup.
I mean, I feel like it's coming. There are more and more of them. Well, Whitemon, smoke breaks, spots boom. Can't really chase the Naga Siren.
BZM's not interested also in making something happen there. That's the guy he wants.
Yep, this is a nice kill if they can get it, and it's looking pretty good. Oh, the Hurricane! Celery keeps him in! And now the snowball off to the side. Mid one still low, but not low enough. The pass over of the Lotus. Supports coming in clutch there to save his life.
Okay, that might be the turning point. I feel like the momentum's been all Tundra for a little while here after a nice start by MOUZ, but that might be the motivation that you needed there. What a save from Celery.
I love those.
Oh, that
plays.
We're getting some beautiful Chen stuff here today.
8-9, and queuing up the Shivas for BZM next. Makes sense, you know, you've got this massive amounts of healing that's coming out. Spirit Vessel Shivas is kind of a cool build for this game. Will they have the damage that they need to heal out later on? Mid one, going to just walk away here. Are there any TPs? No, Stampede, run away, but now BZM shows up. The root is there, he's in trouble.
Oh my God.
Sans dunk.
Dying while building an Orchid is so sad.
Yeah.
It hurts me.
Tundra getting what they want. Another tier 1 tower going to be taken at 15 minutes. Well, meanwhile, 33's working on that Vanguard into Crimson.
Every death and every slot down on the net worth chart that mid one falls is just like the hopes of this draft's cohesiveness just like stumbling.
Yeah.
It's just like worse and worse and worse because mid one is the engine. He's what runs this game. He is the one who has to initiate so many of these plays because of his support duo. And it's so based on his capabilities in these fights, and that's why he's going for this Orchid, and he understands the pressure that's on him.
You gotta find it.
It's rough. And you know what's even worse is he has to take a break right now, I think. He has to go for the Shard.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe he doubles back, but like he's so far from Orchid, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not anytime soon.
No, it's interesting. I guess, I mean, that tells me that they're just saying, okay, we're not capable of fighting right now. Orchid isn't going to do enough to change the state of the game, so we're going to try and, like, reset for further on down, and, you know, I don't know. I guess the Shard's pretty good this game.
The Shard is amazing. It's a lot of damage. It gives you the vision. It helps the Tusk get his spells off right, because he can, like, snowball into a punch in the tree line. It's not even if you're winning a game as Nature's Prophet, you'll sometimes see them just stop in the middle of an item to buy the shard. It's not crazy, but it is
pure.
It's a little crazy when you're in the middle of an Orchid build.
Oh, that is interesting.
Do you have spikes?
Like in your hair?
I think he means lag spikes, but we could go for frosted tips.
I mean, it might look good. Who knows? It's an opportunity.
No, for now. Only earlier. Oh.
Interesting.
Okay.
Well, take a look at Pure's POV later. For now, at least, things looking pretty damn good for Tundra off the 2K gold lead. We still have it every 30 seconds. Interesting.
That's not good.
Not what you want to have happen. But again, the question is...
Yeah, what's the question, Gabe?
Moving on. Is it frosted tip spikes that he's asking about?
I don't know. We've kind of moved past that as a society.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. You're bringing old things back.
Right. Yeah. Old patches.
Old patches.
You want
back.
old-fashioned patches.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
It could be a good opportunity for us here.
So like spiked hair, frosted tips.
Yep.
Okay.
You could go baggy jeans into skinny jeans. You could wear them backwards, like crisscross.
Is that a thing?
Have you not heard of that?
What do you mean backwards crisscross? What do you mean?
Crisscross is the band that wore their jeans backwards.
They wore them backwards? I think you're just making stuff up. You're trying to make me look like a fool.
This is how I know you're not 90s.
What? I'm just a Canadian boy. There's
fair.
a law, They can only play 30% has to be Canadian music. Crisscross got cut.
I thought you were saying there's a law you couldn't wear your pants backwards.
That too. It was a heat issue, trying to stay alive in the cold tundra.
Exactly. Did you have, when you were like a favorite outfit when you were a kid? I feel like I didn't at all.
No.
I think that's the...
I had a lot of vests, I feel like. I liked vests, like thick vests for outside.
Now I do. I have a favorite thing, but like I think back then I just didn't care.
No. Whatever worked.
Yeah, you could, you're wearing like sweatpants, polo shirts. That was more college, but
Thanks, Gabe.
No problem.
Wow, and now look where you are.
Still doing it.
Yeah.
when we go off camera, it's a craziness. Well, of course, the intensity never wanes for this squad as they are locked in, ready to play at a moment's notice. Should the lag spike stop, they're going to be ready to go.
We have our finest minds on it.
That's right.
And mid one. He's also trying to solve things for everyone.
I can't believe he's not going to finish the Orchid.
He will. He will after. It's fine.
What if he just goes
He's re-queued it,
What if he just goes like Witchblade?
They're talking about it right now. They got time with the pause.
Who do you think this benefits?
Oh, this is where we should talk about our pause patch.
Tell me. Oh yeah, this is a good idea. Everybody listen up. Trent's got an idea.
All right, so we were having some discussions in the talent lounge.
Yeah.
Which is obviously massive and huge and opulent with fountains.
Yes.
Of whatever beverage you can imagine, just going everywhere. Don't tell production though; they don't know about it. It's secret. And we're in there just talking about Dota as we always do, and we've decided that if you pause the game, your whole screen goes black for you and your entire team, but the enemy team still gets to see everything.
I think this is a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Now there are some problems with this, like if somebody accidentally DCs or something like that, then the other team has to pause.
No.
No,
it's just auto pauses on DC.
Auto pauses on DC. Yeah. I do like this. Auto pause on DC and then on top, but then you could make it like, you kick your PC like Artur earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then that gets him a benefit. They accidentally disconnect.
Yeah, but his screen is still paused and goes black.
Right, but see the thing that we were talking about though was that the idea is if somebody DCs and then the other teams doesn't go black, isn't that like an unfair advantage?
No, because it's a motivation to get back in the game as fast as you can.
You know what? You're so right.
This is the whole point, because we got too many pauses. We got all these pauses for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, pause, 3 seconds later, go. What are we doing?
That's right. Do you think that would change the situation here?
No.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
The thing I want to see is I want to see him go Witchblade. We'll see if he does as we're getting ready to hop back into this game. Again, MOUZ facing off against Tundra, and a situation where last blast, it was Tundra that took down MOUZ in this exact same situation went on to win the grand finals. We'll see if they can knock him out again.
I get emotionally tilted during pauses.
Do you do?
Yeah, I'm a pretty stable guy. I don't really tilt that much. I don't get angry playing Dota, but pauses?
Yeah.
I hate pauses because they break my flow.
Yes.
You know, you got that, especially as support, like working with wards and stuff, as this support in this game is in deep trouble.
Yep.
Spear goes down. You've got this like running idea of where every single hero in the game is.
Yep.
And when you pause for like 5 minutes, it's gone.
Yeah.
And you got to reset. That's a big debuff.
It's really hard to lock back in again and like feel that you know exactly where everybody was. And that's why we see things like this where suddenly you come out and somebody dies immediately.
It's true. It is the post-pause classic.
Yes. Well, 17 minutes in, Pure top of the net worth at this stage. And all this is happening. Chrysalis has finished off the Yasha. Did have the Sanj queued up, but is going instead straight for the BKB. All this stuff is telling me they're just trying to like hit this timing super hard. Because before he went with Chrysalis.
Your courier, your courier! Don't lose the Orchid! Oh, for the love of God. Okay,
it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Yandex stops the damage, and there it is! The Orchid delivered!
But they're not following up!
Whitemon is right there, the TP away. Oh, it feels bad. Oh, Whitemon, so
Orchid
good.
reveal!
That's rough. You can't cheat death. Unreal.
Didn't he kind of just do that, though?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's why he said it.
Oh, he should be a caster. That guy's clever.
He's doing it. Well, Yamich runs into Ari. A snowball for a chase down. Maybe bites off more than he can chew. And now the turn, okay.
They do not have the follow-up for this.
Yeah,
He's running at you while Orchid it.
Oh, no! Mid-1 needs to back out. The deluge is coming. There's another bushwhack. Yamich realizes he cannot save Mid-1 and dead on the Nature's Prophet.
I feel like this is the second time today I'm just like, where's the Skywrath? We need some help.
Yes.
And I can't believe I'm saying that, but I feel like we need some damage on these supports.
It's been a bit tough. They've got the control that they need, but like you said, not the damage. And Tundra, on the other hand, they're going straight into the freaking Roche.
Yeah, not the earliest Roche heroes you tend to think of, I would argue.
Yeah, and with Song being down too, it's just indicative of how strong Tundra feel. Without Nature's Prophet, there's no way to contest this. I don't even know what's going on.
Man, I mean, it's a great choice. There's just no way, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even without Song, which is crazy, you're still able to grab this. So nice early advantage built up here for Tundra. They're going to hand that right over to Pure to make his fight even easier. And the Blink Dagger is now out from Yamich, which means that damage, even though it's not amazing with Tusk, at least he has a great way to actually deliver it at this point.
While they're doing this, the thought process is we've got a Nature's Prophet with an Orchid and a Spirit Vessel. Oh, okay. Just walking right in.
The Blade Mail, that was good. Nice.
Gets the Courier.
Die for it.
33. Goes for the call. And boom, gonna be brought down. So they find themselves another kill here. And while that's all happening, Celery's still just trying to do mass farming, as is the rest of MOUZ. Definitely not getting their normal style of Dota that we've been seeing for them so far here at this tournament.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got a little bit more here from Celery, don't we?
There's the Glimmer, the attempted walk away, but they managed to find him with the taunt. Eventually will kill off the Chen. 33 dominating now.
See, he's an axe, guys, without a Blink Dagger, and he's still killing people. Isn't that wild?
It's pretty nuts.
Just Helm Lotus, and yeah, he just runs at you, and you get disabled. It's functioning.
Deny out there of the rune from Boom. But again, no thoughts about coming and trying to fight this at all at this point. Chrysalis is just mass farming. He's almost got BKB, and that Sanj is going to be on the way right afterwards. The thing is I'm not sure exactly like what their timing is that they're going to try and fight. Like, do they want to fight around the troll BKB? It kind of doesn't feel like it still.
I think
like
they don't want to. Yeah, they might have to. But yeah, you're right. They certainly are not angling for Chrysalis. Nice play here. He's going to try and find this, but it's getting scanned now by Tundra. They are wise to this. So instead, he's like, hey, Yamich, how about you try and steal the Wisdom Shine?
Yeah, he's getting the hell out of it.
But he also figures that this is not the best idea. And Whitemon just for free gets the other one?
Yeah, that's bad.
Oh, that's just gross. Oh, that's some great map play by Whitemon, but it makes me feel ill. And he's got a greedy enchantment.
I think it makes MOUZ feel a little ill as well. Yamich does run into Whitemon there, and indicative of the problem. No way.
When you're blinking away from the siren in panic.
I mean, it makes sense. It's the only thing that you can really do in that instance. But that is going to be BKB done, taking away a little bit of vision here. There is a move through the gate to go and secure themselves the Tormentor. So Shiva's done. I mean, this is kind of what I mean, right? You're getting Tormy, you're getting Shiva's done, at the same time as like Pipe and BKB. So those are like the fighting items for MOUZ, and you're running into the fight from Tundra, although they're a little low.
For one, you know? They got to do something. You have to take a risk at some point.
33.
That's not the guy you want to see, especially when he's got Mjolnir on him already.
Now, and Rooted cannot snowball. Now he's caught. They managed to find the call onto the Centaur. Boom. Goes for the Stampede, but he is slowed down by the Deluge and now reeled back in. But the damage actually coming out onto Pure is mid-one. They turn now mid-one trying to take down Pure, but immediately they song to interrupt all of this. They're still trying to find the finish. They do manage to get that Aegis, but it's not nearly enough. Now the walk through, Chrysalis doesn't actually get dumped. Oh, he survived through it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
Almost something there. That was well played. He had the full wand. He was waiting for the dunk. He popped the wand, counted it out. 3-3 not able to get the fake out. But yeah, I mean, that was an ambitious TP.
Jeez.
Maybe he forgot the Roche timer.
There's a chance.
Because that was a spicy attempt to hop in there on that one.
I mean, I guess the plus side of this is when they are back alive, you know, I can't even say it.
Nah, they don't have the interest.
There was nothing good
Yeah,
there.
I know. You can't even get there.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, take a look at this replay here, and...
Yeah, like, you show up, you're like, okay, we have to go for a risky kill, and it's just 3-3. And like, well, that's not good. Blow up one. Centaur presses the ult button, is just stuck there because of Deluge. Yeah.
And, I mean, again, the like, fact that your Tusk didn't get anything off because he's getting hit by, like, an Ember Spirit with Spirit Vessel, Shivas, and Hand of God doesn't matter, Mech doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You just can't do anything.
I legitimately wonder if he forgot about Aegis. That just seemed like such a crazy TP. Because, like, what's the end result?
Yeah. Oh, we saw it.
Oh, my goodness.
Tundra having a hell of a game number one.
3 heroes to gank control. Got him.
Take what you can get.
BZM and White Mon are just lurking mid, daring some to come for this wave.
So I think that there's still maybe an argument on the side of MOUZ of like trying to find a fight if you can get somebody separated now, because like Tundra are only going to get into their next set of iron, right? You're really close to Crimson Guard here for 33. I'm sure BZM, you know, Pure, they're going to be getting another item relatively soon too. But you might have a window where they're kind of on parity if they can find a good fight. Just that part's the hard part.
Yeah, it is delay for sure until you can see that fight.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you don't have a whole lot of options here. I mean, there's a blink for Boom soon. There's a few fight changers coming out here. But, I mean, your targeting into these engagements is really difficult. Because the top priority you tend to think of is just like, all right, well, we got to do something with the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Right? Or otherwise, there's just going to be a song. That doesn't look good.
Wave now down. Trying to get away. The silence, the reel in, the root, and the kill. And that was close to Blink Dagger, denied again. MOUZ cannot catch a break. The Naga got it before the Centaur did. Yikes.
Yeah, that's not a great sign. Already has drums, Solar Crest, and now a Blink Dagger on White Mon. He is the largest of the supports. And Yamich in a bit of a precarious position here. We'll get back in time before being obliterated.
Celery does have Glimmer and also picked up a Vlad, so, you know, a couple of these little skirmishy type of items.
Is he just body blocked him dead?
Yeah, I think so. Well, the Glimmer, it's helping him, but the call's going to be there. And now Celery pulled into a new awkward position, killed by 33.
That Tumbler's toy, I tells you.
It's so strong. Now right up to high ground, 33 walking at the Centaur saying, come deal with me.
So what are you doing out here?
Get this stomp before the call comes out, and that's the Blink Dagger delivered, okay.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Stampede,
whoa, whoa. That's not where you want to stampede. Oh, no.
I mean, they don't have Chrysalis, they don't have Nature's Prophet. So Pure is entirely comfortable staying up here. But this feels like it should be a window where maybe you can punish, because again, like, there's no Aegis. This only gets harder if they get next Roach. They got to get that next item as quick as possible. Tundra, in the meantime, peeking racks.
4 heroes hitting your buildings.
Yeah, no, there's no reaction.
I mean, I know they can't fight.
Oh, TP back.
All right, that's what they're waiting for.
Yep, a jump now, and they're TPing back to try and deal with Chrysalis, who does have BKB TP out. No, he doesn't anymore. He popped the ulti. And now the fight's not going to happen over here either. Chrysalis is in trouble. He's going to finish the tower. It's got backdoor, and no, that's not good either. 33, can they maybe do something to him?
That's a lot of battle hungers.
That's not happening either. It's nothing good, Trent. Pure now pushes damage back in closer. 33 has another call. Tundra with no regard for life. Just take kill after kill after kill. These bases are falling, as are the hopes of MOUZ fans the world over. My goodness.
I mean, they had 8 kills a really long time ago.
Yeah.
They last killed Ari at 9 minutes. That was the single last kill that they managed to get on the side of MOUZ.
Disgusting. It has just been clean play this whole time through.
But you know what? They got an Aegis, didn't they? Is that half a point?
You know
That's
what?
like a half a kill.
That's half a hero. Maybe a third of a hero. 19,000 gold lead. And Axe at 28 minutes picks up the Blink Dagger.
A forbidden item.
Put the nail in the coffin here.
I mean, you've gotten... you know, I look through and it's just like, woof. I mean, the Ags on Troll is coming soon.
Interesting.
That's kind of a cool one.
Do you like it?
I do.
Okay.
You know,
Talk to me about it. What's so good?
It brims with possibility.
Okay. Yeah. Let's brim. We're doing it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can pull it together. He's 500 gold away here.
Just Ags watch. That's all we've got left right now.
Listen, we got to find something here for him. MOUZ in a bad way as 33 is taking the racks with the Centaur creep that has not been dealt with. Oh, they're going to bait it out now, too. Oh, this is so gross if they catch somebody here. All right,
they're not falling for that one. Come on.
Definitely not.
They've seen the peanut butter on the trap before, okay? And they're not going for that one again, trust me. They wise up pretty quick.
They're pretty good at stopping it from happening. They're wild. Oh, punch. Some damage, 33, in too far, maybe an opportunity. Crystal's on top of him, 33. He gets away, the BKB, the double force stab, he's out. Oh, it's so much. And now they're pulling him back in, but the jump in from Boom trying to find the kill, they get it. 33 is gone, the Blade Mail doing a little bit of work, but now the BKB is out from Pure, and that is way too much damage to deal with. They find Celery, they kill him off too. And GG is called, they're done.
Yeah. Doesn't even need the Daedalus to get delivered. They're just getting like 3-shot right now by Pure. Tundra, I mean, hey, MOUZ got one more kill.
That's right.
That was great. It took them 20 minutes, but they found another kill in this game, so maybe that'll be their motivation heading into game 2. They don't look very motivated on the stage, though. They're looking like, whoa, that was a rough one.
That is such a brutal way to lose that game. And again, you think about this situation for this team where they were before. They had these great performances at previous tournaments. Lahia coming away with the victory. And then they're back here again at Blast. They're not able to take them down in game number 1 on the verge of being eliminated in the exact same place they were last tournament.
It's Tundra Blast buff. It's continuing right here, Lyrical.
Well, we'll see if the panel agrees what they can diagnose as the problems for MOUZ as we head on back to the panel. Let them break it down.
I will say it wasn't smooth sailing for Tundra. That early game was rough, I'm going to say, especially for the offlaners on both sides. 33 getting shut down immensely in lane as this Axe. They found, okay, Misery, this is the way that we're going to play the game. We're going to shut down their offlaner. We feel like maybe this carry mortar is going to need a little bit of time to get online. But even through trying to play that way, there was still so much that Tundra was able to get done and ways they were able to play on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Tundra played extremely well against this Nature's Prophet this game, and that was the main thing for me. The offlaners getting shut down seems to be a, yeah, I don't know, just a pretty normal thing nowadays. But yeah, I don't know, Tundra just looks so strong. I also think the Elastic Ember was brilliant, right? BZM has such an amazing game on his Ember this game.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Tundra play, right? It's like as soon as they get a slight moment in the game, they just break it open, right? And I gotta say, I love the little itemization choices throughout this game on Tundra, right? Like you have Ari on the Hoodwink going for a 4-stuff, utilizing the Scurry to get that extra 4, like displacement. When you look at the lineup of MOUZ, it's a Stomp, it's Troll locking onto you, Tusk locking onto you, getting inside a Sprout. Like a 4-stuff really breaks MOUZ. So when you get this early lead on Tundra, throw a couple 4-stuffs into the mix and you can just really catapult yourself into some skirmishing. So yeah, Tundra, both through itemization and play, were just dominating in game 1.
And we talked about the draft somewhat, and I think you can see it play out is that Tundra just has so much better skirmish. They have so much poke, so many little spells they can throw out. Whereas MOUZ, you look, all their spells are very committal. It's Troll running in, it's Centaur blinking in, it's Tusk blinking in, Chen does nothing. And Nature's Prophet is keeping in, like you're all right there. And Tundra can space you and kite you and pull back and forth. And if you ever full commit, you're getting songed. And this hero is not okay. Like, I think this was an instance of MOUZ saying, oh, you can have it, we think we can beat it. Clearly you're wrong. Clearly it's been broken throughout the entire tournament. The hero is not fair, and I think people should stop giving it, to be honest, because this hero is crazy, and you get also, like, Pure had an amazing game on this random Huerta out of nowhere. It looked really strong compared with this hero. Like, there's too many unknowns and too many different combos you don't think about because you don't see the Naga enough because it's banned.
Yeah, I think it's also just Pure, you know, getting a bit, I don't know, a nice treatment here, getting to play Muerta. I think, you know, I was talking to Moon briefly after the draft, and he was like, we were debating whether or not we should pick Juggernaut or Muerta. And since it's not group stage, BO1s that really matter, you know, it's best of 3, he gets to play as Muerta. And I mean, he's 8-0, so yeah, owning the game.
You get the freedom in the best of 3. It appears there. You're like, well, you get the option. The Jug did well in best of 1s. Do we bring out something new to the table, the Muerta? And yeah, it looked amazing. They tried to get a little bit done in the MOUZ offlane, right? With that Centaur, with that Tusk as well. And whilst it felt like there were some moments where they were almost able to get this Muerta to be able to push her back, it just wasn't enough. There were always the numbers of Tundra showing up. There were these retaliations and counter rotations.
Yeah, I mean, early game was kind of crazy. I think around 6:30, it really started to blow this game wide open. The early game looked pretty good for MOUZ. Mid 1 TB top twice, got kills both times, right when he got the urn. But here, the moment Furin hits 6, BZM calls it out to his teammates. We'll see it here. He immediately use it because MOUZ are playing aggressively top, but immediately Tundra, they run into the trees and they hide from the Nature's Prophet ultimate. So insanely well called by Tundra here. And you see he misses everything. Wow. And immediately after this, BZM TB's top because he sees, well, the Centaur is now out of position. The gank has failed, kind of. And the TB's top and ends up killing multiple heroes here. Maybe not the Tusk, but the Centaur ends up dying. So really punishing this movement at this level 6 from Furion. And then on top of that, meanwhile, bottom lane, you know, Celery body blocking Ari up here and ending up killing both the Hoodwink. And now the Axe is also in trouble because Fury and TB's in here onto the Wisdom Rune. So MOUZ ends up getting double Wisdom Rune and a double kill bottom. So this game was kind of crazy early on. And this whole sequence is actually a crazy display of good communication and spell usage. Meanwhile, top again, this is 10 seconds later, you know, Yamich and Moon makes a big mistake here, I think, going on this Muerta and actually missing their spells, and Ember is still in the vicinity, so they end up killing, you know, both heroes again, and this kind of ruins the Centaur's life.
Yeah, and you can't make these mistakes on MOUZ's lineup, right?
And quickly here, once again, Furinhold is up again after all the shenanigans, and Pure is once again gonna hide in the trees to dodge the Furinhold. So this is all a span of 1.5 minutes. You see them trying to get the vision on with the skeletons here. And of course, both teams are very aware of this. You know, Radiant pinging out the low Muerta and, yeah, dodging the Furinhold again. So 2 Furinholds down with nothing to show for it, right? So I think this moment here, like, just this whole engagement came out in Tundra's favor quite a bit.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this back and forth while there is the offlane dying on the side of MOUZ, the safelane's getting kills on the offlane on the side of Tundra. And so then I wonder if it's so close and it's so back and forth early, and yes, those Furion ults don't hit, what slowed MOUZ down so much? Why weren't they still able to bring it to them when we then got to, let's say, minute 15, minute 18?
it's because when 33 gets his axe, he's naturally playing behind the tower, right? And we didn't really see it in the clips, but at the very start of the show we did, where he's playing at 5 minutes, he instantly runs behind the tower, then you have the Chen chasing him, and then from that, Chris also has to join him. So the Chen and the Troll, their investment in the early game is to try and stop 33. So then when we see all these clips of killing top, it's because 33 is absorbing, 40% of the team elsewhere, so you're not really bringing full resources. And I think, unfortunately for MOUZ, if your Troll and your Centaur are kind of struggling a little bit in the early game, your Troll needs to go Fury into items, and your Centaur needs to farm more. So even if mid one's getting some dominating, a couple kills, there's no one else to kind of utilize, right?
This is pretty much just to show that Axe and Centaur has the same net worth, at this phase of the game. But one hero is significantly more useful, and I think that's the Axe, right? The Axe does not need that much net worth. He does not need a Blink Dagger now, the way you play it. And I think that's kind of where Centaur has felt short a bit the last week or so, that if he has a bad game, if he has a couple of bad deaths, the hero just doesn't offer that much in the game.
This is now also 2 Centaur and 2 Chen games back to back where we're not seeing them win. Are these heroes washed? Quinn, you're like, I don't know why people are prioritizing them at all anymore.
I mean, I do think that picking Chen in this way is very bad. To be honest, MOUZ double counterpicked their own safe lane. Like, Axe is one of the best heroes against Troll, and it's one of the best heroes against Chen. They picked both heroes into Axe, and then they sit there and they gank him a million times, but it's still an insanely good Axe game. So even though you've poured all these resources into ganking the Axe, like Misery said, it's an amazing Axe game. Like, you picked 2 of the hardest heroes that Axe counters the hardest into the Axe. I don't know what you expect necessarily whenever you get into those later stages. I think Troll just can't carry this game, so it's totally up to mid one to full snowball. And if any fight ever goes bad, either starts collecting deaths, or the poke and the skirmish becomes too strong for Tundra, then you just end up with massive problems.
I mean, he is just so chaotic, right? In the fact that, I feel like 33, if you ever compile all of his replays, the 5-minute mark, he gets the light bulb. He's like, all right, I'm free to do what I want. He is just being so annoying. In 33, when he came into the pro scene, it was the Bat Riders and the Dooms, the Scorched Earth, the Fireflies running around the tree line, skipping waves, doing all this bullshit, And he's doing it again, right? And even if he dies and net worth's quite low, like Misery mentioned, Axe is a hero that you take a little bit of gold and then you catapult yourself right into the game. Centaur, that gold is more gold and more gold and more farm and more time, and eventually you then become this big damage soak for your team. But Axe doesn't care running around with a battle hunger, especially when the supports behind him are utilizing their toolkit to kind of throw 33 more into the engagements, right? So yeah, I think 33 Axe, it is very, very scary just because of the lane mechanics that he can just keep doing.
So is this more down then to the toolkit of what Axe offers at a base level when it comes to spells, or is it just the base resources that he has? Like, what exactly is it that you're like, yes, both of these heroes are able to get shut down, but one can just propel and have so much more impact with little items and even with little net worth?
I think it's Battle Hunger. I think the spell...
Oh, okay.
Simply
Just literally just one thing.
Yeah, I think that is the difference between the hero, right? Like, Centaur has no way to do damage at a range, right? Oh, he's Stomp, he's Double Edge. That's it. His other spells are revolving around helping teammates and escaping and being tanks. So if you aren't strong enough to stand in their midst and just hit them constantly, then you do nothing, right? Whereas Axe can go in and out. He can space you, can keep casting Battle Hunger on you, and play the fight in a different way that also suits very well with Hoodwink and with Ember. Like, it's very pokey style that I think their other heroes are very good together at doing this. And if I'm honest, I think MOUZ did not counteract the type of heroes that Tundra plays very well at all. I think they played into their hands, and I think Chen is a hero that they should shy away from in this series. And I think also Centaur, because I think neither one of these heroes is particularly good against Tundra.
Yeah, the thing is that for MOUZ, is these are heroes that they've utilized to win tournaments and to do well. But it's kind of like a wake-up call that when you do go up against Tundra, if you try to play for strong lanes into a little bit of scaling, Tundra will find a way to break it, right? So it is going to have to be a slight adjustment going into the game too. I don't want them to fully change the script and lose what MOUZ is about, but you do need to respect that Tundra are going to out-skirmish you if they have the chance.
I think also the first pick Centaur doesn't really benefit MOUZ, because Boom is already playing different heroes, right? He's not really a Centaur guy too much. I think he where's his Tidehunter, right? Where's the Pangolier we saw yesterday? I think saving his hero for later might be better. I also think this BZM Ember, we've seen him pop off on this hero 4 or 5 times now. I think it's like the only team who plays Ember, first of all. And then you got to remember this hero when you play against Tundra, because it's really scary. They always pick him in 18 and 24, so it is a really good Ember games. But when he gets it, it's looking really good. I think he's kind of MVP this game. He's like everywhere on the map, doing so much stuff for his team, right? And also enabling both his supports to come mid and create space and keep going on the MOUZ heroes.
No, I think he's one of the best Ember players. We saw it earlier in the tournament, his very creative skill builds, and he's someone who He's just played the game a million times. There aren't too many Grandmaster Embers, but he is one of them. And he just understands the hero at a very deep level. Even buying Shiva's second item, it's not something you, like, that's a very unorthodox build, right? Most players would buy Kai Sanj or, I don't know, some other random items in between, but he goes, no, I'm going straight for Shiva's. And you're right, he is all over the place. He's not afraid to join these kills. He's not sitting in lane and farming too much. He is, you know, becoming a part of the game early on. And I think especially when you have a hero like Muerta, you need to protect this hero. This hero cannot be allowed to be ganked for free. You cannot let her lose her tower. Like, she's a hero you protect and play her on, much like a Drow Ranger or any other range carry. Like, he has a very high understanding of the game on like a feel level, but also he's just so good at Ember.
I mean, it also helps that BZM's every clip there, Ari's with him, right? Like, the kill mentality Ari has, both in the lane with 33, he wants to look for kills, but in the map as well. It's like, we talk about the cores, but I think Ari, even Whitemon, they are very, very scary when they have their heroes.
That was one of the key things coming into this series. You guys highlighted the foundation of Tundra comes through the supports. They're able to get the stable picks for themselves in that game #1 draft. And will they be allowed to do the same in game #2? Only time will tell. And that time is not too far. It'll be just after this break.
Every player carries two sides within them, the fire and the balance, the chaos and the calm.
And today we're going to find out what really drives them. No hiding, no excuses. Are they evil or are they Dota good as Dota players can be?
They're gonna sit here and confront who they truly are.
Today is Judgment Day. Or you compete because you want to prove something. You want people to know that you're the best Dota player in existence.
No, Ari, I know you. You compete because you love the challenge.
I would say I compete because I love the challenge.
That's bullshit, okay? Now, maybe that was you a few years ago, but now, Ari, best UK player, they want to know that you are the greatest of all time. I know you're lying to me.
Maybe on the contrary, at the start of my career, maybe I wanted to prove I'm the best. Maybe now I'm just happy to enjoy the challenge and be the best that I can be.
Fair enough, I believe you. Ari, I think that you lead your team with your intensity.
No. You lead by calming the room.
Both can be applicable depending on the situation. If the team needs intensity, then I can lead it. And if they need to be calmed down, then I can also do this.
What's the default?
I mean, default for me is probably to be calm.
Would you say that mistakes sometimes dwell on you? You remember them for some time and that's what helps you get better?
I think, Ari, you learn from your mistakes and you move on.
I definitely say I don't dwell on the mistakes. I like to figure out why I made the mistake and then just move on.
So you don't remember your mistakes? Is that what you're telling me? They're just gone?
I would say I learn from them and then put them in the back of my mind.
Ari, would you say that your confidence comes from your ego in the most positive way? Like, you know you're a good player, you know what's gonna happen in the game, you're good enough to win.
I think, Ari, your confidence comes from preparation.
Okay, in this case, I think confidence may come from ego. You have to believe in yourself, you have to believe that you deserve to win, and this will help you win.
Yes. Ari, I think that you're a man who only cares about the results. It doesn't matter how you get there. It's about what the number is on Liquipedia.
You care about how people see you.
I mean, yeah, I'm here to win. It doesn't matter what people think. If you're a winner, then you're a winner.
That's good, Ari. It's all about that Liquipedia page, baby.
Really? You really don't care how people talk about you behind your back?
Maybe early on in your career, you start worrying about what they say on Reddit or something like this, but at some point, it doesn't really matter anymore. If you win, then you're winning. That's what matters.
Game 2 of MOUZ versus Tundra's draft shortly underway. Again, Tundra, the undisputed best team in the history of slams, pretty much winning it all with all the players that they have on their roster, and now a game away from potentially getting to another grand finals. What will be the respect MOUZ put on their name in the first phase of bans? Anything that you're hoping for, lads, to see banned out?
I would say I hope for a more stable MOUZ draft. I think they dropped the ball a little bit in game 1. I didn't like the opening with Centaur. I think we touched on the Chen pick a bit. I don't know, I think the whole draft kind of, it did not really do it for me. We also spoke in the break how Crystallis' hero should probably be picked early.
Yep.
It goes into the structure of MOUZ, funnily enough. And when you suddenly, deviate from that, it can create this weird situation where actually he last picks Troll in a really bad Troll game.
Yeah, so to follow that discussion we had off camera, right, it's the first 3 picks we didn't mind, right? It was the Nature's Prophet pick on 18, not picking Crystallis hero in that position to then kind of push him into a different position. So I think general draft structure is okay. How they closed it was kind of the hurting point for MOUZ. In regards to the bans though, Tundra go back for the Husker, and there's the Timber and the Marcy. MOUZ will be, of course, second pick this time around, as they were first pick in game 1.
Yeah. Being second pick, a lot of their bans are more forced. They don't really get to stylistically choose what, Tundra is going to play. I hope they ban Nagasar and I don't give that again. I think that was clearly a problem. I am curious to see, though, if they give Tundra the Centaur, because we've seen Tundra have a lot of success with it, despite everyone else pretty much losing with it. They're the only team that's making it work.
Yeah.
And so maybe MOUZ, from losing it with themselves, understand more how to beat it. Maybe they leave it for Tundra, ban the Axe instead. They have a few options. And what Tundra exactly prioritizes isn't super clear because so much was left in the pool. So they do ban Naga, putting respect on the name.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think it might even benefit MOUZ a little bit to be second pick somehow in this series.
Second pick is like the simplest form of drafting, right? Because you just give the guy that you want the most priority, you give them last pick in the draft, and you go with it, right? Like, if you want to really brutally simplify the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the bans are more locked, like Quinn mentioned. The Lycan keeps getting banned, huh? You just don't want to deal with this hero, and I don't know. It's a bit like fear, I think, of playing against this hero. The vision from the wolves, the timing of the Lycan, right? I think it's almost more fear than it is.
To be fair, though, right? If you're Celery playing Chen, Dazzles, Warlocks, do you really want to have wolves constantly biting at your legs, right? Showing your position? I can see a reason why, based on how they want to utilize their 5 position. But still, yes, it is something to maybe critique in the future if they are to lose the series.
Okay, so Tundra also pumping the brakes on the Centaur. They're saying, you know what? This hero has been, people figured it out more. We're also not so sure about it. We're not going to first pick it here.
And MOUZ need to be careful, right? Because with only 1 ban in the next phase, there's still the Abaddon, the Ursa, the Kez, all of Pure's heroes that love to play with a Jakiro are in the pool, even the Juggernaut, depending on what they go for. So a lot of these like melee brawlers are in play.
I was just thinking that maybe Abaddon is the correct pick, because not only do you deny it from the Pure later on, but you also are good against 33's hero pool. Right now you don't have to ban the Axe, you don't have to ban the Centaur the same way. So I think this pick is pretty good. Plus it also is a soft counter to Jakiro, right?
Yeah. I think this Lesh ban in the last ban of Tundra's first phase is really interesting. I think they're clearly thinking that, okay, MOUZ picks low damage supports generally. Their supports are either heal or catch, these types of things. And mid one will need to play these damage dealers later in the draft. Actually, interesting, they go back for the sort of Chen respect ban.
Is that what Celery's laughing about?
Maybe.
I wasn't going to play that again, huh?
I mean, I think it does go to show, though, that like Tundra clearly had a read on last game that we have Axe, we don't care about Chen. Whereas this game, they can't pick the Axe, right? Because Axe is hard countered by Abaddon. Yeah. And so they're like, we still think Chen is a really broken hero. We're not, down to play against it in all contexts.
Chen Abaddon is no joke. Falcon has been running that for I don't know, months, years, even I want to say, and it's just a ridiculous combo.
No, absolutely.
We'll see where Tundra wants to go with this next ban. Can they? What are you looking for in regards to the respect towards MOUZ? Like, you're not really gonna waste it on like the Snapfires and the random heroes here. Like, what's the big building block? All right, fine, go, sure.
I mean, I do think this Jakiro first pick and the fact that they take a bad and not like a Shadow Demon does maybe highlight, maybe some of MOUZ's like their stylistic choices, right? Yamich will only play melee heroes, and that means they're not picking a Shadow Demon here, right? Hero that we think is probably one of the best heroes against Jakiro, one of the best heroes in the tournament as well. We saw Soxa play it to great effect earlier today.
Yeah.
And that's where you see, teams' strengths and weaknesses, right? A lot of other teams would pick Shadow Demon here, and maybe it is the conceptual best pick, right? But they're opting for something different for player comfort. They did the same thing in game 1. I think Abaddon is a better choice than what they did last time, and it still fits within their comfort. So even though it's maybe a little off-brand from what normal teams normally would do, I still think it's solid.
So then for Yamich then, right now, the Clock, the Tusk, I don't want to say it, but the Pudge, like where are we looking at in regards to where Yamich should be slotting in right now in the draft? If it is to be his hero picked here, for example.
I mean, I think he would continue to play the normal stuff. Now, if he were to deviate, I think Shadow Demon's great here, makes a lot of sense. But I don't know if they're going to mix it up that much.
Yeah, it's also not really. Celery wouldn't really pick up the SD5 as well, right? So
I don't think so.
Yeah, so there's not really much flexibility there either. I mean, they might just go Tusk again.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Tusk was really the reason they lost that game per se. I think the Tusk pick is just a Tusk, you know. I think
it's just there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason was, you know, these very sus safe lane choices, and I think they've already rectified that. So if they want to go back for the Tusk, I think it's cool. Okay.
They do it.
They do go for the Shadow Demon.
Interesting.
Cool.
Again, they have not played it so far in Slam 5, but they are showing the adjustments required to potentially take that Game 2 win off of Tundra. Of course, being able to disseminate throughout Demonic Purge. The hero conceptually is very, very good in the right hands.
Yeah, absolutely. No, super powerful hero. And I wonder what they'll pair that with, and I wonder how this is going to impact how their moves are made, right? Yamich is one of the key move makers for this team, probably the, you know, fundamental setup catching player, and they actually do go back for the Centaur. Huh.
I don't mind it though when you're respecting the farm required, right? And Jakiro already such a strong lane winner that Centaur should be able to farm and not need to help his team, right? And when you think about Shadow Demon, the hero's really strong when you get to play on the back line, using the Abaddon to front line. Okay, let's just Stampede, whoop, go find him.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's not the worst hero against Abaddon in some ways. You can't just trade farm with him, right? And then on top of that, now the SD as well. You can, you know, Stampede through the ult and yeah, exactly. Find him in the back line you mentioned. So it's like this looks very standard from Tundra. Very strong heroes, and I mean, you can't really put any finger on these three picks together. It just looks very strong for Tundra.
It's the same as what MOUZ had, right, in the last draft. The first three picks, they had Chen, Tusk, Centaur. It just looks good. It amplifies other heroes to shine. Same thing for Tundra in Game 2. The Jakiro, the Hoodwink, the Centaur, plenty of damage, plenty of moves to make. That's like MOUZ need to be careful for. The Jakiro and Hoodwink, you put them in the same area of the map, you are killing heroes. So Shadow Demon has to follow that movement, needs to protect whoever Tundra is going to be trying to assassinate early on.
Yeah, I mean, now your MOUZ going in, you're probably picking an offlane hero here, and you are just going to be walking straight into a counter pick. MOUZ doesn't really do much flexing, and so you've got to think about what are you picking that's robust enough that you don't care about this pure counter pick coming on 18, because he's got a Jakiro in his lane, there are some options, there's Ursa, even though it's into Shadow Demon, they could still opt to go for it, and there are others that, you know, they can look at here, so you need to calculate this well and pick something robust enough.
Yeah, not only that, you've got, yeah, it's just the fact that you got the counter picks, but my slight hesitation for MOUZ is all three of their heroes are kind of like lane chillers, you know, like Abaddon wants to chill, might chase down a slightly bit, Warlock wants to shove out the wave, SD's kind of there, setting up, like, no one's like dominating the lane as of yet.
What about a Boom Axe? I think Axe for Boom might be good here. They kind of need a way they kind of need something that can be aggressive, a hero that doesn't need to win his lane super hard, a hero that can later on do some disabling as well, like a hero that potentially you can start a fight later on. Okay, I mean, Ember, okay. So, I mean, I was thinking that they need this type of hero that can actually do something in the game, right? You have two backliners, Warlock, Shadow Demon, you have Abaddon who's going to farm, who's also sort of not going to start a fight. So they need a way to do this, and they felt the same way. It's like, Ember is going to do that. Now, of course, counterpicking mid.
Exactly, yeah. Like, normally mid one has a little bit more information before he locks in his mid hero outside of the Leshrac, but here, you're opening up BZM to call for the monkey or another lane counter to shut him down. I think Ember, for me, he's a close the face type of hero. When he's open like this, he can be exploited. You know, there are any heroes that you're kind of really scared for mid one if he was, you know, if BZM was to pick it up here?
I mean, Monkey's the classic, right? Monkey is, it's a bad lane. It's a very bad lane, and there's going to be a Jakiro and Hoodwink coming too.
Yep.
They don't go for it though. They offer the Jug, which is a good hero in the game against Ember. You don't threaten him at all. You do nothing to him.
I mean, there's zero threat right now. Both Abba and Ember, both of these cores looking at Juggernaut, don't have kill threat. Abaddon's kill threat comes from Orchid. Juggernaut buys Manta. You have chains. I have Manta and spin on Jug. So yeah, MOUZ, even the supports, it's like only Golem is really a slight threat, but it doesn't matter for Jug at all.
I mean, on the flip side though, Jug also does not threaten Ember. It's in some ways a sort of a shmeep shmop matchup. So if Ember can attack other heroes and you've got tempo and flow going, you can get Lotus Orbs on other teams. You can, they have multiple ways to not, 3 heroes already have ways to not care about Omni Slash. So if you can kill other heroes, and if you've got like 1 Lotus Orb maybe on Boom, then you can just kind of ignore the Juggernaut and kill the rest of his team potentially.
I also think that what the Ember pick does too, it kind of gives Warlock a game. It gives Warlock a game in the sense that he has a hero to play with when he hits 6, and he has a hero to throw Golem with, and I think that's very important when you're picking Warlock. And to be honest, the supports of Tundra are kind of weak to this timing of the Ember slide chains into Golem, into tower dies mid or whatever it might be. So I think this is a timing that MOUZ can really exploit this game. But yeah, I'm curious what BZM, because he clearly also feels like he has more than 2 heroes here that he can pick, right?
Yeah.
Probably not focusing so much about the mid lane, but more so about the game. I mean, we'll see. I still think the Monkey King looks pretty strong for them.
Yeah.
There's not much damage early on. It could be one of those games where he just snowballs the game completely.
It is definitely possible. I mean, Monkey King in the game against these heroes is not super great. Like, it's kind of bad. It's like a bad is a mixed bag. And it's bad against Shadow Demon. It is good against Warlock, but Ember, Shadow Demon in the game, you can get kited, you can get poked, and it can get a little awkward if you do mess up and you have a death somewhere that can... Monkey King's momentum drops off really hard if you have 1 bad death.
True, yeah.
Like, it only takes 1 death, and suddenly your game is super slow, so it's very much like a confidence thing. Has he played it in pubs recently? Does he have a feel for it, Because Monkey King is very much a feel hero.
Of course, we already mentioned Lotus Orb being quite important for MOUZ. How much of an emphasis would you put on MOUZ drafting a hero that can buy it, like a Darkseer or like a Bristleback? Sure, you trade some team fight, but being able to know that your first or second item can pick this up, is that something that you think MOUZ is considering when they're picking this final hero?
I mean, the good thing for them now is that they don't have to worry about catch as much now that they have the Ember.
Yeah.
So they can pick other heroes like Bristleback. They can pick something like... I mean, I still think Axe is pretty good, right? What else is there?
Yeah, I mean, Axe, of course, into Jug, it's a classic. But yeah, I think, there's the Axe, there's the Darkseer, there's the Bristle.
Maybe just the Tidehunter. If it gets through all the way till the end here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Jakiro, Jug can be very annoying, though, into that lane. Just constantly spitting the liquid fire onto him.
Yeah, but you have the SD to upset with the spin, maybe?
Sure, yeah, just disrupt and delay, yeah.
It's just full comfort.
That is true. I think comfort, especially in a potential elimination game for MOUZ, comfort will shine.
Slaughter, if it was Yandex, they would snap pick the Slaughter this game right into Centaur and Jug.
Yeah, they have some options. I think any one of those is roughly equally likely. I mean, you can see MOUZ, they don't care about the Monkey King, apparently. So the understanding here is that Monkey King is not this scary. Tundra also, understanding that maybe Monkey's not that good, not picking it up. I'm still curious to see if they opt for it. It looks like one of the better options to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just kind of dead hero right now. Nobody's really thinking about Monkey King in general.
Yeah, it's just very, very uncared about for sure. Curious though, BZM, there's still something like an Invoker in the pool that he could always go for. Even though I don't think it's an okay Invoker game. It's not bad by any means. Ember will have a chill time in lane, but Invoker will also get by. BZM's played every matchup under the sun.
I think Tundra would benefit from a melee hero, to be honest, with the Hoodwing and Jakiro. Maybe like a Void Spirit, like something that the supports can also play through. But they go with Invoker.
Just go for it, yeah. And again, in this position, because they have multiple stuns, we are assuming that he's going to go for Sunstrike, Facet, go for the kills. You've got Ice Path and Bushwhacks and Stomps. You go towards the side lane of Smoke Gank, and BZM will be able to try and pick you off.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think this kiting spacing thing is it's very good against the Batten. And it's good against the supports too. Like we saw in the Falcon series, Shadow Demon is great against the guys who run in and have passives to purge. Whereas in Invoker, there's no way you can ever even purge this guy. He's not like in range to cast that spell unless you're blinking way too deep and purging this guy. Not to mention there's Stampede. And so if you're Invoker this game, assuming you don't get massively pressured early, which I doubt he will, then you're kind of chilling and you're able to farm up. And on side lanes, there's a lot of threat. Okay.
Go for a Primal Beast. 24 pick, last pick Primal Beast for Boom. And to be able to have some debuff immune piercing spells is kind of nice, but what are your thoughts? I feel like personally into both Centaur, Stampede, the Ice Path, the Bushwhack, there's enough tools to just annoy Boom in the early game.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. I think MOUZ has a lot, like both their cores, it's only their cores that can do damage, right? The other supports are just helpers. And if I look at Tundra's heroes, you have a Stampede to run away. You have Invoker who's like out of range, who can cold snap this Primal. They have a bunch of spells to stop him. Like you said, Drogue can spin and kite back. Like, to me, it's MOUZ is so all in on we need to get the fight right now, and Tundra can kite that. I look at these heroes and I see comfort, and I see the ability to chill and farm and get to later timings on Tundra. And I question if MOUZ can actually match those timings.
Yeah, I mean, also the supports, right, from Tundra, the aggression that Hoodwink Jakiro brings, that's far greater than a Warlock and a Shadow Demon. Is that a concern for you, Misery?
I'm just thinking that it's not the easiest, it's not like last game where Tundra has a lot of poke, but they don't really have a good way of starting that initial poke, which can be problematic, I think, whereas MOUZ has this Ember Spirit to play through, so I think it really comes down to whether or not mid one, Celery and Yamich can pressure this Invoker early on and get something out of the initial couple of rocks. I think Boom is going to be able to catch up on his Primal, maybe start cutting waves, things like that. Of course, it also comes down to whether or not, like, how fast can Crystallis get this Radiance timing, right? And what can they use with this timing?
He's actually got the Wex facet queued up right now, so I wonder if he's going to go Quas Wex or what his plan is right now. I'm honestly a bit surprised. Maybe he's still going Exort just with that facet. We'll have to see.
Okay.
We'll see if he switches it. I mean, 10 seconds left before. Sometimes players in the final, like 5 to 10 seconds, they do a quick switch, but yeah, he's looking at also just adding a bit more tempo, not playing for the Sunstrike, playing for the just kind of the skirmish game, right? When you're running around the map like that, amplifying your teams, and he does lock it in, so...
It does enable your supports a bit more if he is to play Quas Vex. I mean, I haven't really seen a strong Quas Vex Invoker in such a long time, so I don't know if this hero is good, but it does give the supports a purpose. Also, that it was the worry if he was going to play just a classic Exort.
Oh, let's get some additional thoughts from the stage from Slacks and Moon Meander.
Thank you so much, panel. Yes, we are here with Moon Meander. Moon, a very targeted draft on this one. Seems like you guys have learned a lot from your last encounter with this team back when they were the Fluke team. Were you a little bit more prepared for MOUZ this time?
Yes, we felt like they're heavily reliant on mid one setting the tempo, so we focused him in the draft and in the game.
All right, fantastic. And we do have the BZM Invoker. Does this just mean it's an insta win? I mean, I know as a fan, when I see him locking that hero, I'm like, well, that looks pretty good. Is that how the team feels as well?
Yeah, it's pretty strong for us. I wouldn't spoil too much, but it is we are counter picking ourselves into Ember Spirit. Yeah. So and mid one's he might be Unk, but he still got it. So.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye out for Mr. Unk there. I had another question about Arian Hoodwink, rising up here in the world of Hoodwinks. I know Crit used to be the best Hoodwink player ever. Do you think that he might be the best Hoodwink now in the world of Dota?
I feel like he needs to win a TI before he can say something like that.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time, Moon. Excited to see this one go again, and we will go to our casters to see how our game 2 will play out.
Oh, my goodness gracious, Slacks. We've got an opportunity here, a moment to see what can he do. Is that man indeed going to be the greatest Hoodwink in the world?
Holy, locked in.
I mean, he's super ready.
And there he is, Unk. By Moon.
Looking mildly irritated at the moment off to the side. Very frustrated as well. But yeah, this is, down to the wire here for MOUZ. I mean, Tundra, you see some smiles. They're ready to go. MOUZ, a very different experience after that last game. It's got to be frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, that was, it went well at the beginning. So that's good, because obviously we've seen many a team falter in the beginning stages of a game versus Tundra, particularly at these Blast tournaments, right? They're very used to just like taking the game by the reins and running it to total stomping victory many a time. So that didn't happen last game. They got a decent start to begin with. And unfortunately, Tundra did their classic little comeback plays. So if MOUZ can maybe get that good start here again, perhaps they can hold on to it a little bit better.
Yeah, that's going to be the hope at the very least, because like you said, we saw it throughout the group stage. They were right on the verge, MOUZ, of moving forward and being in a position where they would have already been in the semifinals, if not for a couple of games dropped here and there. We do have a little bit of a tech issue, which is why they're getting into this, so don't worry. We will be starting the game in just a moment here, but they do decide on Tundra at the end here to go for this Juggernaut.
Yeah.
A little bit of an aberration for me, at least, and a hero that has really shown some mixed results. You're playing it now into a Shadow Demon. You're playing it into an Ember Spirit. Is this Omni Slash even going to be able to do what you hope it will?
Yeah, that is a question, right? Because the panel talked about, like, well, he's safe. right? Like he's gonna have his spins against the roots and everything, and he's gonna build Manta versus the eventual Abba Orchid, but it does go both ways a little bit because Lotus feels like one of the best items in the entire game right now, so we're often finding those in our matches. Not the easiest for a Primal Beast to pick up at the very least, so that might be one downside to the last pick here of Boom on the Primal. So you do have to do this little bit of a dance with the Juggernaut and ensure that you are getting these good Omni Slashes, because it does feel like that is where the hero often ride or dies.
Yes.
Like, maybe you win off of Healing Word. We've had that too, sure. You just run the game down, and you win a whole game without even having an Omni Slash. We've cast some of those games during the Blast Slam 5 already. But if you get to that late game, which, you know, classic Tundra, they're angling for, you got to hit those good Omni Slashes.
Totally. It's got to happen. And the other hero that, you know, is going to sort of be enabled while they're trying to deal with the Juggernaut is going to be this BZM Invoker. Panel talked a lot about it. We were thinking about it throughout the draft as well. And they have ways to try and hunt him on the side of MOUZ. I'm seeing good things there. You got a Primal Beast. You got an Ember. Surely they'll be able to find him.
But Lyrical.
Yes.
If the panel's talking about a BZM Invoker.
Yeah.
And you and I are talking about BZM Invoker.
Yes.
This lends me to believe that perhaps MOUZ also knew the BZM Invoker.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I like Primal and
so
Ember
they
for
can
it.
handle it.
Okay. You're decreeing it right here.
Yeah. It's guaranteed that MOUZ can handle it. That's what it is. Celery, look, he's getting warmed up here. He's settling in. The lights are dimming, Lyrical.
It's getting darker. It's always darkest right before the dawn. For all the MOUZ fans out there the world over, you see the lights above you. Reach out, grab it, touch them. It's coming for you. That spark of inspiration. I can feel that hope. Can they make it happen? It's game number 2, Tundra versus MOUZ. Oh, man.
We're doing this forever.
I really hope they don't lose in 20 minutes. I would be really sad if that was how this one ended. But we'll see as we get off to the races here. Game number 2. And should be a wonderful little match.
And we'll calmly walk to the bounty runes here as a friendly roar comes out from Boom. Yes, it's gonna be quick. Some fast Dota here from MOUZ, and that's what they had last time. So let's do that again. That's what they're deciding. Gonna be a little bit speedy here. Mid one, he's gonna try and see if he can do his best BZM impression after that last game, because boy, BZM, not the best start, simply because of the matchup there versus the Prophet, and also just the much better capabilities of Nature's Prophet to move into the lanes in the first 4 levels compared to Ember Spirit. But BZM, he took over the entire game once he got level 6. So, can Mid one channel that for himself this time? Mid one, of course, one of the best players of all time at his peak. Probably peaking as one of, if not the best Ember of all time. He had so many builds on this hero. I watched so many iconic Ember games. That stuff was the last time I was here in China. That was 2019 and 2018. And he was doing it then. So he's back. He's on Ember on the main stage here now. Let's just do it again.
We'll see indeed if they can do it. It is a tall order as he's going to step on forward. Cannot afford to give up any deaths to this one. And you're just going to get hit one time, back away. Your Celery, 33 pick up bounties. And that 4th one going to go the direction of Tundra, actually. So 3 to start for them.
All right. And they're just getting, last time MOUZ got 3 out of 4 and they lost. So again, signs here for a game 3.
True enough.
I feel like I'm reading tea leaves.
There's been a lot of that going on.
They do. You know what? I've gathered that they like tea a lot here.
That's true. We had it a couple of different times. It was yummy. As mid one, going to try and do what he can here. I guess that we'll probably not see, like you said, as explosive of the blow-ups as kind of happened in that last game. But the side lanes do feel like there's a little bit more kill potential going on there.
Yeah, up top you can see it already, right? The threat of the spin.
Yeah.
Gotta be a bit wary there.
But likewise, once that spin is down, I mean, well, Boom is just getting Jakiro'd right now.
It is a verb, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone knows what it
look,
means.
This right here, okay, no, he's not going to trample it because Jakiro's in there. Okay, never mind,
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't
Level
worry
1, no cost. Every time this hero's on screen, Dove is just like cursing it in the green. She does not like Jakiro.
Listen, I've only heard she likes it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, got it.
But down bottom, this other matchup, a Warlock versus Centaur, kind of a bit of a funky one.
That was the summary of playing Warlock as position 5 right
Yeah.
there. Get back! Oh no, I'm dead.
Yeah.
You know, it's
That's right too.
you stray just a little bit outside the creep wave, and it's horrifying. Your life flashes before your eyes.
I mean, it is going to be like kind of an interesting watch here if they can like do something around the really good team fights later, because they've got like weird team fights.
Okay.
With the dodge there, nicely done, damn it.
Yeah, he knew.
But like as the game goes later, this Warlock in lane feels terrible but amazing for the like mid-game fights that come out. But you're like pretty heavily committed, as man, it's really taking a beating on Boom. As the wave is shoving out towards them with the healing ward going, that's naturally going to be happening. But how much of a problem is it if he doesn't get some of the Sunstrike kills in the early start?
Yeah, it's a big problem for Invoker. Like the hero is still very reliant on it. This is, as you know, I heard the panel mention as well, he is going for the Mind of Tornaris, but of course you are still going to grab some Exorts, you're still going to throw these Sunstrikes. So BCM, so far, we already cast one of his games with the Corvix, right? We went the Ice Walls. I think he used it once, because they steamrolled Tidebound 24-4. I'm pretty sure we got one Ice Wall that whole game, maybe. So that wasn't super exciting. But now we get the Tornado. So he's now played all three, because he also played the Exort version in Blast Slam 5 already. So he's like collecting the Infinity Stones on Invoker in this tournament. Yeah.
Doesn't get you bonus points, but if you win, you look cool doing it. So that's something to watch for at least. At the 3-minute mark, they pick up the flower there on Pure. This lane seeming to do pretty much whatever they want in it. 33 on the bottom, just on his Centaur. We've seen him play this a million times.
Yeah, and the good thing about doing this with any hero versus Warlock is you don't get Fatal Bonded, right?
Right.
Warlock, I mean, he could throw a Blood Grenade at you, but as long as, you know, you're not near any of your buds, then there's no Fatal Bond punishment, and you just walk away from Warlock.
It almost makes you wonder if you like get a point of upheaval if he's just going to be pulling waves anyways. That's probably a
That
brief,
sounds
though.
really bad. Let's not. Hey, I'm all for experimentation, but that one's a little bit too much. But that 10 damage per second might just go totally crazy.
Jug goes for the spin play onto Boom. He backs away. Maybe can pick up a couple of denies here if he gets lucky. But yeah, like we said, without the Nature's Prophet, very much some static lanes unless there's a pretty big misplay by somebody.
Look where 3-3 is right now in the Centaur.
Yeah.
Like, this is... I mean, the abuse versus a Warlock and an Abba.
He took the long path.
The good news is that obviously Abba is farming well, because you've kind of doubled down on super safe, safe laners in a way, but you're also not going to be able to do anything to dissuade your opponent from getting good farm either.
Yeah, that's a great move right there, because he grabs the double wave, pulls it all the way over, and then he's able to deny out 2 whole waves. And normally this happens earlier, where you can bring in the supports to try and stop this from happening. Now, since that's not going on, it's just farm out. And nobody's picking.
And look at Celery. He looks like, well, what can I do? I can't go chase a Centaur. I'm just gonna go throw a spell on a squirrel.
Go stack, brother.
All right, that's good though. That's a good sentry.
Yeah.
Try and make sure that Ari doesn't just get any free value, but actually doesn't bother for the stacks.
Yeah. They did stack the other side though, so.
Oh yeah, and Yamich, a little double stacking.
I mean, that's what you need to see. This is the sort of acceleration of farm that you want to have for your Primal Beast in the early goings. But you can see like that slight gold lead that's there.
Yeah.
That's 33. That's the 33 factor.
And there was a sentry in here. It looks like Yamich knows about it, so he's going to get a D-ward off. Very good. All these frustrating spots, so that frees the camp back up. And we'll have to watch that big trample, as you were saying, a little bit later here for the old Primal Beast. Mid one, though, about to hit level 6, 0-0. At this point, I think we had like 6 kills last game. But mid one's almost ready to set things off here. He is in a 1-1-3 build, however, though. So, not the best for some aggression is Pure. Takes down Boom. That is painful.
Yeah, you do not want to have that happen. And the other thing about that, it might open up them to come and try and at least scout out, if not do more to the stacks.
He just had no mana.
Mid one. In the meantime, he gets on over and is able to pick up the Illusion Rune. So very much needed there. But yeah, Jakiro sees these stacks right now and is coming to try and mess with it a little bit. Yamich will spot him there. Goes for a little bit of a chase with Boom in the area. They're going to bring in mid one and find that kill.
4v1. We got him, guys. Jeez. All right, 4 heroes to kill the position 5 at the top Roche. 3-3, meanwhile, being a total of Noxious Centaur once again.
Yeah.
As he is now going to be cutting and setting out, cut by my tower. I bring the wave. I'll go down to your tower. You guys want to chase me on the map? Go ahead, waste your time.
You're not quite level 6 yet on the Juggernaut. And as the 7-minute mark comes up, it does look like they're thinking about doing something on Tundra. It's a little bit scary to dive past. Obviously a little bit spooky, but Pure is doing it. Yeah, moving in. Now Yamit showing up as well. They force out one TP, but good hold on the TP for Ember.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where, like, Invoker, he can obviously help, right? Like, he can assist with Sunstrikes, but he's not a hero who wants to make that big move over there, so he can't very easily match the ability of the Ember to get there at a time like this with the Remnants.
And in the meantime, Pure takes a little bit of a hit, has the healing ward still going. They do not have level 6 on Centaur. He's very close, though. So if things get a little bit dicey, it could turn rather rapidly. He's so close to finishing that off.
Yeah, just needs one more creep to die in the lane. There it is. Now Stampede's up.
So something to watch for. Yamit, Celery making the move over for BZM.
He's not the most inspiring support duo, I'm not going to lie.
No, and again, with Stampede ready, you have to, like, do some crazy stuff to catch him.
He only has 1 point in bolas, too.
Well, they get him there with the root. Now the Banish, waiting for the Stampede, and there it is.
And that was a full Fatal Bonds, too. Like that, it's like we hit everything.
Yeah. Chrysalis. Oh, he walks into it, but he gets the ulti pop just barely in time. Will he still be able to be brought down, though? Whitemon on his tail. This is a support taking down the carry. If he can get there quite enough damage, no.
Oh, and now you're going to pay for it.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Chrysalis, don't get greedy here. Don't walk back in. Just go home. Let mid one get this one. He'll clean up.
Yeah, but he threw that sentry down the camp, so.
That's true.
Who gets the last laugh now?
Whoever goes to farm it is going to not be happy.
Yeah, that one's not getting dewarded. Supports, we don't get to come down here. This is a no support zone, you know? Unless your carry's actively getting ganked, you're allowed to come down here. Other than that, you got to go elsewhere on the map. You know, this is the backup carry farming territory.
But with the incredible lane, Pure definitely starting off in a very happy place. He ends up getting stomped by that Centaur into the Omni, tries to trade it back over, and it will go over there for the Sunstrike. Ice Path, easy peasy, BZM gets him.
Gets him with the slow pitch there. Nice and easy little softball toss thanks to the Ice Path.
So a great early couple of minutes here. Tundra picking up where they left off in this game 2. And MOUZ, they've got to come up with some type of an answer because this is a lineup that, like you talked about, you can just sort of do the healing ward pushes.
Oh, we're seeing it again here right now. As good choice to take the ulti. Yeah. That's 6, I think, on that one, huh?
I think so.
I mean, Midas is done. Sunstrike is ready to go here again in a moment. At the very least, Boom does get to trample that stack, but Ari leached a bunch of the XP, so now he's 5 1/4. So that was a nice play by him, recognizing that they were up there doing that.
Now Demon getting closer. And they still have those Ancients available to them if they want to try and go for it.
That's another one? Okay.
But mid one, not really able to find any opening.
He's got no friends.
Yeah, there's nobody to play with.
Like, it's so hard to make plays work. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're getting these heroes that are just like begging for their Skywrath Mage or like a Techies or something. Ringmaster, I'll take anybody. Just give me some damage.
Hypothetically, this is the role that you should be able to play a little bit with the Primal Beast, but has kind of been hampered a little bit and is trying to go and farm up towards items. Because that's the other thing, is if you don't get the kill, 33 is farming. So mid one trying to do it all himself here. Finds Whitemon, gets him there for the kill. Ari not going to be able to chase back the Ember. So something going their way.
I also think, I don't know how Primal Beast plays this game without a BKB.
Yeah.
I almost would not be surprised if he ends up buying BKB first. Like, I know he's got the Blink Q, but honest to God, like, are you going to be able to hit any of your combos?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, you just have to view it as the idea of just like, all right, well, it's fine. I'm tanking spells. My Ember gets to play the game. We'll be okay.
So for those of you that missed the group stage, this is the way that we've seen Warlocks use their Golem early, is just as a way to sort of secure a tower, make a move with it.
Push one wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, what you can do. As the hero does definitely struggle in other ways, but this is basically the formation that we've seen work. As Pure is going to drop that healing ward behind him, And they will Fatal Bond. Mid one, thinking about a chase. This is actually kind of hype.
I don't know.
I would have liked it, but
I don't know about that one.
They're not going.
I'm good. Everyone's like, wow, you know what's worth a lot of gold? Creeps. I'm just going to chill here for a little bit. Thanks.
They're getting out creeped, though.
Yeah, I mean, Boom is also, though, he just killed that big Ancient stack. No one interfered. So that is good news. He's still lowest of the cores, yeah. But it's gold.
Yeah. He's getting there. Trying to move immediately into the Blink Dagger. And now they find themselves the Jakiro again. So obviously an annoying hero in lane, but if you can find the Jakiro alone,
yeah,
it's an easy bring down. BZM, Tornado lift up, mid one, thinking about moving back in, but with mass heroes in the area, that's just gonna be a kill that they give up. Celery.
One more.
The second one falling. Ari kills him with the blood grenade.
Okay, between Omni Slash and the Sunstrike, he manages to steal that, well done. And now Boom is going up as they're wrapping behind, kind of scary here. Is he dead?
He might not know it, but he's in trouble, that's for sure. Ice Path down, charges it up. Bushwhack broken, tries to run. I mean, he's a big tanky dinosaur. Sunstrike, oh, buddy. They get vision, but he gets out. Oh, by the skin of his teeth.
Already bushwhacked really early there.
Yeah, a little bit. Denying roar, thank you. Very good stuff there. But yeah, the person unhampered so far and with a couple kills in this game, BZM 201 Midas. Double null, going for the Atos.
Truly a dishonorable build. Maranas, Pudges, Invokers, you know. As long as you don't Sunstrike, I guess it's okay.
Okay.
But I don't know. I feel like the hero's kind of about the skill shots, the tornadoes and stuff. So
it's
like,
just you can't use Sunstrike if a hero's affected by Atos.
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems fair.
Patch notes incoming, surely.
Yeah.
Let's get T on it. As 14-minute mark, and Whitemon queuing up those drums. 33, not really seen all that much in the way that Centaurs often look in nowadays' patch. Working towards that Lotus Orb.
But Whitemon's got good rhythm. You know, you give this guy a set of bongos. He buys them all the time. So I feel like he's probably got it down pat by now.
All right, this is a nice kill, though. If they can get this on 33.
You are optimistic.
I mean, they want it.
Yeah,
the SD ulti.
Woo! And the game is saved. No, it is really good. It's true.
And particularly if they can sort of turn this into a tower next, this is great.
I mean, I would certainly want to try and make a play on this. They unfortunately are just a little bit too late for the Shrine, but Boom at least gets back and gets his own, as he is being chased by two, though. He's forced to go north up towards the Lotus Pool, but should be okay, as he does finish the completion of the Blink Dagger while TPing home.
Woo, doggy. If he knew.
Couple of sneaky TPs here.
BZM and Pure together, taking the stacks.
That is gross.
I mean, that is a lot of damage there. They're trying to move on in and see if they can get in time to catch up, but they just really don't have chase, man.
Ari actually got one of those angels in the bushwhack, too.
Stampede finding Celery, mid one there, too. And thinking about a chains the route, the step up to the north. Mid one still trying to do what he can. Misses on the Atos, but the bushwhack will be enough.
Why?
And there is the kill.
Why, dude? I say this as a support player. Why, bro? Just leave. Just let me go. Maybe that's on Celery for not walking into them.
There you go.
But like, come on. I mean, you gotta live, man.
He's feeling like he has to do something. I understand the couple. Fair enough. Disruption dodges the mana burn. Chrysalis getting closer to the Radiance. And that definitely feels like it's got to be their moment to make something happen here. It's 4K gold down off the back of an incredibly farmed Juggernaut.
I mean, Boom is going to go push up top lane. Everyone's back alive on MOUZ. You have a Blink Dagger in your Primal Beast. They're going to feel forced to do something here. Surely we're getting a smoke up. Right? I mean, is that not what we're doing? He's coming mid. Great deep ward, though, in the mid here. Spotting this maneuver by Boom.
Yeah.
They see his Blink Dagger. They see him lurking nearby.
It is like the anti-timing too, though, right? Because you got the Blink Dagger, but he still kind of needs the BKB. They're going to have to go before that for sure.
Yeah.
But also you're close to the Radiant, so it's like all these things that you kind of want working together in perfect harmony, it's kind of taking a little bit to get online. And, you know, it's not good when you're behind in gold. Shocker. And he saves? No saves.
He didn't
Mid-one
sunstrike, so it's fine.
Okay,
It's cool.
got it.
I'm okay with it.
5-6, but 6,000 gold lead. Radiant's done. They're kind of ready to fight now, but now Ember's dead.
Yeah, and there's the Lotus.
Oh, jeez, man.
Yeah, obviously, a very, very good item this patch, as we've already talked about. It feels like Lotus goes absolutely crazy, especially versus Jug, but it's actually on Jug's team, and that's going to really help them versus Mid-One's attempts to start these fights.
You know, honestly, I feel like they need to do something like steal a Roche with the Shadow Demon amp or something. Like, you got to do something to try and stop the momentum.
We're trying to find the sneaky plays here, okay.
Like, that's where it feels like we're at right now.
Try and use some menace.
Because how are you going to kill the Jug?
Oh, I don't know. They should have thought about that one, though.
That's all right. Writing that down.
Yeah, that's kill enemy cores. Okay.
What is the pathway to that success?
I mean, right now we have a case where BZM has just succeeded in what Mid-One was trying to do last game. When Mid-One tried to buy this Orchid to try and shut down the Ember Spirit, you have that successfully from BZM now, where he just has this Atos. And now Mid-One's sitting on 1,150 gold. What do? Do you just count on your Abba? I think you have to. You count on your Shadow Demon? Yeah, I guess. You count on a Golem coming down? It doesn't feel great, but I think that's all you can do.
I mean, I guess that's sort of the game plan, the idea that they want to go for. All right, Jug is now reconnecting. He's put back on his jacket. Don't worry, Pierre. It's all good. The game will start in just a moment here as he's queued up the butterfly. So going for that, has the Manta ready as well.
All right, he's ready. He's good to go. He's deciding he wants a butterfly after this. Okay.
That's what I just said. It's good.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking to production. Don't
No
worry
problem.
about it. Yeah.
This is sneaky.
Yep. Don't worry about it. And he's ready. Okay. Go when ready. Everyone's favorite in the chat. It's Admin Dougie.
Shoutouts.
Yep. It's always that probably. Oh, up top. Boom. He jumps in. It's the Blink Dagger Lyrical. Is it going to do something?
They're trying. I mean, this is Radiance. Ari gets up to the high ground, still burning a bit, but not quite there yet.
Oh, the squirrel's getting into the forest fire.
And the rest of them are coming over too, but maybe you have enough damage to be able to make this work. Mid-One jumps forward, finds BZM. There's the pulverized connection that they need, and it's not nearly enough on the rest of them. I mean, sure, they lose Yamage, but now it's Pure in trouble.
It's the only answer they have.
They find him. The connection is there. He used his Omni on the Shadow Demon. And suddenly, some signs of life from the crowd as well. They're loving it.
His celery senses were tingling. What a find onto Pure. That was beautiful. That was so unbelievably necessary. And you know what? Pure paused it, so that is so deserved. Frankly. Thank goodness he was punished for that one.
Trent with the call out as we're into this one. A 3K gold lead and a blink for Chrysalis.
And now on to 3-3 as well. Here's a get out of my jungle.
Dun, 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 dun. Somehow.
Dude, he jumped in
That's
on that.
crazy, but he's still in some trouble now. This Echo Shell is going to wear off in a moment. They're going to be able to bring it down.
Are they
33.
Crumbling? Are they crumbling here, Lyrical?
They are crumbling, indeed falling apart at the seams. Keep pulling on that thread, MOUZ. See where it takes you.
They have found themselves a tiny, tiny window, and it's like a mouse with a tiny little pencil hole right now. Like they're just squeezing in there. That's a Kaya now picked up here for Mid-One. He's going full aggro, no defensive options. He knows he needs the damage. He's got to just keep on moving in this game and count on his buds to keep him alive. And the roller coaster where we're up the little chains right now. We're going to the top.
But will it continue, right? You've still got some dangerous stuff that's coming out here. That was about as perfect as a fight as you could get. Although now, Slight, just getting out of there in time. Nice. Wasn't sure if he had I guess he had already used Cold Sap, so he was fine.
Yep.
Mid-One never in doubt.
I mean, it is kind of horrifying, right? With the Shadow Demon on your team, trying to go for these saves, but you're versus the Jakiro.
Yeah, I know. It's like the Tusk Snowball scenario as well.
Yeah, Jakiro pretty crazy right now versus many of the good heroes. This Boom is going to find Pure again.
Goes for it. Pulverize.
Creeps help.
Force him to try and make some type of a play. Pure apparently not caring.
That's kind of based, I'm not going to lie.
That was cool.
He's won me back.
Well, the fortune swinging as much as the fandom of the cast is apparently here in this one, as they're going in to take down the Tormentor. The between Boom and Chrysalis will be able to finish this one off. So a nice little win over these last couple of minutes for MOUZ, and again, desperately needed.
Yeah, things were looking very dire, as it were, one could say. As Pure, again, still just farming in their territory here.
Yeah.
So showing no remorse and still just saying, I have spin TP, it'll be fine. Surely they won't golem me again if I'm farming too dangerously, right? And Whitemon is backing him up here, though, if they try something.
They're thinking about it. He's getting stunned as it's happening, and now trying to TP out. No siree. They have the Stampede to try and run, but mid one is there. They got him. Whitemon also gonna fall. No rest.
Oh my God, the caster curse is so powerful.
It really is. They killed the Yasha, though. That is a little frustrating. So Chrysalis not gonna have it.
I see.
Yeah.
That's fine. He's just buying it for the Manta anyway, right? That's what you tell yourself. And it was well worth it. I would take those kills for that.
Interesting. Okay, I mean, so we've at least seen a really big recovery from MOUZ. Tundra have this, like, window, it feels like, where things could look good to fight around the long cooldowns of Golem. You know, obviously, you're not really that many cooldowns on Ember or Primal, though. What do you think the next couple of minutes look like for Tundra?
The question is, are MOUZ just delaying the inevitable? I think is the question, right? Like, the good news is that all of this madness and these kills, even though it hasn't expanded their lead a lot, it's going to get Primal to BKB, and he'll be able to play the game. I've been impressed at how effective the ferocity stacks are at dealing with the Jakiro, though. Like, you saw Whitemon, right? He's trying to Ice Path there to try and stop that, but he's just incapable at that moment. Ari is going for a Yules, which will be a quicker cancel on that, which is pretty nice. But the BKB is just such a necessity, and Boom's about to have it, which means if they were to try and go for a Roche or something right now, there's a good chance he's ready for that engagement.
Now you see the Manta and the walk away. Mid one trying his best to get towards the BKB as well.
What can they do versus Omni Slash, though?
I mean, depends on who they're going. You've got Disruption, you've got, Slight. So his Omni Slash targets is like Primal, and you don't really want to Omni Abba either.
I'm just worried, but there's a lot of stacking disable, though, I feel like, on Tundra, don't you think?
That's true, yeah.
You know, like, I feel like the safety of the Lotus would be so nice, but again,
It is on Yamich, right? He's going to need to get to a Blink Dagger, be able to come and save people in these moments. And then it's kind of like a game of chicken a little bit.
Get him? He's too far.
They're thinking about it. They move on in, get the stun for a moment. Sunstrike out, dead. Mid one, not a chance. And now he was channeling the Watcher. I thought it was a TP, but nope. He's going to pop the ulti now. Chrysalis trying to run. Yamich trying to slow this down. Now Boom runs in, finds himself a Centaur, does have the trample damage out. Chrysalis now is, he goes over to Celery. And they manage to find that kill. Chrysalis blinks, does not have a TP, but
they see him though.
Can try and run this one off. Does he have enough movement speed to get out of here? BZM slowing him, and Aphotic Shield still looking. Eul Scepter lift up. Chrysalis is in trouble as they finally find and kill that Abba. Tundra strike back in a big way.
4 for nothing and into the Roche pit. Like, they were waiting for this moment. This is the fight that MOUZ has been prepping for like 9 minutes. The hope that you can at least win this engagement. All right, Roche. Okay, all right. Roche is doing his best to get game 3, guys, okay? He's
trying his hardest. See if he ends up going for a stomp or anything. In the meantime, Boom! Oh, he throws the rocks!
Pierce like, well, hold on.
Oh, wait, Roche the healing ward dying is a big deal, and now it's back up again. He's thinking about it. It's like, oh, now he's in trouble! He's got to get out of there. The disruption is going to come in time. But now it's in trouble. BZM is low on mana. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. Tries to Remnant away. Ember still backing out, 33 on the hunt. Does not have a Blink Dagger, and Stampede's still 20 seconds away. I think I don't know, Boom maybe could have done something there, but no vision in time. Take a look at this again.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking on Yamich, right? And he's like, I don't think he could quite reach with how far he was, unfortunately. And then there's just no save there, obviously.
Yeah.
You're just dead. And that's just from there, it's just all good. And they try and recover it, unfortunately, but I don't know what Boom can really hope for here, you know?
Yeah. I mean, maybe a Pulverize.
Yeah, maybe he didn't know about the Lotus, or I guess you try and force the Lotus out, you can maybe target someone else.
Right.
Maybe the Abba lives long enough to get the big damage. It's again a classic situation of feeling like you need to take risks because you're down. but that was certainly not the right one.
And getting hit by the tornado on Invoker means that Sunstrike's going to come in time. And
the Tornaris.
It's really hard to time that, and just because of the cast time of disruption. Oh, they're hunting, but they guessed the wrong direction. Unfortunate.
So I think, I don't know about you, I think I've only cast like one game of the Wex.
Yeah.
So it was BZM's one. And from what I recall, it's just mega annoying because he just runs around throwing tornadoes that push every wave like this.
Yes.
And it's just like, as you'll see, whole wave. Just burning down, throw the Forward Spirits out to finish off the rest. And that's all he does.
Sunstrike out. Chrysalis still holding on to ulti. They were not able to get that one used. But again...
Oh, look at this, though. Man, he is in there.
I mean, this is the problem. Like, Invoker just doing so much in this moment. They do find themselves a moment over here onto Whitemon. Chrysalis, ulti gonna pop very soon. They still can't believe that it didn't pop. Now it finally does. But looking for a chase down. There's the Omni Slash connection, and they force out the disruption. Now Pure caught, has the ulti onto him, and well, they're not actually that worried at all. Broken, in trouble, trying to get away. Mid one is done.
They're just trying to force something, and they can't find a positive play.
No, it's not happening. Yamich pulled back in by the Bushwhack, and now Pure right on top of him. Kills off this Shadow Demon.
Disruption?
As well. Yeah, there's no way out of it. Yeah, they got him caught. Chrysalis, in the meantime, is just trying to escape from here. Does manage to get a good blink away. Has the TP, but BZM is on the hunt again. And
they guessed the wrong way, though, perhaps?
Yeah. Looks like he will manage to get out of there. Man, what a great couple of minutes for Tundra.
There is some vision up there, but he's not going to cross into it. And yeah, it is just, you know, you kind of said it, right? They start clawing back on the graph. Things were looking good. No, right back down we go, you know?
Yeah. They do still have BKB piercing disables. They've got some amount of like team fight presence in this that can make it start to work well with the Ember, and like, or Primal, you can have one or the other go in first.
Pure is being found here by Boom, but I don't think it matters.
Oh no, unfortunate.
No, he's farming the illusions.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He can't kill Jug anyway, right?
I mean, yeah, 30-second cooldown.
That's just logical.
That makes sense.
Yeah, intentional.
He might have Omni Slashed him if he actually got him.
No, yeah, you wouldn't want that.
But now, this far in, these little plays from mid one are the types of things that you feel like you kind of need to do, but then when you see one hero, you have to jump away because you know the rest of the cavalry is coming.
Yeah, he cannot afford to just be caught by something as simple as an Atos, or he just dies.
Yeah. He's still a bit away from that BKB. Lowest of the cores. It is necessary for him to play pretty aggressively and try and farm in areas where nobody else can, but it also means that everything is just going to be that much more delayed. And
all right, that's a big item, though.
Okay.
Orchid on the Abba. This is the classic, like, you can actually do stuff, get some kills, secure something, because we've been talking about no defensive items to some of these heroes. There is a Lotus on Tundra, but you gotta spread that love around right now, because there's only one Lotus. So if he can manage to find BZM, right, no dispels on him, maybe that's the play they need. And look, he's gonna walk right into him.
They see it there.
Too bad he's a ghost.
And now the fight continuing after 33, maybe looking for a jump, finds for a moment Whitemon. He's a little bit slow. I mean, yeah, and then the Bushwhack to stop this. And now the Tornado for the lift up. Tundra, are they thinking about reinitiating? No mana on Chrysalis. Atos from afar thought about a jump in, but Broom has to jump out. Now the Stomp connects onto Celery, and they are just picking them apart.
It feels like they're trying so hard to force the fight. There's like, oh, here we go, guys. Like, this will draw them back in to kill us, and then they kill you. I don't know.
It's really tough. They're definitely, and on the side of Tundra, I mean, clean execution, perfectly understanding their limits.
God, it's so hard to force a favorable engagement because Tundra can just push the waves nonstop with this Tornado.
Yeah.
Like, he's so fast across the map. It's so easy to keep two lanes pushed.
In the meantime, as mid one, you've got to actually head out there to get that farm going on. You're having next item flown out to him right now with a 9,000 gold lead. Again, MOUZ were eliminated at this exact same place last blast by Tundra, and facing that same prospect again. They're gonna have to pull something together here, find some pickoffs, get a good team fight into their favor, because otherwise they're gonna be leaving this tournament.
But you know what I always say? Losing is learning.
Okay.
So maybe they've lost and learned enough by now to turn this around.
Well, they're going to learn today.
Radiant are scanning.
30 minutes. As they are going to set up for the Tormentor on the top side.
And it does not look like there's any potential effort here at all for MOUZ to make their way up here. I wouldn't recommend it. But Yandex is the Tranquil's done, so I think this is where it turns around.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably the one that's going to do it.
Dare to dream.
Got to get in range for those disruptions. That's what he's thinking.
Mid one so close right now to the BKB.
Also so close to BZM.
Oh, man. And there's the Remnant. He's fine. He's fine. Never in doubt.
No. Ooh, Tormentor does go to Pure there. That's nice.
Ari on the hunt. Chrysalis is there. Spots him with the Yules. Bushwhack to follow. Manta.
Works better with a tree.
That does help. Stomp. He's going to have to manually pop his ulti now with the break used. Is there any silence that comes out? No, he's not going to get it yet. Finally, they do get that ultimate. And now Chrysalis just going to retreat. So a little while. I mean, they didn't want to fight anyways, but a little bit longer. Swift Slash. Stopping the action.
All right. You got 35 seconds till a potential Roche spawn. You have a BKB on your Ember. You got that Orchid. You're almost into the Bloodthorn. This kind of feels like the big one.
Aghanim Scepter done.
Yeah.
Boom, okay.
This is this would be a great time to try and find that Roche fight. Surely that's the main thought here, right? I can't imagine wanting to fight the Aegis.
No.
If Tundra have it.
No, it's pretty tough to make that one work. They're going to smoke up now. Go in with a couple. Mid one following behind. The first point of contact looking to be 33. Not a hero that you necessarily want to catch, but if you can kill him before Stampede, maybe the rest of his team can't get there in time.
They're also smoked up here on Tundra.
The wraparound.
Can a carry player walk past the boundary rune? He can, my god.
Oh, they jump. They find one. Mid one trying to keep Pure away. He goes for the jump in second salvo. And now the Omni Slash. Oh no, just Swift Slash. Still has it at the ready. Boom, BKB out. Good damage onto him. And now the Omni Slash is going to come and gets the disruption off. Okay, living for now. Do they have any more? This is not looking like nearly enough damage right here for MOUZ.
Did they do any damage?
Tundra is just way too strong.
All I see is Tundra just picking them apart one by one.
That was so tough to battle into, and they're all just getting picked apart. They got Celery now too. The Swift Slash is there, the follow-up. Mid one, he is gone. 4 dead, barely a scratch on Tundra. They are way too good.
Yeah, very good read on the whole situation. They knew exactly what was happening. Even though mid one, I feel like starts out decently well. Right, they get that catch on the Jug. They quickly hop on top of him, but the Manta's there. Jeez, they're lucky he didn't Omni right away. I think
yeah.
Mid one was instantly dead if that had happened. But in the end, works out very well for Tundra. They're on your high ground. They're taking a lane of racks, and they're looking to repeat exactly what they did in Blast Slam 4.
They've got a Bloodthorn done for Chrysalis. I mean, you understand, like, you got to get to these big items, but losing 2 lanes of racks here just feels like you're almost completely out of the game without even almost casting a spell, it felt like, in that last initiation. Fatal Bonds onto several. Obviously, lots of ways to dispel this at this point. Celery barely feeling like a hero at this stage, but if you banish him, you make versions of your... Okay, they Tornado walked away. All right.
Darkseer player. The stronger the enemy is, the better I become, team. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they're saying that right now. This is despair zone right now for MOUZ. It is a tough one. They got Scotty done now for the Jug. Game is hard. And Roche is roaring. They gotta go, but you also can't go. Sunstrike in, securing the Aegis. Pure gets it. Alacrity also has a shield rune.
And anything else he's got?
Not afraid at the moment.
Pony, maybe? I don't know.
Mid one. Thinking. Yemich drops the ulti now onto Pure.
Oh, get in the cart.
Remember, he does still have an Aegis. Chrysalis getting hit with the Swift Slash, almost all the way done. They're killing the Croaker. That's all they got at the moment. Boom, trying to run away. And the Remnant back and forth, mid one, doing some damage to Pure, but the pushback is there. Ooh, Force Staff keeping him alive. Pure is killing himself. They're doing good damage there with the illusions. He's down low. If they can kill him without committing anything big, they have Golem for afterwards. But this healing ward, it's just so hard to fight. The Ice Path connection onto 2. Yimich, he saves his buddy, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. Now the Pulverized connection, it's taken off. Boom is gone. Mid one is soon to follow.
Come on, Unk.
They're out of there as they find themselves another kill onto mid one. They finally, with Chrysalis, managed to take down Pure, but I'm not sure if it's gonna do enough for them here as Chrysalis tries to run. There is nowhere left to run. All are dead.
It's like a scalpel, man. It's just surgery from Tundra in these last... I can't even call them fights or engagements. It's just a beatdown.
And GG is called as Tundra, with the blast buff, are moving on to the grand finals with a date against Yandex. Barely broke a sweat. This team is too unbelievably good.
Man, when they get to that point in the game where they got their items and they just have an idea of how they want to take the fight, and it seems like it just plays out exactly how they planned it. They got every idea. They know exactly like, oh, if we go on this hero, then this hero's gonna do this. And it, like, I feel like we had 3 fights happening in all those last engagements, and Tundra won all of them.
They came in with a game plan. They knew what MOUZ wanted to do. You heard Moon say it when we went up there in the coach's interview. This team runs through mid one. It's
not a secret, is it?
They function through his gameplay, and then they just made a game plan to shut him down at every stage throughout both games.
Yeah, I think we go back to the draft that Leshrac ban, man. Like, when they look best, it's mid one, and it just has so much damage that the setup is okay, right? When the supports can give the setup, then the life looks good, and they don't need that additional damage because of the Lesh. But the Lesh bans, I feel like, they had such a good plan for the other heroes there from mid one that it looks pretty one-sided.
A very dominant display from Tundra that have proven to be just a menace to deal with in these games. And I think that, again, you know, there's so many points where you can fail against them. You can fail in the draft and get out-drafted. You can fail before the Horn at the Bounty Runes, and then you don't even get to play the laning stage that you thought you were going to play. And then once you come out even in the lanes, if you can do that, you get outmaneuvered around the map and out-farmed. It just feels like at every stage they are so good, and struggling to come up with answers. MOUZ will be eliminated here in the same spot that they did in the last tournament, as we're going to head on over to Dove with the interview.
欢迎来到赛后采访 Welcome to the winner interview. We have BZM here from Tundra. 首先想问一下他们昨天的比赛 ，MOUZ 在我们看来简直是感觉发挥太好了，甚至有夺冠的希望。但是今天在他们面前似乎不堪一击。请问他们对于 MOUZ 是做了怎样的准备呢？ Congratulations first. From yesterday's match, we see MOUZ has the potential that can beat you in this game, but unfortunately they couldn't make it. What specific strategy you made for them?
I mean, we just know they want to get away with their lanes because they don't really pick strong lanes. So we just draft to punish them early on and not get stomped for 15 minutes because it's kind of like gaming gladiators from before. And yeah.
我们在针对他们的选择当中，其实就是发现他们在选人的时候有一点想要避开对线期，他们在对线期的时候选的不是很强势，所以在前15分钟的时候，我们尽量不跟他们进行一些不等价的兑换，然后在度过这个安全的对线期之后，我们就可以跟他们进行中后期的团战了。所以我觉得他们其实有一点点像之前 Gaming Glider 这个队伍的打法。那我们找到了他们的这个痛点之后、弱点之后，可以说我们今天的比赛就比较轻松了。Well, that was actually a very good strategy you prepared. For yourself, I'm gonna ask you about Invoker. This is kind of a hero you play really good, and it seems like you're the only one that still can make this hero work. Can you give us some tips that for the fans who still play this hero? 我想问问他关于卡尔这个英雄，因为现在已经说实话不是什么版本热门，没什么人玩了，他可不可以给我们一些关于这个英雄的小窍门呢？
I mean, I don't sure I can give a tip, but because I'm playing the hero myself, and every game I feel like I make a different build to. Because even I don't understand, like there is like 10,000 different builds you can do. And even this game, I'm not sure, I want to play Invoker, but I don't know which facet to take, not sure which items to take, but I know the hero is good here. I'm not sure I can give that much tips besides just hit your cell strikes, I don't know.
play with your team?
Yeah, I mean, give alacrity, like, yeah.
他刚刚说，像卡尔这个英雄，其实他的打法太多变了，他的出装也有很多的选择，每一盘都可能有成千上万不同的可能。你如果问我给玩家们什么建议的话，我觉得每一盘游戏都不一样，要根据当时的这个进入游戏之后，它甚至都是千变万化的，要根据当时的情况去决定。那我呢，就是根据我的队伍们，其实我选这个英雄也不是因为他有多强，而是我觉得这个英雄这一盘选出来，他就会比较好用，可以说是比较适合我们队伍啦。所以，然后我问他说，那其实就是跟你的队伍打得比较好，靠队友了嘛。然后他说，哎，可以这样讲了，跟队伍契合的比较好。All right, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations again. 这就是我们的胜者采访。
What an incredible series from Tundra, 2-0ing MOUZ and showing once again that they're in dominant form. We are joined by Whitemon for an interview. It's going to be a quite interesting interview as we have 3 analysts and a player, so we'll see how this one will go. Anyways, Whitemon, why is Tundra so good at Blast Slam? 2, 3, 4, you win all of them, another grand finals. Why are you so good at this format?
I don't know, maybe because we have 4 different carries, I think, every finals. Maybe that's why.
Oh, are you going to have a new carry for the next final then? Oh no,
No, we're going to keep it.
Okay, nice. In regards to supporting, right, you seem to be playing like the same 5 heroes. Do you feel like, do you wish you were able to play more, or are you happy just playing like Jakiro, Naga, Disruptor?
I mean, I think as long as I'm win, I'm happy, yeah.
Understandable.
I was curious how the communication works within game for y'all. Like, what percentage are you communicating? How does it shift? Is it different players at different points in the game, or is it like, you know, just sort of generally throughout the game?
What? Sorry, again?
Like, are you communicating? What percentage are you communicating, and does that shift based on how late into the game it is?
Sorry, what?
Like, okay, so how much are you leading the game, making the calls, stuff like that, and how much are other people, and does that change like the later the game goes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, usually it's from the landing stage. I think we talk how we want to play the lanes, and then after that we talk about how we control the runes, something like that, and how we wanna fight the wisdom, or how do we wanna which lands we wanna snowball, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious how much you guys scrim. Like, you had a lot of free days now. How do you balance scrims and pubs, for example, in these downtimes?
We usually always find the scrims, but if there is like no good teams to scrim, I think we just like play pubs, and maybe sometimes we like bonding, like we going out, eat something.
Okay. Have you gone out in China yet?
Yeah, I think we eat some noodles every day.
Am I right in saying, did you go to the Pandas without your coach? Did I hear that correctly?
I mean, it should be part of the content with Pure, I think. They want to interview Pure, and then everyone wants to come to the Panda also. Everyone wants to see the Panda, and yeah, we just come, and then I think we didn't know that Moon already arrived.
Yeah, because when we went to see the Pandas, Moon was just there with us. We just was like, where's your team? But okay, all right. And in regards to, I forgot my question, but that's okay. Do you have any other questions, lads?
I think I'm good.
All right. Well, that was the easiest interview of our life. Great. You know what, Whitemon? Would you like to just go enjoy back in with your team, relish the fact you're in the grand finals, and yeah, easiest interview of your life?
Thank you.
No worries. All right. Again, Tundra in dominant form. Yeah, you're good, boss. In dominant form, they are crushing it. I'm now regretting the fact I forgot my question, but that's okay. I'm not the host. You know who is the host, though? Nat. Welcome back, Nat. Save us from that. Woohoo!
Well, I think you guys did a great job. Whitemon definitely has a bigger head than me. I'm trying to adjust my headset here. But look, Tundra coming in, having a great series for themselves. It feels like a week off is no issue at all for them. They're more than easy to be able to just jump straight back into a game of Dota here. And some good answers from Whitemon. I mean, Whitemon kept you in your place, Quinton. And honestly, that's all I could ask for someone taking my spot.
Yeah, he definitely did that. And he put them in their place too, to be honest. It was not close. They looked just way better. It was a complete outclassing. I think probably the biggest we've seen on the stage so far. It was just, they just got shellacked.
They really did. There were some good moments for MOUZ in this game too. It felt like game 1 just ran away from them. Game 2, it eventuated into that as well, and it felt like, I wish there was just another oomph for MOUZ. Yesterday, they had so much in the tank for them, and they were so clean, and then this time around, Misery, it's just like, Game 2 is showing a little bit, but even then, not really.
I feel like they got put in a situation where they couldn't play their game or their heroes. I feel like game 1, they ended up with this weird draft where Crystallis was last pick and he was playing this troll, and it's a really bad troll game. You know, and then I think game 2, again, we talked about it during the draft. Yamcha ends up playing Shadow Demon. He goes max poison. It looks kind of weird, and I don't know, it just kind of falls apart. And then I think that also transcends into later on in the game where they make these weird plays and weird moves and kind of, I don't know, just uncharacteristic moves from them, I think. I mean, we have it here, actually. So, yeah, this one, they're actually up 2K. They doing pretty good, right? But look at where Warlock and Primal are. They're so far away from this fight. And yeah, they end up taking this weird fight where Ember goes down first, and now Abaddon, you know, look at his items. He has a full Yasha on his courier. He almost has full Manta in base, basically, and he starts running away here, and it's just, yeah, I mean, from here, it's pretty much over. I mean, Primal is fighting this without mana as well. It's just a complete disaster, honestly, a fight here. So, yeah, this was just uncharacteristic and ended up why they lost in the end, I think, this particular moment.
Does that come down to greed? Is it just being a little over-eager after you were down so bad in the early game? Or, like, where exactly does a call and not realizing how close you are to finishing another item and wanting to engage come from?
I think they just felt uncomfortable in the game. I think they can feel that they're kind of getting outplayed. They're getting split on the map, right? They won a couple fights at that point. Tundra fed them like a bunch of kills after a pause, and then now they're kind of back in the game a little bit, but they're not able to connect on the map. They're you know, blobbing around a little too much. They're not playing the map quite efficiently enough, and they can feel that, you know, pressure building. We see it here. Pure pauses to put his jacket on.
Yeah, it was like a little welfare pause, you know, like he wanted to put the jacket on, has a bit of water, and then after the pause, everything just went wrong. So maybe in the future, Pure, keep the jacket off, maintain that form, ensure that you can just close out the game in a clean fashion, because you get a 6,000 gold lead before you put that jacket on, boss.
Yeah, or keep the jacket on from the start, because after the pause, they feed like 7,000 kills back-to-back, and they get the Tormentor, so not a great turn of events for them, but overall, like, they just... The laning phase is honestly so dominant, and I think for Yandex tomorrow, they're going to need to be absolutely on point, because Tundra in so many of their games throughout the group stage and now also the playoffs is just decided by Tundra just outplaying people in lanes and their supports just being next level good, playing great heroes, and they just always do well in lanes, always.
Yeah, they got great lanes. It feels like even when Wagon was standing here saying, oh, they've had different carries throughout it. Well, even in this series, in this game right now, they've had different carries that they can play through, or people, I should say, that they can play through to be able to carry the game. Yes, quickly, T.
I remember the question I was going to ask him.
Oh, yeah, you can
Why
ask me.
was the drop of form from Vlahia to now? Like, what happened in that time? But I
like,
just
what
remembered,
did they do between the last
yeah,
moment?
exactly, but it took about 5 minutes for me to remember the question.
Well, write it down now. You might be able to ask them tomorrow because they are in the grand finals, but that means with Tundra advancing to the grand finals, unfortunately, MOUZ is now eliminated from Blast Slam 5, and whilst we did have Chrysalis on the panel yesterday after his win, he is now joined with Slacks for a words before we say goodbye to them.
Thank you very much. Yes, here with Crystallis. I'm just going to ask you straight up at the beginning, how does it feel after that series?
I mean, always sucks to lose, of course. But I will say, I think that coming to this tournament, we were not really playing like our best, I feel like. We were kind of a little bit sloppy. So I wasn't like too surprised that like we didn't get like too far, because I don't think we were playing at our best.
All right, well, it's kind of a sad question, but losing in this way against this team at this position, did you really not want to go out like this? Did you want to, you know, anyone but them kind of situation? Because this is what happened last time.
Oh, it's fine. Now, like, Saksa can take his revenge, you know. Someone would get happy anyway, so it's fine.
All right, fantastic. Well, you guys, you know, obviously they were very prepared for you. In the last tournament, you were kind of underdogs. Now you're not so much underdogs. You know, you got big teams looking to get you specifically. Any thoughts on that? Did it feel like that in this tournament?
Not necessarily. I think, you know, we're still like not... We only got like one tournament win, you know. You need like a couple before you get there, right? Yeah.
All right, well, anyway, let's get rid of the sad stuff. You guys are still doing an incredible job. You're still growing fans every single day, and I know a lot of guys in this arena are huge MOUZ fans. So would you have anything to say to them and all the folks at home?
Thanks for watching, I guess. Sorry for losing a bit too early, but that is what it is, you know. We got pretty far.
Absolutely. Well, an incredible performance as always. We can't wait for your next tournament to get another big win, and thank you so much for your time. We will head back to our panel.
top 4 finish. Whilst it might be devastating in the manner in which they are eliminated here for MOUZ, it is still a fantastic finish for themselves. Yeah, off the back of a tournament win just mere weeks ago, this one does sting a little bit for them, but still a great performance no matter what way you want to look at it, Misery.
For sure. I mean, they're definitely a top team, I think. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing them at the Dream League.
Whatever. We're in Blast right now. Who cares about that? MOUZ, right? Look at them, right? They have great form. They're 5th, 6th at Fissure, 3rd, 4th at Blast Slam. Then they win a PGL event. Now they're 3rd, 4th here. Like, come on. To think about this team where they came from the open qualifiers, a freshly made stack, to play close qualifiers, all this games that they played, the most competitive, like, they've been on the grind, you know? And the fact is, they've gone from nothing to something quicker than any other team you could talk about. Like, they're not going to win every tournament. You know, they're not some Falcons or some big legacy team as of yet. They're still on that journey. So I think it's still very commendable they got this far. Sure, they lost in quite a sad fashion, but I feel like they are going to be able to understand it and then move on to these other events.
Yeah, and you have to remember, the team that they lost to, Tundra, we again, joking about the Blast Slam buff here for them, but it's true, they made it to every grand final so far, so why should it be any different this time around? Well, it's not at all. Whilst MOUZ had a good showing yesterday, able to get the 2-0 over Na'Vi, today they do unfortunately fall 0-2 to Tundra, who are going to be meeting Yandex, who were able to get the win earlier today in such a clean 2-0 fashion against Falcons. And I have to say, when we had Suxer on the desk yesterday, we asked him, if you make it to grand finals and you make it past Falcons, who would you love to see as in the grand final? And he said, Tundra. That's where he would like his vengeance, his rematch, and his wishes there. Now you just have to seal the deal, close it out, and win a best of 5 against Tundra. Way easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone knows how to do it, it's him, though. He was on the team for a very long time. I think he knows 33 better than any other player in the world. And he's a great finals player in of himself. We've seen him in numerous finals across the years, whether it be TI or other tournaments. He is an incredibly solid player, and he's got a new stack of, followers behind him ready to, follow his lead and his guidance. And hopefully all play well and put up, great finals for us tomorrow against the very scary Blast Buff team in Tundra.
But he's going to have to pick up the spirits of Malady, though, right? Because in his interview, he wanted to play MOUZ because he was bored of watching Tundra in a final. So they're going to have to do some morale boosting to make sure Malady's happy for the finals for tomorrow.
That's true. He might be a bit
I feel
disappointed.
like that's not an issue, though. Because Saxa, isn't there a little bit of a spice between Saxa and 33? Who knows? I mean, I think
we're a drama podcast now.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll find out.
That's the interview questions tomorrow. You know the little confessionals? We'll just do that.
Yeah.
We'll have those two just talk to each other.
And some people at home might be wondering when exactly that's going to be taking place. Well, luckily for you, we have our schedule, and you can see exactly that we are going to be having our grand finals at 3 p.m. local time. But let me tell you, you are going to want to watch this show match earlier in the day. We have Team Quinn up against Team Somnus, and they've revealed that team. By the way, they've got Somnus, Monet, JT, and then they got AA and Wind, who are 2 Chinese talent over on their side. And right now, your Team Quinn is who exactly?
I believe it is U and T so far.
Yeah, with 2 yet to be determined players. So we're 3v5ing at the moment.
We'll see who our extra 2 players are, but
I mean, so far it's pretty easy, no? Like, we've already got the win on the 3v5. I think it just makes the game a little bit easier when we lock in the extra 2 players. We might not even need to bring them, to be fair.
Wow.
Big words from T before the game even starts. Very big words from my... Not sure I like my teammates getting a little too big for their britches right now, but
I'm definitely going to be sandbagging this game.
We'll pull the reins a little bit.
Yeah.
Come on, Quinn.
Yeah, Misery is going to have a lot of fun, though. But make sure you guys tune in bright and early. Do you have any words, any predictions about the grand final and the show match tomorrow, Misery, before we say goodbye?
No.
None at all. You have literally 0 words.
I've made sus predictions all day, so I'm just gonna...
No, you backed Yandex when the boys didn't.
I did, that's true. I'm
73rd. You're actually the goat. Does that count as backing?
So I'm gonna call Yandex to win tomorrow.
And what about the show match, the true grand finals?
Revenge.
Okay, so you think the Suxer Revenge and the show match?
Yep.
Come on.
Come on.
Sure, Team China.
Oh, bro, I got you.
Delusional.
Well, look, it's going to be a show match or a shit show. I'm not really sure what exactly is going to come first, but we're going to have a lot of fun. Make sure you guys tune in early, 1:30 local time for the show match, 3 p.m. for the grand finals. We'll see you guys tomorrow for our final day of Blast Slam 5 Chengdu.